Hello and welcome to JOKAKAKA. I'm Jim.
I'm Sam.
And this is it. Years in the making.
Years that we've done it since we've done a spoiler cast, but
True.
I mean, this started with a spoiler cast,
and we're gonna finish it with a spoiler
part
cast.
8 at least, yeah, to be the JoJo lands.
So this is going to be our JoJolion's over. We're going to be doing our ultimate JoJolion Spoilercast, just the two of us.
Yes.
Intimate situation.
Yeah.
Just who knows what's gonna happen.
Just the main character and the Joe bro, you know. Who's who? I'll let you decide.
Yeah, in the comments. No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
Don't say that. So yeah, we're just going to be going basically arc by arc through JoJolion, talking about it and our opinions. So we've both recently reread all of it.
Yes.
This is actually my first time rereading the first maybe 60 chapters since I read it 4 years ago.
I think I reread the early part when we did the first with AI and Promello, like that big one. I reread the first half at least.
I was supposed to, but I didn't.
Yeah. But don't worry. We're not like the last time we talk about part 8. Like we have people that want to air their grievances and plenty of bro kakakas. So
yeah, don't be sad because it's over, because we're gonna be having more of these in the future. So I think it's good to just dive right into it. Maybe let's start.
We're kind of gonna go more arc by arc than character by character, because some characters pretty much just appear in their arc. So
unfortunately, very true. I think let's just do a little overview. So let's not talk about the ending just yet, because we're gonna have a lot of opinions about Wonder View when we get there in maybe 2.5 hours. I'm predicting.
Maybe.
So what did you think of JoJolion on your reread?
I really loved the first half a lot, and I think basically I enjoyed the ride basically until what's it called? I mean, me and you basically had the same opinion. Like we messaged each other throughout our reread, just basically saying basically once Dr. Wu and I like Dr. Wu. Basically after that, it just kind of went and I stopped enjoying it as much.
I think we'll get there when we get there, but for me, Dr. Wu is the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
For everything that I really care about in JoJolion, it just kind of stops happening, and things that I don't really like about JoJolion start, and they get really big and important in that chapter.
Yes.
But I too love JoJolion. I was honestly shocked at how incredible the first bit, because everyone's always saying, there's so many people out there. I always see people say, oh, Part 8's my favorite. And I was always like, really? Part 8's your favorite? But reading especially the first half, it is almost impeccable, in my opinion. Yeah. I think the way that Araki switches up stand battle formula, the art is really, really good. And I love the setting and characters.
Yeah. I love the first... what I like about the first half is what I love about the second half of Part 7, where it's just super... the ride is super fun, the stand battles are crazy,
It's so good. We'll talk about it more by arc, but one thing I so much love about this, it feels so fresh how he tackles stand fights. Daya in particular.
Well, and also when Gappy actually used his stand for his his actual ability.
I have a couple little observations that I hopefully will remember later on. There's a lot of things that Josuke just starts doing that just kind of come out of nowhere, but they just become a staple. Him pointing and shooting the bubbles doesn't really happen until Urban Gorilla, but then after that, that's very signature to what he did. He's always pointing with his bubbles.
It's a cool image. It's Johnny shooting.
It's very much a Johnny callback.
Probably supposed to symbolize that. He's with a spin instead of just having the fingernail actually spinning to symbolize it. It's just the bubbles. But we'll get.
Yeah, we'll get there when we get there.
So I guess we're talking about the opening arc. Do we count the opening arc to go up to fun, or are we just counting his initial
So, okay, how I broke these down. So I took pretty copious notes. I had about 16 pages of notes when I went through. A lot less are for the second half, I would say. But so I kind of went arc by arc, and I wrote a general kind of opinion for each, and we'll get into it when we get into it. But so the first arc I want to say is we'll call it the soft and wet.
The escape from Joshu arc.
And it really just kind of goes we get our intro chapter, which I think is really strong.
Yes.
And it goes right into soft and wet in I think a really satisfying way. It doesn't really waste much time.
And starts with the mystery of finding the identity. And the twists and turns you're going to experience through this adventure, because nothing's just simple to find out.
So one thing that is so predominant in early JoJolion is the mystery of Josuke's identity.
Who am I?
It is so fundamentally important to his character that it is like shocking when there's a chapter that goes by and it's not mentioned.
Yes.
Especially we start hitting like arcs where it's not mentioned, and it's like very jarring that Josuke is not more concerned about his identity. I know you can only do the same thing so many times, but
he stops worrying about it like after Demo essentially.
It kind of like comes back a bit in like spurts. And so one thing I wanted to say, kind of general, before we dive right into the first arc, like reading it monthly and then finally reading like the final arc like through, it's really interesting because things feel less spaced out.
Yeah,
like it feels for us when we were reading, it was like, damn, why is Kato not showing up? And actually, that's a bad example because Kato takes fucking forever to show up. But like,
yeah, like a lot of that, even in like in reading it fully through, is like it's been like so many chapters that where like this should not be really acceptable for them to like come back and like and how shortly they come back for.
One of my big complaints too was how I felt the Higashikata family wasn't very big in the story, and I kind of rescind that because they show up consistently a lot. They just don't get a lot of focus.
No,
that's the issue, I think.
Yeah, only like 2 members like are like really important focus. Like Joshu's there, like he gets a lot of focus, but he's not like an important character more so.
Yeah, it's like, and this is where I'm like very on with when it comes to JoJolion's handling of characters. Like Joshu's a great example. Like he feels like he's heading towards somewhere, but it just doesn't really go anywhere. It's just kind of a character.
You can compare it a lot to like the Part 4 cast, where like there are the important members, and then there's like the friends you see like, very faintly that are like not really important at all.
He's almost Joshu's almost like Okayatsu, except without having that intro arc, like without having like the character.
They just replaced that with Mamazuku just being the antagonistic, like it's not really Okayatsu. He's more like Rohan, just being antagonistic.
Yeah,
kind of
I would say he's closer to Rohan.
But like Yasuo is like his Koji and Okayatsu just being a good friend to Josuke, where like, you know.
Yeah, but it's just like the fact that we just have like a character that's there and mostly static, and it's like, I mean, what Araki said about Joshu in particular, I guess we should just talk about Joshu because he's one of the first characters we see, actually.
Just being a creep and like a psychopath.
I think he really likes playing with Joshu because he talks about the Malagramat arc and how it's like, he thought it was a really fun arc to see this character that was really driven by money, which is funny because normally like, okay, it's like an asshole, but Araki had fun with that. So
he likes doing his money stands, guys. You know, we've seen before.
There's a lot of dollar bills incorporating in stands in this part.
Well, he said that every other part has stuff related with like money. That in Part 4, we had the whole like using like
Harvest.
Shigechi to like scam people. And like the lottery cards, and like Part 7 had that, I think, as well, didn't they?
Yeah, I think it's relatable for like a teenager to be like, oh, I wish I had more cash.
Part 6 had like a bet, which is kind of like, you know, he wasn't for money, but it's still a bet. Part 3 had gambling. Like he likes to do his money.
There are so many times that dollar bills show up in stand fights. In the Demo fight, in the second Ojiro fight,
yeah,
there's a lot of like, well, not dollar bills. They're technically yen bills.
Bills. They say bills.
Yeah, bills.
But yeah, but Joshi still comes off like, you know, like usual, like a creep, like is not a good person. He still never really changes to be a good person.
And yeah, so just let's like jump right into chapter 1. So we're introduced with like a little bit of backstory, but Yasuo's like first thing is she's like hiding from Joshu. That is like literally the first action she's doing.
All-Star Battle is literally the stage. The first stage is literally that.
That's funny. I
think Joshu is a stage hazard on that.
That's funny.
Where he just comes in and punches you. This is before he even had Nut King Call.
Crazy. Can't even imagine. So far in the past. But so, yeah, we basically just get like the whole like Josuke introduction.
Yes.
I'm going to point out a lot of like inconsistencies I see. I feel like in the first half of JoJolion, there are very few like Araki forgot moments.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. Honestly, like, I mean, you can talk about the flashback man, which we'll get to in like a few minutes, but like,
you can't remember a single thing, Jim. You cannot remember,
except this one image that he has in his head.
That one time or twice.
Yeah,
he remembers him
in
twice.
The same chapter. Yeah,
yes, he remembers him twice technically.
So in this little like first bit, we see soft and wet used for the first time. A bubble comes off of Josuke's birthmark, which is honestly
something that happens later on.
This does happen later on, cool. But he loses his birthmark when the bubble comes off. Do you remember this?
I did not remember
the birthmark literally disappears when the bubble. Also, there are teeth marks around the birthmark. We'll talk about the teeth marks. We'll talk about the.
I think that's the hot topic. But also like. Well, I mean, later on, like the birthmark ones are like the uncontrollable ones, the ones that are like they are put to more like go beyond, because the ones he can't aim.
Yeah.
Until he does aim.
Yeah, but he seems to like be aware that to be aware that he's taking the vision from Joshu here. So it's like
it doesn't just rip him to shreds.
Yeah. Besides, also Josuke knows like a lot of random things, but the only thing he knows about himself is the stand. Like he knows how the stand works. Yeah. Like implicitly.
Yeah. He has his 2 stands in one. So. But yeah, we basically get takes the vision from Joshu, does that, and then they go to the hospital essentially where they do an examination. And he has 4 balls.
We see the 4 balls.
Joshu has a bite mark on him as well.
He does. We don't see it now, but Yasuo also has 1.
Yes.
Presumably gotten at the same time, because why else would they? I'm thinking about the bite marks now, and I'm getting mad.
Do you just want to talk about the bite marks now, since that's where we see them?
I do, and I'm mad. I'm literally mad thinking about them.
Because
they literally are nothing. They're fucking nothing.
It's just to symbolize, like, now their physical stance is going to show up instead of just, like, having it just happen. Because we see Yasuo as a kid basically uses Paisley Park super casually.
We see, like, a little baby Paisley Park, too. Like, so I think we should just bite the bullet and talk about the walleyes, too, here.
And even, like, because the 2 people Josuke fused with both had their physical stance already, so I don't know why it would do it again to just, like... Okay, this is the hard reset, technically, of just, like, the new stand coming out.
It is literally nothing. I cannot make, a feasible connection to it.
There wasn't, like, a rock animal or anything.
So, even, I mean, like, you could say, like, oh, maybe Araki initially thought there was going to be, like, this would be, like, a mark of when you get your stand, because the walleyes have risen. But we learn very soon, like, within this arc, Ojiro got his stand as a kid. Ojiro's had his stand for years.
The Ponarfs that they're just having your stand when you were a kid.
Literally.
Your entire life.
We also learn that basically what it implies more so is like your proximity to the walleyes is what grants your stand. No matter when the walleyes like coming up has nothing to do with it. Like people that lived on that land got stands anyway.
I know it was early, but they said with Daya, they said because she said she fell in the wall's eyes and banged her head, and that's probably where she got her stand up. But it's also like where she like lost her eyesight essentially.
Yeah, when she was a child. Yeah, too. They mentioned that she was young. She was like 3, I think.
But yeah, they're nothing. It's just to show like okay, this is supposed to be them unlocking their stand, even though they probably had it way beforehand.
To me, it's like it's such a red herring because it makes you think like, okay, is this really important? Are we gonna see like a follow up to this? Like, is this gonna have any payoff? Ultimately, the answer is no. It's
just the equivalent of getting stabbed by the stand arrow in part 4, where like you're knocked out for like a day, but you know you're not like guaranteed death like you or your 50-50 chance of living or dying like you were in part 4. But
it just makes me think that maybe he had the idea that like Johnny Joestar is like biting you, because we learn that the Saint's corpse, Johnny Joestar, I say the Saint, but Johnny Joestar's corpse is buried in Morio.
The whole Johnny thing is not important after like for basically the entire rest of the chapter, after the whole like also after his flashbacks are done.
I think you can like imply that Johnny's corpse is like important for like the setting up the walleyes power.
But I feel like they could have explored that more if they went. You can't just like, have Johnny and then like not really go more into it.
That's I think one of the issues with JoJolion is there's a lot of things that just people like headcanon them.
Yeah, because one of my like prediction was just like okay, they have Johnny, they are teasing Lucy so they can easily do something about like the aftermath of Johnny's sacrifice and being buried and like something happened there. But we do the flashback's completely different.
All we really know is it kind of implies that. I think it's pretty much confirmed. Lucy brought the corpse back.
Yes,
so we actually shouldn't. Maybe we should talk about this now because it's the walleyes. But so we know that the corpse is not in the holy corpse.
The Jesus,
from part 7. Jesus Christ himself.
Yes,
is not in Morio anymore. No. But Johnny's corpse is, and we know that Johnny did the spin to like transfer the sickness
to do equivalent exchange.
So I think you can maybe imply that like that process and the corpse being in the ground at all has fundamentally changed the land to give it the equivalent exchange.
Yeah.
We can talk about this a little bit more later, but I think I think the walleyes as a concept are fine. Yeah. I think the walleyes are way less egregious than the bite marks.
Yeah.
The walleyes were just a thing, like, reading it monthly. We just don't see references to them, and it got concerning.
It's
but
just like a more permanent version of the Devil's Palm, of just, like, it's there. It's not like a thing that pops up every so often. It's just there. If you pretty much go there, you're probably going to get a stand.
Yeah, literally.
Even though but the only reason you don't go there is because it's basically blocked off by the government saying it's very unsafe terrain. Do not go there.
Yeah, and also, okay, just more background we didn't mention. So the walleyes were the result of an earthquake in March. So So the story takes place in, like, late August. That is when most of JoJolion takes place, over the course of, like, a few days.
Yes.
So there was a big earthquake, brought up the walleyes in March, and also tsunamis that, like, were bad. Yasuo says the legend is that, like, people think the walleyes were trying to protect Morio from something, because the way it kind of, like, goes parallel with the shore.
Yeah.
That's, I guess, something.
Maybe.
It's something.
Or it's something with part 4, just town legends going, like, with, like, the landscape, essentially.
Yeah. So also, yeah, as we said, like, the Higashikata's estate is right on there.
They investigate the house, the hat, and then go to Kira's house, essentially, and that's basically when the first stand fight happens with Ojiro.
Yes. We also... So it's not until, like, chapter 4 that we see, I think it's 4 or 5, we actually see the flashback man.
Yes.
So this is, like, the
Leon Kennedy.
Leon Kennedy, as you always say. I always forget you say that. This is, like, we only see him in this one chapter. We do see him twice.
Yes, he's huge.
So I think we can totally rule out he's not supposed to be Kira, because we see Kira in that chapter.
Yes.
And it's totally different. There's theories that people have speculated it could be an early demo design.
But, like...
It makes the most sense.
Because I feel like as we learn, with the Teru chapter, like, when they, like, rapidly, like, age, they just kind of take an appearance and stay that way.
What I mean early demo design was in Araki's early concepts. He didn't have Demo's design solidified.
Could have been an early Jofume design.
It could have been... but, like, it's so different, because Jofume is supposed to be, like, Josuke Part 4. Like,
still, early designs are early designs.
But yeah, I don't read, like, Part 4 Josuke out of that. Whereas, like, I can kind of read Kira out of it.
And people thought it was, like a child of Funny Valentine or something at one point, too.
Funnier Valentine, yes.
Yeah, funnier.
Whatever. As I said...
Not important.
Flashback Man is literally nothing. Put him with the bite marks. He's fucking nothing.
Lock him up in that vault with Jesus Christ's corpse.
Never to be seen again. So we start getting all these, like, interest. There's a lot of, like, really good foreshadowing early about how, like, Ojiro says Josuke is, like, half alike. He literally says the words, like, oh, you're half like Kira. Like, we already get, like, the idea that he's, like, a fusion of two people.
When I started, I did love how, like, he tried to tease, like, okay, this Kira may be just like how he was in part 4, maybe a crazy serial killer. Like,
he has, like, his own... So he has
the nails.
He has the nails that he keeps. He also has, like, what's it called? Like, statues of his own hands.
He likes to talk about how vain and, like, self-absorbed Kira is. Even out of this, he, like, kind of says how Kira's kind of full of himself.
It's looking at Kira throughout the part 2. It's really interesting.
He
how much of an asshole he is.
He is. But, like, when he's like with Jofume, which is, like, my favorite stuff, he's like not. They're, like, a really fun tag team.
Yes. But it is really nice.
But, like, also just going through this, it's like the woman he had in the bathtub. I'm like, this woman is, like, a character. Like, she felt like she could have been a Jobro for, like, how, like, of a character she was throughout this, and, like, the fact that she, like, makes these decisions that normal people do not make, normal civilians do not make in a stand fight.
I really like how, like, she betrays Josuke, too.
Yeah, she's like...
That's, like, a really interesting scene.
Like, it's nothing against you, I'm doing this to save me, essentially, like...
Mm-hmm. And it's really funny, too, because I forgot, like, what happened to her, and they have, like, a gag.
She's just like,
it's a post-credit scene, almost, of, like, oh, well, she never found clothes, so she's, like, running around Morio in a trash can.
Yeah,
like,
I'm just like, this is...
And then a bunch of kids see her fucking genitals. Like,
yes.
She falls over and, like, children are, like, staring at her naked. What the fuck?
I know, it's like, this felt like a confident character that could possibly have been a Jobro, which would have been, like, very interesting to have that, but nope.
I have to say, just talking about, like, this whole arc, awesome. We see tits for the first time.
Yes.
We see boobs in JoJo. Boobies. He loved to see it.
We never saw there was never nudity for any time Dio had any of his wenches.
No, that was in Shonen Jump.
That's true.
I don't think there's ever, like, any boobs in Shonen Jump.
Okay.
I can't think of a time. Yeah, we do literally see boobs, which is crazy. A JoJo first. Unless there might be like one random part at the end of like Steel Ball Run where you see a boob, but maybe
I am
I'm
not
wrong.
googling boobs.
JoJo boobs.
JoJo boobs.
It's just gonna be like
It'd be a poorly photoshopped version of the singer JoJo with like head on a naked body.
Okay, so something that I saw. So we put a little tweet out recently, and I just happened to remember this now, and I wanted to mention it. We asked like people what they wanted us to bring up. Someone mentioned Josuke's early ability to like judge distances and
very Kira Part 4 of like when he measured like the bubbles essentially.
Yeah, Kira has the whole thing where he does like trigonometry in his head,
and we learn, like,
so he can shoot. Part 4 Kira.
Because it also puts like I guess because we see Holly do it when we first see her, and if I could put the show like okay that he's definitely related to her, yeah, I guess he does pick up some like mental stuff from Kira and
yeah, that's the big connection I wanted to make. Later on, one of the first times, I think it's in the Born This Way fight, we see Holly basically have the same like quirk where she says like, "Oh, Yasuo, you're like a B cup or whatever." Like, or they do like this kind of gag.
The gag of like someone that can like visually get your like measurements just from eyesight.
Also, yeah, Josuke has like incredible knowledge of like distances, and also he's able to like recall bird species, so
he has that journo mindset of just like knowing shit when he needs to know.
There is literally one part like way later on where we could have just like any other JoJo part, we would have just taken it for granted that the JoJo character knew about this random nature fact, but like it's later on with Planet Praiser when like they first meet Mamazuku. He like there's like a little thing where he explains like what the poison berries are.
Yeah, the U.
The U, yeah. And it's like you didn't need to. Like you could have just had Josuke know that these are poison berries. Like every other fucking like Giorno scene is just Giorno knowing random animal and nature facts.
And at least with Giorno, he, like since that's his stand, you can like understand why he put so much study into that to help.
That's true. I mean, that does make sense.
But yeah, but it's like the first fight, and it's like a very unique fight of just like he had someone above who had to put so much prep time into like getting his stand to work.
I really do love Ojiro as an antagonist. He's only shown a bit in like flashbacks with Kira, but he's so horrible.
Yes,
he literally murdered a woman.
Yes, he just watches her.
He drowns. So yeah, he's one thing I love about Ojiro. He describes himself as a surfer, and Kira's like, "That's not a profession.
Not a job.
What do you do for a living?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm a surfer." Like you're just a fucking lazy guy.
You're a loser. So, wait, are you man of the sea or do you live on the land?
That's classic. Are you a man of the land or are you a man of the sea? I love that. And
you make him bite his fingers off because that's how Kira does really. It's so funny, like the flashback, like we get the first like big Kira flashback. The first like one of the early things he does is just fuck with Ojiro. It's so fucking funny.
It's really hilarious.
He has his alarm goes off like time to make Ojiro fucking self panic and make him eat his fingers. But yeah, it just like really you get a tiny little bit of like Kira stuff and.
So okay, one other thing I wanted to mention. We mentioned it earlier, but so yeah, Ojiro makes a reference to the fact that he's had his stand forever, and he makes an offhand reference that his house that he grew up on was on like where the walleyes were. So immediately we're already getting this connection. Walleyes equal stand. Like
yes, it's a devil's palm. If you read Part 7, you understand what you're going with.
I think way later on, the rock people call them like blessed areas.
Yeah, well, they even make connections like especially through like the Rock Human Origin chapter and like a bunch of those later chapters.
I think that's the one.
They connect them to it.
Yeah. So fine, totally fine. Not gonna bitch about the walleyes ever again. Maybe in like an hour. Just let's check back on that. All right, so we do learn that like I think it's interesting that they don't go back and look until after this arc. So Josuke and Yasuo kind of have like a thing where Yasuo is like initially like really off put by him, but there's like this bit of like intrigue where she keeps like visiting him and she brings him like the funny little dumplings, the little sweet dumplings with soy sauce inside them or whatever.
Yeah.
But then we have this moment in the fight where she's like, "Fuck you, you're weird. You're like a creep. You're bondage." She found the bondage pictures.
Yeah, that Ojiro said, "Oh, I took those pictures, so it implanted them in there also,"
which is hilarious. I love that idea. Oh, there's another bondage reference too later with Dr. Wu. I'll mention that when we get to Dr. Wu in 4 hours. But yes, but then she has this moment where she like runs into friends. This is one of like the most weird scenes to me where Yasuo is like having a whole like emotional moment. She's like crying. She's like, why did I ever have interest in him? And then two girls appear. They're like, hey, want to go to the store? She's like, oh, hey guys. They take selfies. They like hang out for like a few seconds. Then she's like, why was I sad? She like literally forgets what she's doing.
I have friends, even though in most flashbacks I don't.
It's very interesting that she just has like two girlfriends that show up. But then she's like, all right, I'll go back and help. And she kind of helps. It's more just like inspiring Josuke to like take action, and he uses soft and wet in some really fun ways in this fight.
The friction, which is like his original super, and
the friction thing is great. The removing sound is great. I wish that this power system was still like this.
I know, instead of just bubbles, just bubbles.
So if I had to describe Josuke's power in a sentence, I would say soft and wet manipulates objects, period. Like, that's all I would say, because that's like all it does, really. Like, it can just like lift and control things.
He can manipulate the aspect of a physical surface or a physical person of an object. He basically just like he can
move stuff. He can like transfer stuff with bubbles.
Yeah, because Kira still had the Killer Queen essentially of just like the bubbles that exploded. And soft and wet that Jofume had basically just had
the plunder. It was as it's known by the fans, the plunder ability, where it's like the removal of something from something else.
Yes.
Which we see illustrated as a bunch of pepper gets in his ramen and he removes the pepper.
Yes.
Seamlessly.
So, but yeah, then we basically kind of get like a quick epilogue of like where they're gonna go from here, essentially. And it basically goes to the Hishikata family intro, essentially, right?
Oh wait, sorry. The one thing I want to say before we do that, they do return to the place, the spring. They refer to it as the spring.
Oh right, they do find the body
where Josuke was found, and they find Kira's body, and they say that it's been there for 3 days.
No balls.
No balls. So yeah, this is very important for the plot. Kira is
confirmed
dead, and so that is like an action that ripples. Like, this has like ripple effects for the story in a really interesting way.
You kind of he has no balls or anything. He might, and like the eyes and everything, and the tongue.
Yeah, we start to see. We don't see the eyes and tongue until the Born This Way fight.
Yeah, but
that's like very soon.
Yeah, but it's still, it's like he's two pieces fused together. People.
Yeah. Okay. So, and that's basically how that ends. I think the soft and wet arc is like a really good starting point.
Yes, I do like how they bring up Kira being confirmed dead, like as well, like a couple times.
Besides Yasuo, the Yasuo Hirose, which is a Koichi reference.
Yes.
Kira is like such an immediate, like actual parallel, because like we had the biggest one that we just came off of, if you're like thinking about Steel Ball Run, is Seeing the World. Like, that was such an on the nose. There wasn't really like a parallel that close.
Yes.
And then now we go right into part 8, and it's Kira. It's fucking Kira. It's Yoshikage.
Kira looks completely different. Kind of like how Dio doesn't really look too much like Dio in the early parts. Like, he had like the same colored hair, but for the most part, you can like distinctly like pick out Diego.
Yeah.
And it's just like the stand looks the same. As we see later on, like Killer Queen looks exactly the same too.
Yeah, Killer Queen is just Killer Queen.
And it's interesting to hit for just technically Kira just to be a Joestar, which is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's really cool.
Really cool. Yeah, I want to talk about that when we get to the family tree stuff.
Yeah.
Which will be really soon. But so then, yeah, the next thing we see, it's very, at first it's like a fucking non sequitur that Norisuke adopts Josuke.
Oh wait, also the name Josuke is is picked because he looked like Yasuo's dog.
Yes, which is hysterical. And also later on, Norisuke says like he makes the same reference and says like it's a fitting name or something. Like
it's like.
It's very funny.
it's like when Megumin picked out like Kazuma's sword in Konosuba, where it's just Chichimaru. Like, wait, what? Is it like my dog? It's gonna be my dog's name. It's a stupid name you just get picked out. You don't really have a choice in the matter instead of just going with like the name you find.
It's really funny.
He could have just been called Kira, or because later on he like calls himself Jofume a couple times too.
It's true, yeah. Later on, he really seems to identify as Jofume.
He technically is more Jofume than Kira.
It's true. But it's interesting too because we have this moment early on where he's like, before he knows about the fusion stuff and even like the apartment, he's like, "Am I Kira? Like, am I really this creep guy?" Like, I really like that idea of having no memory and realizing that your identity is like a bad person, like a creep that's like horrible and terrible.
It's an interesting trope. It's like it's a trope of like bad guy like loses memory, kind of like soon like learns how fucked up they were, and like but this is like it's not usually like, you know, do they gain their memory back or don't they? And that's kind of like the conflict for those stuff.
Yeah,
but yeah, we get the introduction to like all basically the almost all the family at least. We have the weird the most unsafe car ride.
I absolutely love this scene. When Norisuke is driving Josuke and Yasuo, he's like, "All right, pick one of these two objects," and he holds like
a robot
toy and a teddy bear, or it's like a cute like fluff. Like,
yeah, it's a plushie,
and it's like, okay, so
you're a Yankee.
He takes the bear, and then Norisuke's like, you're a Yankee,
just like that Toru who's a Yankee as the with the teddy bear arm.
True, actually true.
It's not foreshadow at all.
Maybe it is.
Not.
No, but so also there's a hilarious reference where he's like, "I bet you like having your shoes off too," and Josuke just has his shoes off in the car, and he's like feeling the texture of the rug. I just love the scene.
Yeah, she goes, "Oh, I'm gonna take my shoes off too."
Yeah, Yasuo has this scene where she's like, "Oh, I guess I'll take my shoes off too." Like,
but they learn like, yeah, Gabby like to have his shoes on for like or get replacement shoes as quick as possible.
Yeah. So then we get to the house and we see the whole family, as you said. We see Mitsuba, we see Jobin, we see Saruki.
Early Mitsuba and early Jobin.
Early Jobin looks so weird. He looks really jank. Early Mitsuba is like, I can kind of see what they're going with, but
just to see her design then and now is like night and day. They're like two different people.
It's very true. Also, I have to say, we're 30 minutes in and we were just talking about the second arc. I love it. Well, hold on, wait. So we're talking about
the introduction to the family.
Okay, so we get like this hilarious fucking reference, or not even reference. It's a hilarious scene where Norisuke is being like, "Oh, look at my family. Don't go upstairs. Never fucking go upstairs into my private study.
Don't touch it."
Literally, it's just like
that's my special gem. Do not touch it.
Early Norisuke is so funny because they give him like these sinister moments.
He's such like one of my favorite characters that kind of just like.
He stops existing.
He stops existing, then comes. He chimes in every once in a while, but it stops being like a focus, like a main character. A lot of characters in it just stop being main characters.
Yeah, I want to bring that
up. Become main characters.
I want to bring that up, like especially in the King Nothing like fight with Yasuo, because it's like it feels like the world changes in that moment, and then like. It never, like, we never actually revisit this idea of, like, how different the world is for these characters.
So, basically, you know, we got the oldest daughter, a model, you know, her and Joshu kind of have a nice, like, probably the only time I like Joshu is when he's interacting with her, because they have such a nice, loving relationship between the two.
Hato and Joshu's relationship is so surprising, because you would think that Joshu is just, like, a shit to everyone, but they, like, so they're the closest in age, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Wait, actually, no, they're not, because it's probably Joshu and Daya. They're probably the closest in age.
Maybe.
Joshu's 19, Daya's 16.
Because Hata's the only one that remembers her mom as well.
Yeah, besides Mr. Jobin. But
yeah, they're like really fun together. Even like all the gags, like they're together. It's always like really nice and wholesome, like them actually getting along. And then like I like this. Then I see Joshu, I'm like, oh yeah, he's terrible.
I have to say, I kind of warmed up a little bit in Joshu on this. He's an asshole, but he's like, I like watching him being an asshole. Like, kind of, sometimes. There's some scenes where I'm like, okay, that's like, fuck you, I hate you. But the Milagro Man arc is like a really fun little, like, transitionary arc. Like,
But yeah, we get Daya, the legally blind one that's also a sexual deviant.
Daya's vision is so fucking random. Sometimes she's able to, like, discern things. Other times, like, Josuke is, like, 2 feet in front of her, and she's like, Josuke, are you there? It's like... He's literally...
I just memorized the entire layout of the house.
How do you, like, recognize humans?
But I also can notice when things are off, because this is my blind. But yeah, so, and then... I think they mention Sarugi, but they don't really go into detail with Sarugi, Mitsuba, or Jobin at all.
Yeah, we really just get, like, the kids, like, the younger kids are the focus here. Specifically, I thought it's so funny, even on rewatch, like, or reread, that Daya is the character that gets, like, initial focus. Like, more so than Norisuke, more so than, like, Joshu even.
Yes.
Daya is the one that gets, like, the spotlight here.
But
and this the California King Bed arc, or we'll call it.
Let's get the family photo, which I do like Josuke, like, bringing Yasuo into it.
I also love they don't take the photo, because Jobin's not there. Joshu is like, Jobin's not here. Let's not do the photo. And then they're like, all right. And they're all sad.
You know, that's why I wanted the very... Because, like, I think I mentioned how, like, at the very end, I wanted him to bring Yasuo with him to the family, like, when he was eating with everybody. Or about the... Because, like, I would have been a nice little parallel to this, where, like, he brought her into, like, the family photo, because that's, like, the person he considers family the most right now.
Yeah.
And, like, would have been just a nice, like, early to end, like, he wants Yasuo to be with him, like...
Yeah, unfortunately, their, like, romantic subplot is, like...
dropped.
Extremely... I wouldn't say dropped. I would say it's, like, extremely backseat to, like, literally everything
it's not a drop, but then, like, the one hint of romance comes out of nowhere where, like, she doesn't... for what he, like, treated her, like, towards the end of there.
Yeah, it's a little fucked.
Yeah.
There's also... Okay, so, yeah... Sorry, wait, I'm looking at the ages.
Are we talking about...
Joshu's 18, Dai is 16, so they are the closest in age.
Okay.
Hato's 24.
And Jobin's...
29?
Okay.
Thank God I'm not as old as Jobin. I'm gonna kill myself when I'm as old as Jobin. And haven't started my fruit empire yet?
If only we could look nearly as you know, pretty as Jobin.
If I could look like Jobin...
And his weird hair.
I would be happy, man. If I could just become Jobin, that'd be cool.
Beetle Empire.
So, I can't wait to talk about that. So, okay, ultimately, like, there's also this mystery, like, early JoJolion does really good with, like, introducing a mystery or, like, a little symbol and then paying it off. Like,
yeah.
There is, of course, like, we have, like, the bite marks that we were just hanging on for years, but there is a symbol in Kira's apartment. No, it's actually on his arm.
He's on Kira's arm.
And Joshu is like memorize her. Joshu, Jesus, this is gonna be bad. I'm gonna say
Gappy.
But I like saying Josuke. Gappy is like it's like a slang name.
But just so you don't get tongue tied, though.
Josuke sees the symbol on Kira's arm, and it like he also notices it on the stairwell that he's not supposed to go up. So we immediately have like this nice little mystery.
So the next big mystery is getting upstairs and see what's upstairs.
And so
that's very not well guarded.
Fittingly, California Kingbed's power is that it removes your memories. One at a time.
If you don't like
step on her shadow.
No, step on her shadow fixes it. But no, if you go against her or if you worry about her, I think she said like.
Yeah, I think. Well, I'm not sure if that's like a stand condition or if that's just a game that she's playing and she's just being a dick.
Because she tells you the way to fix the get your memory back is to just step on her shadow. But if you like worry about her or fret over her, you get a memory taken from her.
I thought I interpreted that as just her being playful and being like a dick.
I think there has to be an activation through it of just like
that does make sense too. I just didn't see it that way.
She gives you a task essentially.
Yeah,
but she's also a sexual deviant, just like her brother.
She is like so fucking horny for Josuke. It's crazy. It is crazy.
I was like kind of unsettled about like all this.
It is much. It is very much. Like Josuke is just getting fondled like the whole time. She's like always, even later on we see, even like the final panel, she literally wraps her arm around Josuke. Oh my god, it's gonna happen a million times. Like she loves Josuke and she's always hugging him and touching him.
Other than I guess he just by appearance, because he's like said like no words to her like at all really, and then she just fell in love with him instantly.
It's really weird. It's almost like she has like no other men in her life that she has like a romantic partnership like potential with. So
but I guess she didn't really go to school, so I guess she just like
but so we have this whole arc of like
Josuke trying to losing it. He lost like the memory of like Yasuo.
So first it's the symbol. So his whole drive is like I need to get upstairs to figure out what this symbol is that I keep seeing everywhere. And then that's the first thing she takes out. So he doesn't even care about that anymore.
Yeah.
Then he's like, "Oh my god, I'm being attacked by her. I need to call Yasuo." She takes Yasuo out. Then she takes his stand out, which is like crazy.
Because he tried to trick her a couple of times. Not the actual stand, but just like the memory
of the stand. Yeah.
And then of course he beats her by like doing the most massive prep time like strat ever and just like put her phone in the fridge and then have my bubbles go off as well.
It's really good. I mean, I actually really like how this arc is concluded.
It's literal 4D chess with a chess theme stand.
Yeah, I think California Kingbed is one of those stands that like feels like it's setting up so much. Like the idea of removing memories in a part where the main character's whole thing is that he doesn't remember anything, it feels like it's going to come back in a major way.
Yeah. I love the part where Norisuke like almost walks in like on like Daya trying to have sex with Josuke.
It is crazy. And he's like furious. Norisuke is like...
Like he forgets about that.
He's like, literally, I invited you into my house this morning, and you're trying to fuck my daughter?
To be fair, she's trying to fuck me.
Honestly, yeah. Well, he does kind of like lead her on, though. There's a scene where he kind of leads her on.
I think he tries it just so he can get her shadow, because that's like literally his strategy is to try to step on her shadow. On like, cause she like notice every time he like takes the light off or like turns the light on or something to like try to manipulate shadow, that she just knows.
It's funny because she does, but then what she so okay, the one scene he turns the light off and she's like, Josuke, did you turn the light off? I can't see. So then she goes over and she's like, oh, you did, and then she hits the light like 30 times, like. She must just be confusing herself. It shows like tap, 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 tap. Like, why is she turning the light on and off like a million times? It would just be confusing. I don't know. I thought that was funny.
But I love the way the fight ends, and then he basically does like the part 4 thing. I beat you. You're my friend now forever, and you do everything I have to say now.
Literally, and then she's such a cuck. She's like, yeah.
She's a simp.
She's a simp, yeah.
She just becomes a simp for Gappy, and then he gets the family tree stuff.
Yeah, there's a few little other things too. We see Yasuo's mom is like totally fucking
her gamer
wasted.
mom.
Her gamer mom is totally wasted at like 2 in the afternoon. So there's a whole thing like early. I forgot that in the first half of part 8, Yasuo and Gappy meet like once, and then they don't meet again until like the demo fight or something.
It's literally like a reveal of like, oh, Josuke, I haven't heard from you forever. I was worried about you.
And then he just ditches her all the time.
The one time she's actually in school, I think he like, calls her.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that thing that like they go to once.
Because yeah, he wants to call. So we have this other thing set up too, where Norisuke like tells Kei Nijimura, who we're gonna call Kei, not Kyo, because apparently her name's Kei. He tells Kei to tell Yasuo, do not ever come back to this estate. Don't talk to my family again. Like, which is really weird because she and Joshi have been friends since they were children.
Yeah.
And he's just like very skeptical of her. Also, I want to bring up again. It feels so fucking random that Norisuke adopts Josuke. This is addressed later, but
yes,
it is literally like, who are you?
Also, he actually like says like, "Oh, you're Joshu's girlfriend," and I'm just like, then why would if you called her that, then you also banned her from your house? If you had that thought of her actually being that,
there's kind of a running joke where literally when every character meets Yasuo, they're like, "Oh yeah, you're Joshu's girlfriend, right?" Like Mitsuba does it in like chapter 80. Like this literally happens like with every character.
God.
Which is horrifying. I can only imagine the terror of that.
Yeah.
We also get the tease, so Yasuo spends like hundreds or like thousands and thousands of yen to do a DNA test, which comes back as like it's like Kira's DNA and Josuke's DNA are like a 95% match kind of thing.
And then we get the family tree stuff where you learn about...
So wait, sorry, we learned that the symbol is a publisher's mark.
Yes.
This is like really random to me. I totally forgot about this.
That's why Kira had that marker tattoo, I guess, on him.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he had the fucking mark on his body. That's kind of random.
I don't think we see that in... Nope. No, in the flashbacks.
I could not recall seeing that.
He had long sleeves, I guess.
So what we end up learning here... So this is kind of interesting. There's like... So Kira snuck in to the house and replaced this book. So there is information about his family that he wanted to obfuscate from their official family records.
To protect his sister.
Yes. Which we learn Kei. Shortly, we learn Kei is a Joestar.
Yes.
Or Joestar Kira, whatever.
Kira Joestar, sure.
Which is pretty crazy, because you're just like, whoa.
And the Joseph family tree thing still lines up for how it was later on, was like, Joseph having a brother and sister, which is like my vision for JoJoland, of like one of those descendants.
It's true, it could happen.
I'm holding out for that.
The family tree reveal in particular feels like this humongous early moment, where it's like, it just, when I saw that, I was so excited.
Wait, did the rest of JoJo happen in between 7 and 8?
Like, literally all of JoJo.
Did this... If you do meet the Joseph, which I'm assuming he doesn't actually fight any of the Pillar Men or, like, rock human men.
Because didn't we get... Hold on, wait. I have to...
Because we see... what's it called? Like, we see the Suzy Q on there. We see like, basically all the characters in the family tree we've seen in, like, the original parts, which is really cool.
Yeah, it's just like, I'm trying to pull the...
Jim, get that Flashback Man off my screen.
Why is Flashback Man here?
Get him away. Get him out of here.
I can't find... Wait.
Open image in tab.
Wait, open link in tab.
There you
open
go.
Image in tab.
There, Jimmy, you gotta learn how to use Google Images. Enhance.
It's unfortunately the tiniest image I've ever seen.
Enhance. But
Google, show me this guy's balls. Oh, here it is.
Jarvis, can you load up the family tree from the Joestars?
Okay.
Thanks, Jarvis. So.
Yeah, we basically just see that there has been like many generations between the what's it called? What's his name? The Norisuke that was in part 7.
Yes.
And it just kind of goes into this whole thing of like, why is there mystery around like these certain family members? Like, why is it not? The one thing that's weird, it doesn't list the characters that aren't like the firstborn sometimes, and it's like, why is there such a emphasis being placed on the firstborn of this line, like, which we do get answers to.
Yes.
But yeah, so it's, as I said, it's just like a big watershed moment where it's like, I feel like so many mysteries are being created when you look at this.
Yes. And like, we're not forgetting about Johnny, and you find out Johnny actually married the daughter of the winner of the Steel Ball Run race.
Yeah, which is like crazy because like part 7 ends with just like
Johnny going with the corpse to bring it back to Gyro's corpse to bring it back home.
Yeah, which we actually do get like a reference to later.
Yes.
One of the few things that Araki's consistent on.
Did you know the child that died from a cold was actually looked at Toru? That's why he caught the cold and died. Calamities, Jim. The flow of calamities got that child.
I'm trying to find. Hold on. So this stuff is actually kind of part of the Born This Way arc.
Born This Way is next, right?
Yeah, but this information is kind of in like the Born This Way arc. So yeah, we learn about Rina, who is the daughter of the
first Norisuke.
Norisuke Higashikata 1. How did he marry Johnny? We have this whole thing where we see like the name Joestar, we see the name Joseph Joestar, George Joestar, like, and then
we see all the members we've seen throughout the original journey.
Yeah, and interestingly, it literally will just say like male or female for like the other
siblings.
It only cares about the firstborn.
Yes.
Which is extremely important actually. But so Josuke like does this stuff with Daya. Like he just hangs out with Daya in these scenes.
Hey Daya, do you know about the Joestars? No, never heard of them. I can't see shit. Look at my boobs, Josuke.
Also, she has big boobs.
No shit.
But so this kind of like transitions really well into the Born This Way arc, but I do want to talk about this arc a little bit first. The one thing that I really love about this California King Bed arc is that it's like using this new super low stakes like stand battle setting, but the way that Araki just conveys it with so much seriousness, it feels like the end of the world. And I think a lot of early Part 8 fights have this energy, and it's great.
Yeah. Well, the Born This Way felt like more of like a Part 4 stand of just like, it feels like one of those urban legend things that just kind of happens to him, like this weird like force of nature, more so than like actually, a stand battle. Like it felt like Highway Star kind of, where he's trying to outrun and try to figure out like the gimmick to it. And I love it. It also like the introduction to Paisley Park as well to like help him navigate.
Yeah, okay, so we're jumping to...
Yeah.
So Born This Way. I just want to say before we move on, because I'm just looking at some of the chapter pages for...
You have the notes, Save you anything, like, anything else, let me know.
There is such a focus on Josuke's identity within this arc.
Yeah, we said this a lot.
It is, like, such a driving force for everything he's doing. It's like, that's why he, like, seeks out the symbol. That's why he seeks out the, the family tree.
Yes. This is also relevant for later on, but I think another thing we mentioned is just like, so he's trying to get to the hospital to meet with Holly. And
so once he sees the family tree, that's like his next goal.
Yeah, but we're talking about like, man, remember how Josuke got to he should kind of say like an instant and like
at the very end,
from the hospital to the estate in less than a few minutes. But like,
so the weird thing is
he's like walking to the hospital, but they said like it's not that far of a walk. Even though on the volumes there's a giant map of Moria where you can see from like where this is and where that is, and it's like so far away.
Basically, they're on two opposite sides of town.
Yes,
but within this arc, within the Born This Way arc, Yasuo does say, use your GPS to get from the house to the hospital. It should take about 5 minutes.
That's bullshit.
That is insane.
It's bullshit.
That is, the city's like made of like, it's like a 4-dimensional like wormhole that they like step in to just completely like teleport. Whatever. So
yeah, basically the fights. Yeah, sees the motorcycle man that's like chasing him around and everything, and like it's also very cold as well.
I really do like this arc a lot because it's just like Josuke is having such a difficulty with the GPS.
Yes,
it feels like such an early phone thing, like. Because if you think about when this came out, I like iPhones had just come out, what, like 3 years before this?
The weird thing is just cell phones in this part in general, because some are like more like modern, some, because it's basically 2011.
Yes.
Some are like very modern, and then even in flashback when they were kids, they have like modern cell phones.
Yeah, which is, it's crazy. But so yeah, like the GPS is like completely like being annoying, which we learn is actually Paisley Park working subconsciously.
Sure. Yasuo could not use Paisley Park consciously until the very end. Pretty much.
There's like just, I mean, there's not too much to say about this arc because a lot of it is, this is kind of like the first like fight, like real fight.
Like I said, it feels like
Highway Star.
Yeah, Highway Star, where it's just like it's more so him trying to run away from it and get to an objective more so than like thinking for like an hour straight.
It's funny because it does have a motorcycle too, like Highway Star.
Yeah, the motorcycle
just used in a different way.
He has like messing with strangers as well. And like it's just like also just a really cool thing of just like when you open stuff it comes out of, and then like the part like where you have to reach the hospital with the taxi and everything.
One of my favorite, like that's what, like I don't have too much to say about this except I love the whole like structure of it. Like I love the activation.
The pen.
The pen is like literally one of my favorite JoJo moments where Kei throws the pen at Josuke and it opens, activating the stand. The whole part with the so I just want to go like really quick.
I was just trying to it burns rubber like on his head too.
The part when he like encounters that little old lady that's eating ramen and she gets like frozen over. It's just funny.
It's
like,
a gag.
It's a funny little gag. I love him like running through houses. It's like Ferris Bueller energy. Like he's just kind of running through property and shit. It's just fun. And also the part when the taxi opens and he just gets completely like destroyed. He's being like knocked back. They slide for like 100 feet.
I also just love it's like a stand that has a helmet on, so you just like knock the helmet off to actually like just try to do damage to it.
Yeah, it's just Born This Way is so cool. It wasn't at the time of publication. It was called Going Underground, I believe. Yeah,
but we got the superior name of Born This Way.
Very good. And they did so. Kei's little, because she's dressed up like a mage. She has like little
pins, like very Jotaro like pins.
Yeah. And they're like UG initially, the initials UG, but then they're just dropped later on.
But yeah, but basically
when the stand is renamed.
The biggest reveal you see first of all is like the birthmark on her shoulder, and you find out she's Kira's sister, and like basically that she's Jotaro, she's a Kujo.
Wait, she doesn't have a birthmark, does she?
She does have a birthmark because he grabs her by the shirt, and you see like the birthmark.
Am I crazy? But Kira doesn't have a birthmark.
Yes, that's a very weird. At least we thought that we've seen. But yeah, she has a birthmark.
We are confirmed Kira doesn't have a birthmark. We see times where we should see it.
But
I need to.
Yeah, she has a birthmark. That's one of the big things. Like when he grabs her, saying, "Why are you attacking me?" Her shirt like goes down a little bit. You can see a birthmark.
Well, we do know she is literally a Joestar.
Yes.
I just need to confirm this because I feel like this is great. Like I read so much fucking JoJolion in the past 2 weeks that I've forgotten tiny little details. Oh, so while this is happening, let me just mention we are getting all of this. So Yasuo literally does go and meets Holly. This is the first time we see Holly.
Oh, she doesn't know it's Holly though.
Yeah, because Yasuo is, like, as we said earlier, very disconnected with Josuke's story. They always keep having these like near misses where they almost see each other, but they don't quite.
She looks like a porn actress that Holly saw. Remember?
So yeah, she just has porn. Like she just has fucking porn mags under her thing, like under her bed. It's very strange.
Very strange.
Also, it's really funny when he does punch in the face. Oh, you are right. She does have a birthmark.
Yes, I know. This is one thing I'm very sure of.
Because that's why I was like, but it's weird that Kira doesn't have one. Because he should, unless it's somewhere else.
Didn't Jofume have one in the picture?
Jofume. Okay, I will get to that. Jofume. That is. I don't think that's an accident. I think that Jofume is literally supposed to have the birthmark.
Because isn't he like pretty much shown to be a descendant of Joseph?
Not a.
Or named after? No, because
he's named after Joseph, but
he could be a bastard child
the reason why he's named after Joseph is because his parents found a sandal with his name on it.
But for all we know, just like how Joseph was, he could have been
Joseph could be his grandfather. We'll talk about that.
Yes.
But so yeah, you are right. Sorry, I was wrong.
Oh,
The rare time where I admit that I'm wrong. So this is just a really cool. I mean, I don't have much to say except I love this fight. I love Kay as a character,
and
she's extremely emotional. She's like,
yes,
her goal here is to prevent Josuke from getting to Holly because she's afraid of Holly's safety.
Yes, so
she's been deep undercover. Yeah, basically.
But I do like just like if she's that important, like if you really, really don't want me to see her, then I won't see her. But
I really like that. Like early Josuke has a lot of character.
Yes,
and I think unfortunately the fights just get really dense later. And we don't get chances for Josuke to communicate.
Yes. When we talk about Wonder Review, there's something that, like, I mean, even like when we talked about it like monthly, I really wanted them to do instead, but...
So we also do get this is kind of the first confirmation that we see, like, Josuke's, like, the split eyes, and his tongue is, like, split in half as well.
Because, yeah, basically she shows him, like, the famous tangerine...
Well, not yet. That's a little bit later. That's, like...
Because he never goes to the hospital, does he?
He doesn't. No, all the Holly stuff we see is Yasuo.
Yeah,
meeting her. I believe I'm checking right now. So it's funny because Yasuo meets her, leaves, and then. Do you remember this really weird scene where Yasuo like gets hit by a stretcher, and then there's these two burly security guard guys that are like
they drag her out? Oh yeah, because she wasn't supposed to be meeting Holly. Only family are allowed to see her.
Yeah, but there's like this really weird scene where these two guys like throw her on a stretcher and bring her back into the hospital, and it has like. A weird assault connotation.
I thought that was supposed to be like Paisley Park navigating her to Holly.
Maybe. I mean, we do see Paisley Park do things. Because
that was supposed to be like, because she's like, oh, because she goes in there. She wanted to find out like Holly or something. And she gets basically that's her way in there, but then it gets immediately taken out after after they find her out.
Mm-hmm. It's just like the way that's presented. It's like
this is before like Paisley Park creepy. Like actually had like some kind of control over it, or when she lost control of it again because she's able to control it with a kid.
Yeah. Okay, but then, I think that's all we really get is like this kind of tease that Holly has like some weird sickness.
Yeah,
I think it does go into a little bit. It says like
about her brain and everything.
So it says not only her brain, but it's her kidney, lungs, and gallbladder have sections missing.
Yes.
So, I think maybe you'll bring it up later, but like, I was under the impression here that Holly is experiencing the rock sickness.
But they also I think explain later on that it was the League of Evil Rock Doctors
using the JOKAKAKA.
Yeah, as her as a test subject.
But what I want to bring up now, because I think it's relevant, because we're talking about Holly for the first time. So Johnny Joestar's son.
Yes.
George Joestar has the rock sickness.
Yes.
So that means that the rock sickness... Well, I mean, to me it makes sense. The rock sickness would also be in the Joestar bloodline as well.
But that would have been mentioned. It only happened to George, but then somehow the Hishikata family got it instead, though.
Well, they had it because it was... So think of it as like... Norisuke 1 has like 2 branches. He has his daughter, Rina, who has the Joestar family line, and then he has another daughter, presumably, or son, I can't remember. Probably son,
because he had the Heat.
Oh, yeah, it's Norisuke too, I guess, who has the Higashikata family line.
Yeah.
So we know the Higashikatas have it, but we also see the Joestars have it. And something else that we see is that it's not just men. I was under this false impression for the longest time
it's the firstborn.
It is the firstborn of either one. With men that we know it generally affects them at age 11, but with women it seems to like be prolonged because Rina is the one that has the sickness at first.
Yes.
And he transfers it to
George. Yeah, so he
accidentally.
So I guess technically since she had it first in the way of curing, he did technically cure her, that it was just going to affect the next line of her family, I'm assuming, and not the Joestar side.
Maybe it's just, to me it's like
it's a weird like family curse or like last name curse, I guess. I don't know. It's weird
because to me it kind of makes sense because we see that it affects women later in life.
You would think so, but then like maybe it would have been explained like, oh, Kira had it, or
you'd think,
or even when Joseph had it, or something like that. But it's weirdly only affects the Hishikata side at that point.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's just like I was initially reading this. I was like, so is this just like for women? It seems to be a later onset thing because Rina was like an adult woman when she started getting the sickness, but I guess not. I guess it is just fucking JOKAKAKA
Sure.
JOKAKAKA.
Sure.
Specifically, what is it? JOKAKAKA 62651?
626, I don't know.
All right, whatever. Sorry, jumping back to Born This Way, we have the scene you mentioned with the tangerine.
The famous scene.
Lemons and tangerines, extremely iconic.
Basically says, you're Kira, but where's your other half, essentially?
This scene is so emotional. Josuke literally starts fucking crying. He, like, grabs her. He's like, who am I? Like, Josuke's identity is so important in the first part of JoJolion. Where does it go?
I guess calamities. Hits calamities and goes away.
A calamity happens, and he freaking gets sick. He gets sick with the plot sickness.
The planet praiser takes it all away. Because it kind of goes away after he meets them.
Planet Praiser does represent a very interesting shift in priorities for the part.
But we'll get there in 2 hours.
I'm working on it.
We're only an hour in. We're only at what's after Born This Way? Is that the architect already? Is it?
There's a no. There is a shakedown road that we have to get to.
That's right.
So
it's so funny we don't get into actual like part threats this far.
Let me just see if I missed anything. So I took really big notes and I'm not really looking at them. Jesus, we're only on
Shakedown Road, aka the other Johnny Joestar origin.
Let me see. Okay, we talked about lemon tangerine.
Tangelos.
So this is where we get introduced that the family has always been aware of the powers of the soil.
Yes.
The equivalent exchange, as it's called. They talk about like the shrine under the pine. There's like that lone pine.
Basically, where they sacrifice one for another.
Yeah, he's really. So one thing that I really connected with emotionally was there's a scene where Josuke is literally like destroyed at the idea that he doesn't have a past. And there's parts in this arc too. This is what I love about early JoJolion. Even in the fight, Born This Way, he like passes some like picture frames of like a family. And he's thinking like, I don't have anyone. Like no one is out there looking for me. I don't have memories. I don't have a past. And there's so many stories that do like memory loss plots.
Yes.
I've never connected with one this much before. It really is like, it torments Josuke.
Yes.
That he has no past.
Yes. He has no memories, no past. Like he
has no connections.
No one, and like neither half of who he is are looking for him. Like other than the Kira side, are like they find out that he's actually dead. So like he's like okay, and Holly. I have a sister, which I kind of wish they went more into like he has a sister now or a half sister, I guess technically, but like.
Literally, she just attacks him and then plot dumps, and then we don't see her for a very long time.
Because there's the mom that probably would be looking for him if she wasn't, basically stuck into the hospital. And then like the other half, he had no idea. No one's looking for that half, so it's a complete mystery.
Yeah, I just think like this arc is so good.
Yes.
It really gives like it's such a surprising arc. Like there's so many big reveals here. Early on. This is what I love about early JoJolion. We get these big mysteries, but we get these big reveals. Like, the tangerine and lemon thing is basically just confirming that he's a fusion. So early. And it's great.
Yes. And, yeah. So, she goes away to fade into obscurity, and then we get to Shakedown Road. where the only time, like, oh, Josuke, I want to go to school. And then they never go to school.
Literally never. Well, he does do the test, and he does really well, apparently.
But yeah, they go to Shakedown Road. Basically, it's just like a scam road. Everybody in the town knows how to use it and get money off of people. But basically, this is what's it called? This is the origin of Nut King Call, I believe.
So wait, I do want to say this is the epic pancake breakfast. A hilarious joke that I love is that Hato is such an idiot she didn't get a passport, so they were going to go to Hawaii. But because she forgot to get a passport, they cannot go. Yeah. So they just all put on swimsuits and ate pancakes.
Daya's huge fucking boobs are just hanging out.
Her big badoinkers. Yeah, and I think this might be the scene where Joshu says he's an atheist. I might be wrong.
It is.
Very funny. But
Josuke's like, I want to go to school and I want a cell phone. Like, you can go to school, but I'm not sure about a cell phone. Joshu, take Josuke to school with you. Like, that's how that works?
Josuke. So this is kind of like this reference to Josuke having like the weird number thing. He does like a practice test to like, I guess, see his grade, what grade level he's in. And he does like perfectly. He's able to like, he knows geometry extremely well. Joshu is like shocked that he's like way smarter than him. He does the funny sad Joshu face that I love so much, where he's like, huh? Then yeah, we're at the fucking road, and yeah, as you said, like it's like they scam you. Joshu basically forces them to go because he's like, I want to get my money back. Like, I got scammed here a few years back. I want to get my money.
Basically, there's some funny stuff with, like, you know, the drug dealers, and, like, they give a package to some big boobed lady to avoid the cops, and it's a whole schmaz.
I think that this arc is one of the reasons why I'm obsessed with early JoJolion. Like, it is so... I mean, we've seen non-stand users before with stands. They have
a town of normal people using a natural phenomenon, like a town stand.
Yeah, they have learned how to use the stand for their benefit.
Yeah.
We learned the stand is like basically a tree.
Yeah, it's an effect from like I think it's like maybe Johnny's stack, or like when he hid the corpse, or it basically was rolled from Johnny. Johnny did this. This is Johnny's fault.
And so the stand is La Filet, I think. La Flie. I can't speak French. But
look at me.
Literally what this stand does is it's a ginkgo tree, and the leaves have like these little stand guys under it, and then if you step on a leaf, they can like literally faster than the speed of light. Like,
it's literally
make you do something.
You know, it's literally, you want to see me touch that rock? You want to see me do it again?
It literally is. I mean, I don't have to say, I don't want to spend too much time on this arc other than say how much I love it. Because
none of it's really important. We get, like, you know, Nut King Call does Nut King Call early, and just like...
Oh, he does, yes. He has a scene where he's cornered by some of the
Because he grabs the package and runs away, and the thugs grab onto him, and they basically make him fall apart, and then they're fine shortly after.
This also does have, like, the big brain... what's it called? Like the big brain Josuke moment where he's like mid fight, mid like transfer. Because what they do is they like put the little box on the ground, or they like transfer money out of this little parcel really quick. Or it's not even whatever in the wallet. But Josuke does this like in the speed of light, like without even thinking about it.
The money with like leaves.
Yeah, with ginkgo leaves. Yeah.
But basically the most important stuff is at the end where like the old guy that was trying to scam them, that like, you murdered my turtle. He does like, I'm just gonna tell you, like, he's like, oh, like...
You want to know about Johnny Joestar?
He's like, oh, you have, like, I think I might be related to him. I have the same birthmark, apparently, kind of stuff. And just like, let me tell you the story free of charge, of course.
Well, actually.
Right, well
he does charge him at the end, but...
It tries to. Good luck with that.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I did forget. So, yeah, Joshu is a based atheist, and he's afraid of airplanes.
Atheist.
Based atheist. But
yeah, basically the meat of it is just what happened to Johnny Joestar.
Yeah, so we learned that Johnny died on November 11th of 1901.
Yeah.
I really love how nostalgic the Johnny stuff feels, because it's like, it's so crazy that we just get all this stuff with like the former JoJo. We don't really get that in many parts.
Minus Jotaro.
Yeah.
And Joseph.
Yeah, well, with them it's like... the whole thing is like he's like a character, but with this it's like we just get like a proper like sending off of Johnny.
I was kind of bummed. Like, man, I just wanted Johnny to live like a nice life and like not suffer for this, but like
unfortunately
the Joestar curse.
Yeah, the Joestars just have what is it? They live long enough to become a bad husband or die. and we see that he died. He's not a bad husband.
Yes, so. But yeah, just like you basically sacrifice himself. We mentioned earlier for his wife and kid, and basically become like a legend. And doing also like running away from the American government, trying to get their corpse parts back. Because I want to see Johnny sneak into the vault and like take out like the corpse part.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
But
so yeah, we just get like, I don't know, like it's just great. Like it's just a great little arc.
Yes.
It's kind of interesting how like Yasuo learns about Johnny Joestar also, so we get like a little bit more background into it, like the timing. Whereas the way that Josuke is told about it, it's like a legend. Like, these people just have this legend of Johnny Joestar Jizo or whatever.
Like, that's just a story. We don't know the truth, but how much truth is behind it, because it's been like a little like 100 years or so.
Over 100 years, yeah.
But yeah,
it's just, I mean, it's really good. Like, we already talked about it a bit, but yeah, like how he transferred. So he used the golden rotation to transfer this curse, and then the curse got transferred to his kid. So what he does is he transfers like it back to himself, which ends up killing him.
It's not like Josuke can learn the perk rotation to like do this as well.
Yeah, so, okay, I think it's a good time to talk about this.
With the speed?
Do you think that this is Toru?
With the rock?
The Rock, yeah. So Johnny Joestar transfers.
That was
does
weird.
He does the golden rotation with his son because George is sick with the sickness, and he ends up so he hits himself to like transfer it, and then he gets his face crushed with a big boulder.
Because instead of normally, which is like just your stand goes out of control, and you literally just like you basically mutate until you just die. It seems like, or you just turn to rock.
You do
completely.
just turn to stone, yeah.
Unless you're but the precondition that it's like your stand. As we learn with Tsurugi, is just like your stand goes out of control first of all, and like you turn like the origami kind of thing before you turn to stones. So Johnny would turn to little tusk or a tusk, and
or he just starts spinning.
Also, this is a funny thought I had. It was like so Jobin before because he got it rid of early before any of that happened. He would turn to like a Speed King looking motherfucker.
Maybe.
And so, just that thought, but yeah.
But so yeah.
But because we did learn Toru has at least been around since the 40s.
It's true.
So probably.
I think what maybe this is more supposed to represent is like calamity. We do see this connection. So like one of the final things that happens before he dies is we see the ginkgo leaves again. So this is really connecting.
It could have been the leaves.
I think for what I'm taking this as is like this whole thing, like it's showing that Johnny's effects have created the stand in the Shakedown Road. Like
yes,
this is like his result.
Yes.
So I don't know. Like I think maybe you could make it because we kind of learn at the very end. Calamity is a force that's separate of Toru. It just kind of exists in its own. And I don't think that it's
get there when we get there.
I
fucking hate Calamity's talking so much. Made me so tired of fucking reading Calamity's.
Well, I've got bad news for you,
know.
Bucko.
We have an hour for that.
So the one thing I want to bring up here is like flow is very important.
Yes.
In JoJolion.
Narusuke talks about flow a lot.
Yeah, we'll get to. I'm really excited for that chapter. But so yeah, flow is really important, and I think that like this is supposed to be because Johnny is like trying to like change the course of this curse. He is ultimately like countering. It's kind of like what Rai says with like the karma. He's like getting like a bad karmic reaction or whatever. Sam is shaking his head.
That whole karma thing, man.
And it's it's just like I don't know. I think this might be that. I don't want to say it's Toru because I don't want to bring Toru into the story.
I don't think Toru was an idea until later on. To be honest,
you might be true.
To be honest.
But so okay, wait. I think I want to.
And keep squeaking.
You're squeaking. Yeah, don't squeak so much.
I can't help it. This is a new chair you fucking put in here.
Well, stop squeaking. It's gonna show up on the audio.
Not my fault.
Yes, it is. You're literally squeaking.
This is a very movable. The chair's moving very easily.
It's a very movable chair, he says. All right. I think that kind of ends it. We get this funny scene at the very end where this man who's telling the story is like, "Hey, no, give me money," and Josuke's like, no.
Hey, fuck you. Motherfucker.
So okay, before we jump into the next thing, because it kind of goes right into the next, I want to take a quick break.
Okay.
So we'll be right back. And we're back. Okay, we're jumping right in to kind of a pivotal moment in early JoJolion.
The first rock human, the architect.
Yes, Yasuo, who is fine, I guess.
Fine, like yeah, whatever. He's Alright, he's a weirdo.
Before we really jump into this, I want to say, like, I think this early part of JoJolion is my favorite. Just the way that it's, like, kind of, like, contextualizing stand fights.
Yes.
And the mystery it's setting up is so intriguing to me. The fact that rock humans aren't mentioned at all in the beginning, too, is kind of based. I kind of like when there wasn't rock humans around. Because then it just becomes, like, oh, there's an evil enemy. Rather than, like, everyone is kind of operating by their own motives and doing strange things.
But I do like about these guys that they do have a strong connection to Gabby.
It is, yes. That is like, I think the part that won me back over was how deeply connected it is to his mystery.
Yes. That's like it's like. It's almost as if these guys should have been like the main threats and not the ones after it.
Yes. This arc. So the I Am a Rock arc. It is like massive developments in the story. We get like
Tsurugi.
Huge new. Yeah, Tsurugi. So okay.
Sexual deviant Tsurugi. Number 3 of the Hishikatas.
I'm shocked. I forgot about all these scenes. So
I really don't like Tsurugi in early JoJolion at all.
I kind of don't like Tsurugi.
Yeah.
Period. Full stop. Like, I think he is kind of like a horrible person.
Yes.
Actual murderer.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
runs in the family.
If you kill a rock human, is that murder?
I mean,
I would consider it murder.
I mean, he had this strategy ready to go, so maybe he did it before.
Well, so okay.
So okay, I don't like the weird sexual stuff he does with Yasuo. He's a 9-year-old.
He molests Yasuo. Like,
yes.
He literally kidnaps and like gropes her
multiple times, or even like in dire situations where they're trying to escape, he like licks her and like.
It's really uncomfortable, and this isn't like a one-time thing.
No,
this
like
is recurring.
I like Tsurugi when Tsurugi's like acting like a side character, like you know, a normal kid, maybe a slightly mature acting kid, but you know, still trying to deal with this like crisis of like I'm going to die if I don't get cured, or someone's going to die for me. So and like I like that when but like when he's like with Yasuo and like there's certain parts where he's fine with Yasuo, and like other times where he's just like, oh yeah, it's supposed to be a sexual creep with her, like, and also just like doesn't give a shit about Joshu too, which is hilarious.
So yeah, this is where we really start getting like the big dumps. So we learn about the rock curse. This is the first time we hear about the rock curse from Tsurugi. And how it affects both boys and girls, but boys at an earlier age, around 10. So we already have this, like, all right, Tsurugi is going to get the rock. Is
Paper Moon King first?
No, we don't see Paper Moon King. I don't think we see Paper Moon King.
I could have swore Paper Moon King was before this.
What do you mean, like
before the architect?
It might be. Hold on, wait. The chapter name might be Paper Moon King. Sorry. Sorry. Before Yasuo gets molested by Tsurugi, we see the Bling Baby.
Oh, fuck's sake.
The day after Johnny Joestar dies, by the way. Which
not important. It's just...
I interpret that as, I think Aeon Star had said, it's literally just like supposed to be like implying the fortune of the land. Like,
sure.
Fine. It's fucking fine. Okay, so yeah. This arc is called Paper Moon Deception. I kind of lump this in with the
architect, because it does flow into each other.
Yeah, sorry, that's my bad. This is like its own arc. I want to just talk about like this arc in itself first.
Yes.
In my notes I had it lumped together with
Tsurugi is weird, a creepy stalker, like literally like manipulating Yasuo into like coming back with him. It's just like I don't like this child.
It's really uncomfortable. It's like Tsurugi, I know, so later on in the story, Tsurugi is kind of given this, like, is he a villain? Is he a good guy? But, like, early on, he's just horrible.
Yes.
He's terrible. He's objectively a villain. But it's weird because halfway through, we start to see him, like, teaming up with the good guys and, like, questioning his dad. And
yeah, it's just, like, I don't like him being creepy with Yasuo. If it was just, like, a big sister, like, little brother, like, dynamic, fine.
Totally fucking
But, like, this is a fucking 9-year-old, like, wanting to like lick her and like
it's just bad and I don't like it.
Smell her.
Yeah, this is one of like the Iraqi missteps that I'm like, did we really need to do this?
You have Joshu for this.
Well, that's the problem. He just makes every Higashikata like a weird sexual deviant, like you said.
Hamel Hato is like the least.
It's just because she's the least developed character.
Exactly. And she's the one that bought a boyfriend talking about fucking him a lot.
That is a very funny scene. I do love that scene.
But, like, she's the least horniest one out of everybody, apparently. Because that's her first boyfriend she brought back home.
Literally. And she's, like, 23, I think I said earlier.
Something like that. But yeah, so basically, it's just, like I said, that's basically the entire arc and, like, fucking with Josuke and her.
Well, we also get the funny little recurring bit where I call it Paisley Plot. Paisley Park just finds where Josuke is and just basically makes him do things. Like, Josuke's just walking around town and Yasuo's in trouble. Paisley Park just finds him as, like, I should go look for Yasuo.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, two things. We'll get that. First one, she almost gets raped by Joshu.
Yes. Also hate the scene.
Fucking terrible.
Very much hate this scene.
Yes. And
this is like one of my least favorite arcs, maybe.
Oh, yeah. And don't forget, number 2 is what you said with Paisley Park having the ability to make people remember shit.
Yeah, Paisley plot just like literally makes
Can also
Josuke,
affect
like,
your memory.
remember.
Other than technology, can just make you remember shit.
The one aspect of this part that I enjoy of this arc rather is the horror of being a normal person being like attacked by a stand, which we know that Yasuo technically is a stand user, but she's not awakened yet, so
and
like she doesn't really know what's happening, and she's literally having like an existential crisis.
And she knows like he basically understands like when Tsurugi starts keeps following her, even though no one's watching this 9-year-old child.
So yeah, basically what happens is Tsurugi just makes her see everyone's face as this like hideous,
which everybody's wearing like. I guess you can't tell the clothes apart because everybody's still wearing the clothes they wear every day. It seems like so. If you like, maybe she could notice Josuke easier because he's the only person wearing a sailor suit in this town, or Joshu who wears the same outfit every day.
I think it's more just this general sense of disorientation has like fucked her up to the point where like. So yeah, we do have this scene. I feel like we need to address it. The part where Joshu misinterprets the literal word she says as she says Josuke, whatever, and he thinks that she's saying Joshu Suke, which is like I love you basically, or like so Joshu like does try to have sex with her, but she's unaware of what's happening. Uncomfortable. Then shortly after that, because she can't tell faces,
gives him brain damage.
She does. Oh my god, I forgot. She clobbers him with the toilet top,
toilet
lid rather, and he has a humongous fucking like
lump,
and he forgets too. He also forgot what happened, which is hilarious. But whatever, that's dumb. But no, she thinks that she's jumping into a police car because she's having.
Oh my god, that part! This is when Yasuo murdered like 2 people as well.
Yeah, so Paisley Park. This is kind of cool. Paisley Park like causes a car accident.
Yes.
And like literally might have killed these.
She ejects one person out of the windshield, which probably means they're dead.
Who are these people?
They're dead. They're horrible.
Are they like?
They're JoJo civilians. They're horrible, disgusting creatures.
Are they like weird, like sex pests? Like,
I mean, going by how probably like former residents of like the. Part 6, because you know we do know that the prison exists in Japan in this one, so they're probably like went to that prison and just you have to be a disgusting monster looking motherfucker to be there.
There is something just really funny to me that like Japan is a country that has like such a low crime rate and like
everybody's
such a
like
high
love
incarceration rate.
Japan loves their delinquents, man.
Well, okay, that there is like delinquent culture, but the fact that like so many people in Morio are like horrible degenerates is so funny to me because it's so like not the image of Japan that is normally presented of like everyone is like uniform. There's no like what is it the saying like the nail that sticks up gets hammered down.
It's funny because all the bad guys he has to have a lot of JoJo is like around the world, so like he doesn't have to be go with Japan with low crime rate. It's just like they're either like visitors or like they're just the delinquents of the neighborhood or like the one serial killer in your neighborhood.
Yeah. Another thing too. So not only does Tsurugi make Yasuo see the same face, even when she looks at her reflection, which that's why I like this arc as like a creepy horror. Like this arc really has like a horror.
She sees her mom and everything like that.
She also can't read. He changes everything she reads to like I think it's the word grape because she has like grape juice or something.
Fucking Tsurugi is the worst.
Tsurugi's horrible. Tsurugi's a fucking literal like bastard.
A dastard.
Okay, no, she's looking for the cafe. She's looking for.
Try to meet up with Josuke.
Yeah, and then so she sees every word as the cafe name, which is legitimately scary. Sad, and
I'm sorry for Tsurugi stand, but early Tsurugi is fucked up. Like
I'm not sorry for Tsurugi stands. Why do you like this character?
This funny child is funny. Does origami.
Let me see. Yeah, we get like.
But then basically he brings her back because she literally gives up and just goes back to the estate with him.
She's like a fucking mental break.
To the fucking weird vault the underground caverns they have underneath the estate, and basically like we get the introduction to because she goes to sleep, she takes a nap, and that's when we get to their first rock human. The architect comes in there, pulls off like the plastic sheet off his fucking face to try to like.
Okay, wait. Before we get to that, there's a little bit.
Are you sure?
There's a little bit of a scene.
I want to talk about this attempted murder.
I know. But so we have this whole scene where, hold on, wait. Let me see. I think I'm a little mixed up.
It seems like it.
I am the. Okay, no. So yeah, you're right. So it's weird that Yasuo like is taken to Tsurugi in this place and then gets brought back to it, and that's where Yatsuyu shows up with his So what happens is his eyeballs start to like flutter, and then he pulls out like saran wrap, and is able to like drown her. It's really random, but I like it.
Is this like his stand ability or some shit?
No,
he just had a plastic wrap on his face.
But it's like in his eyes. It's very strange. It's one of those things that's just like we will never see this ever.
You're not an architect. You wouldn't know. You would understand.
So then we have Paisley Plot again. Tells Josuke like, "Hey, your waifu." Because I think this is like she literally goes to bed for like
the entire arc.
Like, she sleeps, like, a day.
She sleeps through
like
this.
A day happens, and then this whole attack, and then Paisley Plot goes and, like, hey, your girlfriend's getting drowned somehow.
Please help. Not the first time she'll be drowned.
And then this is where, so the I Am a Rock fight is where we really get the Josuke, Norisuke, like...
Yes.
This is their fucking bonding. Norisuke literally
this is their hunting for rats.
Literally. Norisuke literally says that he views Josuke as his own son. Which is like, I've been here for days.
Yeah.
I've been here for 4 days.
Yeah, you know, talking about like everybody has a stand. We don't really show each other stands. Like showing each other your asshole. You don't do it.
Yeah. He reveals he knows about like the fusion power, like the walleye powers. Like, we even go into like the rock illness, how,
it affects the family and usually ends up someone having to sacrifice.
Yeah, okay, so here's where Norisuke actually says that he acknowledges that Holly's sickness, and he says that they have the same rock illness ailment, basically. So this is where I was thrown off, because it was like, oh, so it is, like, traveling through the Joestar bloodline as well, I guess, but... I guess it isn't going by the end of JoJolion, so...
I don't know.
That
was never concluded anyway.
Also, we do get I think this is where we get the little flashback of him as a child, where he gets the sickness and his mom sacrifices herself.
Sad.
It's very sad.
Because, but...
Also, immediate death flags. It's really funny how, like, Norisuke has, like...
Everybody was, like, counting down when he would die.
Norisuke has so many... He's, like, one of the most death-flagged characters that doesn't die. It's hilarious.
More than Hawkeye in every Avengers movie.
Yeah, right. So then, yeah, we get, like, all this backstory about, like, the estate being built by Yasuo.
A former old college friend of Jobin.
Yes. Which is revealed way later.
Yes.
That he's a college friend, but...
College friend.
It doesn't make sense because the first time he meets him is at a baseball game.
Yes. It's just a lie he told them of, like, oh, I know an architect.
Yeah, it's strange.
It was just a lie just to get him to go to the estate.
Yeah, I guess that's fine. That makes sense. Yasuo has a really good design.
Yes.
I have to say, I love his design.
He probably has the best design out of the Demo group.
So what is happening here is Yasuo has tricked Tsurugi, or has told Tsurugi that he can cure the illness.
Yes.
As long as he, like, gives up Josuke. Like, give me Josuke, because I want to kill Josuke.
Yeah.
And then I'll, like, look, I gave your dog a fucking thing.
Not even his dog, just a random dog that's in their estate that, like...
Cretin.
Ate the fucking fruit and cured itself.
So my big question is, like, is this just, like, extra JOKAKAKA that he's had laying around? Like, I guess so?
I don't know, man.
But, like, later on we found out that there is explicitly, like, 2 JOKAKAKA fruits.
Yes.
That are both eaten by Josuke.
Yes.
Or, sorry, well, pre-fusion Josuke.
Okay.
But those are, like, the ones that the new JOKAKAKA, rather.
Yes.
But we have this other... Like, I guess Yasuo just brings fruit.
The standard fruit that, like, the low kaka is basically, like, based on.
Yeah.
But we learn later that they sell and everything. But basically, we get I Am a Rock, which is just kind of like... It's kind of like how he just lingers behind stuff and, like, pretends to be a rock and, like, basically touches them, makes stuff come from him, like the needle, like the chestnut.
Yes. And,
like, the, you know, gas and, like, all this other shit that he can just kind of, like, pick something to come down at them.
I like this stand a lot. I'm, like, not in love with this arc.
I do like how it is, like, an outdoor stand. Like, it's best, like, outdoors like this.
Mm-hmm.
Like...
Because once they get inside the hatch, because there's this, like... They go into how there's, like, the secret underground room that Yasuo made for himself... While he was designing the mansion, that's something that Norisuke is aware of and, like, sanctioned.
That Tsurugi just loves playing in for the Justice arc.
Yeah. Also, there's like a room down there that has, like, a Ultraman figure and, like, a
I think that's supposed to be Yasuo's room, I think.
Also, but there's also fucking Josuke's sailor uniform.
Yeah.
Which it's literally just a drop plot point, I guess. I can't, because, like, it can't have been Kira. Like, why would Kira have been there?
Someone else was a ship doctor at one point? I don't know, man.
I guess Kira did literally break into the...
Maybe he knew about that entranceway then to get into the estate?
Maybe, but it's so weird because, like, that would be his competition. Like, he would be fighting... Don't think about it. We need to have a button that's like, just don't think about it.
Just don't think about it.
We need to move on. But so, yeah, I mean... This is like a fine arc. I do like how he does use his like stone ability of like hiding in plain sight.
Really, the only one that really does that of using his like actual defense for the most part, and like basically just getting to stand to activate, then just literally just doing nothing and waiting. There's
a couple like weird little things where like Yasuo doesn't want Josuke to get his memory back. For like kind of arbitrary reasons. Like it's not really fleshed out yet that we have this whole like fruit trade connection.
But like as we learn, they kind of do want his memories to come back so they know where the fruit is.
Well, yes and no. It seems like at this point they're more concerned with just killing him.
Yeah.
Because like Yasuo was not pulling punches. Like he was trying to get like deadly chemicals down Josuke's throat, like trying to make him drink bleach.
Depends on the member, because he probably just wanted him dead more than anything. Like Damo probably wanted to know like the fruit or like.
Well, Damo just seemed like he was ready to fucking murder everyone.
Yeah.
Like I don't think Damo probably would have accepted.
But he had no problem, getting him to being like not moving, interrogating him, then murdering him.
So ultimately, like the difference between the Doctor faction and like the Smuggler faction is the Smugglers. They're more concerned about the secret getting out rather than getting the new fruit.
Yeah.
They're more concerned about people knowing about their trade than having this newer version of the fruit. Whereas the Doctors desperately want this new version because it's just a better version of... Yeah.
Money's is a lot more, like, talk that you stated in the reread that I've noticed more than anything.
Yes, it is. Many times it is referenced, actually. And it makes sense for the Smugglers. So, like, Yasuo specifically says that he wants wealth, money, power, and love. Those are, like, his goals.
It's like, it's so funny to say, like, this is, like, the Hitman team, and then you have, like, the boss and his guards kind of stuff.
What are they, the elite squad? Assassination squad,
elite guards or whatever.
Yeah, from part 5.
Yeah.
So we learn a bit of, like, what they do. Like, the rock humans will, like, steal an identity and like pose as someone. So I think that said like Yatsu stole an identity like 10 years ago of the real Yatsuyu. They mentioned the JOKAKAKA smells like a fig. The words JOKAKAKA show up in the story for the first time.
Yes, huge.
Big, huge fucking new thing.
Wow.
Dowser. I think it's chapter 32.
Wowie zowie.
Oh yeah, we see King Nothing. This is like a huge arc, actually.
Yeah, we get his smell. I love the jigsaw puzzle motif to it.
Yes,
and that's how it like reenacts like the crime. It's like a really cooler stylized Moody Blues.
It is. I think that the way that King Nothing is used, it's one of the most like smartly planned things that Araki puts in, because it has a payoff here. It has a payoff with Jobin.
Yes,
and like very soon in the next
that.
chapter, and then all the way in like chapter
and Jobin again,
98 or whatever, when we see him used to find out that Ojiro was how Ojiro was murdered.
Yeah,
honestly, so smart, and it was really good reuse of an existing plot element, which Araki has issues with sometimes.
Yeah,
but okay. Anything else about this? Oh, we haven't talked about how it ends.
Well, he basically just throws him into the ocean. And like he basically just crumbles by the time he gets him out, because like he does like just keep throwing nets down there.
It's very hilarious. So yeah, this is one of like the weirder uses of soft gem.
Doesn't he fill his mouth with bubbles too?
He drowns him.
Yes.
He removes the air from his lungs, and also what he does is Josuke makes little bubbles that have like words in them, so that when he's underwater, he can give direction to Norisuke. He's like, "Hey, go find nets and just throw nets in the water."
As we learned from part 3, from rereading it, you can just talk through your stand anyway, though.
He didn't know that.
It's literally okay. There's SpongeBob. Remember when they blow bubble to have conversations through their bubbles? It's that.
Oh my! It literally is. That is fucking hysterical. But so this is like one of the big tonal disconnects for me later on in JoJolion. Norisuke discovering that rock humans exist, so like they kill him, like they kill Yatsuyu, and he's like crumbles in front of them.
He's like, I did, because, you know, I wasn't planning to kill him. I was just trying to, you know,
I was just trying to drown him really hard.
I'm not sure how their physiology worked. I thought as a rock, he didn't have to breathe, like, but
which is a really stupid idea.
Because they learned, like, oh, they have to breathe through their skin in rock form, essentially.
Yeah, and yeah, he just crumbles. Noriske has a mental breakdown. His world is flipped upside down. He's like, what are these? These are a new organism. They want to kill us.
And it's only the first one. There's probably more.
This, like, everything Noriske does after this is crazy to me.
And especially that someone that was close to him that built the house or remodeled the house for him.
Yeah, someone that, like, ingratiated themselves into his life literally
Infiltrated.
years ago.
Infiltrated.
Yeah, infiltrated, but he also he's like a family friend, kind of.
Yeah.
Like,
he was probably recommended by a family member, so...
Yes. So it's just, like, to me, it's absolutely insane that Noriske is not fixated on rock humans for the rest of the story.
Well, he kind of not really important.
After Demo, it is literally unbelievable that Noriske is just fine with their security system. Their camera system is all they have protecting them.
They hover around the camera system so much when anything has to happen at the estate, where I'm like, just set these fights not at the estates then, because the cameras are way too much of a focus, and for some reason can pick up most stands and shit too.
It's insane. This is like such a pivotal moment. Like the world has changed in like an irrevocable way, and it seems very important at this time for Noriske. It gets way less important to him as time goes on.
Yeah.
It's more like... to me, this is like such a big reveal, the fact that rock humans are a thing.
Yes. But yeah, basically the fight ends. They kind of have the trust in each other because...
Noriske is also very interested in their reproduction, too. He's so mind-blown.
Well, we learned that in the Origins chapter as well, so don't worry.
It's true. He just needs to wait a little bit.
He has to wait for that chapter.
He may or may not be knocked out when that chapter happens.
But
he's not.
I really wish we were able to meet an actual rock human female instead of just getting information about them in the actual, like, info thing.
We never fucking do.
No, we won't get the plot dumps when that chapter happens toward the end.
It's just like Mass Effect, how you don't see a female Turian until
a female
the
Krogan.
Fourth game.
You get a female Krogan, but she's all like veiled up, so you don't really get an actual look at her
true.
too. They're cowards.
They were like, "Oh, we have one model.
Yeah, one model.
We have one body.
We gotta cover up this male Krogan, cover up the mouth, so we actually have the female voice come out." But it's not until Andromeda where you actually get a good look
female
at
Turian,
Krogan, because basically every other race.
Okay, so one other note that I wrote about this arc that I think is interesting
before we get to the next one.
Yeah, because the next one is like a big, major, massive thing. Yasuo brings out a lot of like bad things in Josuke. Like Josuke to this point has been very like kind of go with the flow, but this is the first time that he, like, I think in this chapter he gets like the dark determination that Johnny has. Like his eyes do that little like flame thing.
Yeah.
When he knows that Yasuo is like missing.
Oh yeah.
He literally like loses his shit and he murders. He does a murder. Like
he does a murder.
Josuke kills Yasuo, even though he says he didn't mean to. He still does. Like he kills this man. And it's just like, I think this is like a kind of a big moment for Josuke too.
Jim, it's not murder if they're a rock human. God, his first of many rock human murders.
It's true.
He only murders like one human, unless you count Mamazuku as a Josuke
kill. Kind of is.
It's also Calamity.
Yeah. Well,
meh.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Okay, but so I would like to move on to the next arc.
Yes.
I think ultimately, one of my issues that we're going to keep bringing up with these rock humans is like they get like development after they're dead.
Yes,
and I don't like that.
Only
it's kind of okay, but it's...
only Demo you get development through his chapter, and the security guard you get.
Aisho,
you get his development throughout there, but Dolmite Mite you get like a little. You get his development like during his arc as well, but
like
he's
2 pages.
The only one that lives.
Hilarious.
The only living rock human, probably.
Okay, so the next arc is one of my favorite, or the next chapter rather, because I want to talk about this individual chapter.
Okay.
It's one of my favorite chapters.
Mm-hmm.
Where they go to the, what's it called? Wait, is it the fruit? Hold on, wait. I guess I took worse notes than I thought I did.
Yeah, it's clear.
Hold on, wait.
If somehow my Hunter x Hunter notes ended up like way clearer.
Okay. Oh, we also get the JOKAKAKA smells like fig.
Yes.
Tsurugi names the dog Rocky, which literally never shows up again.
Yeah, he shows up a couple times. He's in Ozone Baby. The name is not.
The name is not. Yo, the name is what I meant.
Because I'm pretty sure no, I'm tired of this shit stare that they give to each other. That Josuke and Norisuke like give each other. It's like he ain't calling it that.
That is funny. That their reaction to it is really funny. Okay, sorry. So, chapter 33, Josuke, go to the Higashikata fruit parlor. This is a This is a big.
This is literally Jim's like favorite fucking thing in the world.
So okay, not only like let's put aside the whole thing where we have like there's a lot of little things I like here.
This is like what Part 8 does. It's like one of these between arc chapters that introduces so much shit.
Yes. So not only do we have Iwasuke the dog literally like phasing through a wall, never seen again.
Who gives a shit? What?
He eats the fruit. Also, very hilarious. He looks different in every
He eats a fruit,
panel.
but doesn't do equivalent exchange.
So I kind of have a theory about this.
Was it his he gained the phasing ability of not having a physical form?
He actually ate the fruit after he did the phase. No, I think he's a rock animal.
Did he become a mutant like Shadow Cat and can phase through walls now?
I think he's literally a rock animal.
I guess so,
because in the Ozone Baby fight, he turns into a rock.
I wish they explained rock animals more.
He doesn't get the name. All the rock animals have a name that is like a reference that is like basically Devin. Like to Devin.
It's all like
that one's the do da da da. But they're all like very like non-verbal. Like they're like non-English like sounds like obla di obla da.
They're all like
do re mi fa sol la ti do.
They're all like singing warm-ups.
They all kind of are actually. But so Iwasuke is not one, but I think it's fine like to assume that he's
a goblin.
Yeah. But so okay. We get this connection.
Can't kill a dog if he ain't a real dog. If he's a rock dog,
he's not technically a dog. Okay, so then going into what I wanted to. So okay, I'm refocused. I'm realigned. My
get to your Parfait monologue, Jim. Go get it out of your fucking system.
Chapter 33 is the most important chapter
before we start talking about like Joven and like.
And I get even more excited. So
I think it's sad.
As I said. Norisuke is very involved in the plot here. He's very concerned about the fruit trade, so he does his stand, finds what the JOKAKAKA branch looks like, which isn't what the design looks like later. It looks totally different. But so he's like, two things must happen. It must either be a local fruit or an imported fruit. First off, fucking duh. Those are the only two options that it could be.
I'm literally the man for the local fruit who is not local, so it's probably imported.
So what they do is they go to the fruit parlor, which we actually do learn they do import a lot of fruit too.
Where they have like a fruit market, like, and then on the first floor, and the second floor is like the actual cafe where they sell basically they use the fruit that will probably go bad
exactly
to make their money's worth.
So I don't want to speak because I don't know too much about like Japan, but I think like fruit is like a very expensive generally.
Yes, it is.
They talk about the melons being like literally like. It would be the equivalent of like spending like $70, I think, for like one of these melons.
Like there's like these insane like $1,000 grapes they have in Japan.
They do make a reference actually to really expensive grapes.
I always remember the Simpson gag of them when you go to Japan and buying like the square watermelon, and then when he takes it out, just fucking
it pops through regular. Yeah. I actually do love that gag. Okay, so wait, so the melons are 2 for 15,000 yen. So they're literally like $70 per melon.
Jesus.
And what they do, as you said, like they keep. I love all this world building. Like they keep the melons out right as they're about to go ripe.
The fruit business is a gold mine.
And as soon as they go ripe, they use them for the parfaits. And like this is where Norisuke gets weird. Like he's like, it's all about the flow, Josuke. No. he makes a reference. So this is kind of strange. Like it's kind of refuted later that it seems like Joben is the one that's responsible for the success of the parlor, but Norisuke is claiming that's his
I'm gonna try to do my own napkin speech. It's gonna be better.
Yes, literally yes. But so he talks about how he basically like has designed the layout of this area of town to maximize the flow of humans through it. And he talks about how this flow is essential for the success of the business, how everything is like built on it.
This is his business idea, where as he sets up, where we have Jobin's ideals of where he wants to take the family fruit business to go, and how it's going to conflict.
Yes. This does become very important later for 12 seconds, and then it's dropped immediately.
Yeah.
Then we
hate to see it.
We have one of my favorite scenes ever. The shape of the freaking parfait, everything about it is like Norisuke is monologuing about how the shape is important, the layers are important. When you stick your spoon in and you swish it around, it makes like these swirling spirals, and the flow of your everything gets mixed together, and it's just like, this is such a random, like, Norisuke feels like he went from being a nothing character, like he honestly feels like a minor antagonist initially, to now he's like the most important, like, ideological character.
He's Tito from Rocket Power, but in JoJo form.
That's hilarious.
As the AJ Hishikata used to say.
So also he's like talks about how like, I don't want to say he's misogynist, but he keeps saying like, oh, women love parfait, like all the rich women come through town. Like he's very much targeting his business to like wealthy women who can afford these expensive parfaits.
I mean, most likely that a fruit parlor is the equivalent of a Starbucks is to America to women.
But yeah, he says he like came up with the shape of the glass. He's all talking about the flow and how like flow is important in everything. Not just with fruit, but like with literally like your whole life needs to have good flow, or you'll fail. Yeah, basically.
But yeah, and then that's when the boy shows up, though.
My fucking favorite.
Yes,
Jobin Higashika.
Jobin, I should have been the main villain. Higashika.
Seriously, it is criminal. From his first introduction scene, look at the man. I'm showing Sam. Look at him.
That's like the most iconic shot of him. Sitting before that shot of him, like I normally sit down or sit on my chair, squatting like that.
He does squat. So Jobin enters the story. So we're at chapter 33. Early enough. I think Jobin, like I'll make a whole case eventually one day that Jobin should have been the main villain of JoJolion. He makes so much sense thematically. Yes. He's so much more involved in the story. Everything about him is great, and he's such a great foil to Gappy. Josuke, rather.
He has his reasons that are like viable for you to, this is why you're doing it. Like, hey, I understand.
So yeah, I mean, like him and his dad have such a deep connection immediately.
His weird thing of like quoting like a poet.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know who Mitsuo Aida is, but they make early Jobin is all references to Mitsuo Aida. I will not talk about it anymore because I don't have anything else to say about this. But it's a charming character quirk. Him and his dad like embrace. It's very emotional. Well, it's not emotional, but it's like they love each other.
Yeah, there's a lot of like father-son moments you see between them, like when you get to the baseball game and all that stuff. Like they spend a lot of time together. Yeah, and it's like he's basically training for him to be the next, probably to run the business after him, because you're not gonna trust any other member of this fucking family. Yeah, and just immediately like setting up Jobin as like right at the end of this chapter, we see King Nothing activates by itself, and we see that there is a smell connection for the fruit and Jobin. So, and we know that Jobin was out of the country. Yeah. Very suspicious, very smugglery. Smugglery. That's originally my line to probably do.
Also has a beetle he's very excited about. Yes. One thing I love about Jobin is that he's a fucking man-child. Yes. I forgot that Jobin is literally he
plays with he like, fixes like a robot up when he like when they're doing like some early stuff with him, or like before Beetle Tendency maybe.
Yeah, so like the whole beetle thing, he's like obsessed with it, whatever. Like we can move let's
listen to the next arc.
So the next arc is, I don't know if you want to call it Beetle Tendency. I want to call it its real name, which I think is important. This is an important like plot point that comes up many times. Every day is summer vacation. Yes. This is like Jobin's mantra, basically.
Basically he gives like everybody, Jose gets like a Beetle souvenir. I think Hato gets like a t-shirt. God, what are the other souvenirs? Everybody gets a stupid souvenir from
Jobin gives Joshu a spiny lobster toy.
That's right.
That looks very real. And Joshu loves it. He's like, this is base. He doesn't say that.
Everyone Daya gets.
But I like, he gives her a cigarette.
Ashtray, yeah, he gives her an ashtray.
Which is like, it's hilarious.
I'm 16.
Honestly, like, to me, this is like, Joben is like a funny character. Like, he's got like a good sense of humor.
Yeah.
Like, that this is what he got his family.
But yeah, and basically they just set this like elaborate like Ocean's 11 kind of plan of just like with Tsurugi of like how to like, because he basically has a group meeting of just like, your dad had something related to this fruit that it connects to the rock units and everything, and maybe that could potentially help you. We need to like think of a way to get the information from his car. So, but as we learned, they want to get from his like, whether like a tracking, like the GPS tracking essentially.
It's basically like the what is it, like the onboard navigation has like a record of where he's been.
Even though I'm pretty sure Paisley Park could just get in there anyway without the keys.
Yeah, it's just like at this point we don't know like the extent of her power, and this is where she really finally starts to like come into it. Like this arc is where she starts to acknowledge Paisley Park.
But I do love like, okay, you have to challenge my dad because my dad like gets really competition, especially when Beatles, when you like trash talk his Beatles.
One thing I want to mention, I just noticed, this is the chapter where the photo, the very important photo, is taken. Before
they Photoshop someone out.
Yeah, before K just gets fucking deleted from the image. Remember all the theories? Remember all the theories about K being like erased from memory?
Man, remember we had great memories of Tsurugi potentially using everybody else's stands?
We'll get there.
We'll get to the time skip. The time skip.
Okay, I just grumbled and growled. So, yeah, what I like about this arc is it has like, it cuts back a lot to Josuke and Tsurugi plotting of how to get the better of Joben.
This is literally my dad's weakness, is like this competition and like
appeal to his like childlike sense. And we see it's like Joben keeps making reference about like how he feels like everyday summer vacation, which I interpret as like carefree, like, because remember when you're a kid and like it's summer and you don't even really think about the future, you just kind of like experience the moment. You don't have to worry about like assignments or
just play responsibility. Just hang out, play with your friends outside and all that.
Yeah, so it's at this moment where he's his most vulnerable because he doesn't have his guard up.
Yes,
and this is such a great arc because it's one of those like stand battles. It's not a stand battle
because you can't let him like lead him on at all. You have to like keep the competition up without giving away your objective. And like that's why like, all the bets are kind of slow and everything. Like, I'll shave my eyebrow.
Yeah.
And like all that little small things. So eventually he builds up to the car keys. Because like, I don't have a license, but I want your car. Your one of a kind golden Lamborghini.
Which we even see in the last chapter too.
In his garage.
I want to see Joben do the Lamborghini. I got my Lamborghini here.
If that video came out like when like this chapter came out, I'm not sure what the hell time frame.
It might have been pretty close, actually.
There has to be like an edit,
that must have been pretty close.
In the Morio.
Oh, we also do see Iwasuke
in the Morio Hills.
In the Morio Hills, we also do see Iwasuke turning to stone here.
Okay.
Tsurugi's playing with him, and he's turning to stone. But yeah, I mean, I don't really have too much to say about this arc because we kind of need to move through almost 2 hours. I just love it. I think it's great. Joben. It's really setting up Joben as like this character that can flip on a switch and become the most devious, maniacal bastard. But he also has this like really weird.
I found one image of someone did in my garage with Joben.
Oh, that's a really cute little Joben, actually.
That's all I got.
Lamborghini here.
But yeah, basically we have like this is one of my favorite things in JoJo of like. It's a stand fight, but also just not in a fight, in something else.
None of the competitors realize that it's a stand fight. Like, they're both so suspicious because like
they had to use their stands inside the brush essentially.
Yeah, and Tsurugi doesn't know what the Speed King's power is too, because it's like they kind of bring in this idea of like stands are secret. Like you keep your stands.
You only really get this in like, the Derby stuff, and it's like. Where they have to like play like, the first one, they have to gamble, but Jotaro doesn't use his stand, but he puts his stand out just to trick him to think he did, which is like hilarious. Or the other Derby where they have to like usually use their stands to cheat for them, which is amazing. Like it's so fun. Or like, even the part 4 when they play dice, like it's just so good to see a fight happen without them actually like trading blows or not even being aware. It's like one of them being aware it's not a stand fight.
It's honestly like I think it's one of Araki's strengths when he puts himself in a position where the fight is like not a real fight.
Yes.
Because when it's a real fight, it's like, okay, they're just gonna punch and one guy's gonna win.
Yes.
But when it's like a battle of the wits, it's like I want to see like. Do you remember there's a part where one of the bets that Jobin makes is like, I get to lick your eyeball.
Yes.
It's like, what the fuck? Jobin is a weirdo.
It's
such a child.
It was literally like an Ocean's 11 heist. This one.
It kind of has the feel because it cuts back to the Tsurugi planning with Josuke a few times because they're trying to get the keys. Like they're trying to get and it's funny because they also do a thing where they like get the keys, but they still also have like their final little bout. Like so we get to have the Paisley Park inspection while the fight is still going on. So it kind of works.
But he kind of pieces it out and gets the keys to the thing while he like tries to like encounter or they try to figure out like what the fuck was that about kind of stuff.
Yeah, because he's trying to leave and then Jobin like brings him back in, and this is where Jobin starts to get like deadly serious, and he's like, "All right, like there's something fishy going on. We need to finish.
Why am I
fight."
heating up?
Yeah. It's just really cool. I mean, there isn't too much more.
Words cannot describe how great this is. This is why this is like everybody like favorite part of this.
That's why I like seeing this and seeing like it's such a great way to tease Jobin as like a future antagonist.
Yeah, this is why everybody wanted it because he had this first initial encounter like this where you only like the coolest like stuff you get that initial encounter the first time, then you have like it conclude the end. Like you had that with Kira the first time with Jotaro and Koichi. Like you really wish you get that more, and you don't really get that. Even like Pucci, you don't really you get like encounter, but you don't have like the stand battle with like White Snake or anything like that.
Yeah, he just kind of like, if I recall correctly, he just like swoops in
to
like do things and then
pieces out. Where like Kira's the only one I can.
My job here is done.
Yes, Kira's really the only like stand user I can think of that really happens to where you have like him encounter go and then like hide and then come back after having like a bunch of character development.
It's also brilliant too because the secret of his stand is like there. Like also, so
we learn a bit, but we still don't know the full explanation for it.
Yeah,
either.
I think we see Speed King like once.
Yes,
but also I have to say like extremely consistent.
Yes,
Speed King's ability here is like because what we learn later in the Ojiro 2 fight is when like it's basically he needs to touch something which causes like the heat to travel across the object. He can't. Yes. I mean, we kind of see him do it later. And he also can heat something up. Yeah. But here, he's able to like touch something that targets the beetle that heats up the wax that causes the beetle. So his plan here is to give this beetle brain damage so that it fights harder.
He compared to the fungi that basically control insects
like cordyceps, right?
Yes.
I don't know if he actually says cordyceps, but yeah, it's the same idea.
Yeah.
Same idea.
And Jesse's like, it's going to die, but it's going to. Minutes left. But it's probably gonna win.
Which just shows also how like ruthless he is. Like he loves these beetles, but he doesn't value them.
The one he just bought literally gets it's like 5 legs torn off and a mandible.
I kind of wish that Josuke had like kept him. He just literally abandons his beetle because the first thing Jobin does is he gives him the beetles a gift.
Yes, he's like it's a gift. Like you can have it. Like it's very insistent.
Jobin is that's why Jobin's such an enigma. It's like he's like being nice to Josuke at first.
He's fascinating. Where like Toru feels like they changed their mind halfway through.
Yeah. It does.
But so yeah, Beetle Tendency awesome. We see he starts like using his stand on Josuke when he gets really suspicious.
Yes, which is also very that's.
But you probably realize but you probably like in the house like I probably shouldn't since there's so many people in the house. They probably get really I can't do this much murder.
So yeah, what I love about the part with Josuke is like he's like, hey, you're sweating, or he's like bleeding. Or
he take the net.
So yeah, he hands him a tissue, and that's where Speed King's like heat went through is the tissue. Very, very smart, super fucking consistent Araki. This is like masterfully done. Similar to like King Nothing, like teased perfectly, utilized later perfectly. They just kill Jobin for some reason.
I mean, those two and Nut King Call are like used the same way throughout the times they appear.
Yeah, Nut King Call also extremely consistent.
For the 2 times he uses it. For the...
yeah, I guess it is 2 times.
Because he only uses that once in the flash forward, and that's basically it.
Oh yeah.
He brings it out to threaten Yasuo, but doesn't actually use it.
Okay, but so there's one little thing we do want to talk about, or I do want to talk about. So we see Paisley Park the first time that Yasuo is given the choice. So it's like flashlight or it's like box lunch or something.
Yes.
And then she
Why would you not pick box lunch?
Well, it's good that you picked flashlight.
I don't know. They both would have ended the same way, probably.
Yeah, it seems to be that way. But so...
Like, why would you pick banana peel over dog turd? I don't know.
One of my favorite shots is when Paisley Park goes inside the Lamborghini and opens it up, and she's like...
Her huge ass shot of Paisley Park?
Well, she's like... I don't know what's it. Her
or her getting out of the car. There's one shot...
It's her where she's like curled up in the driver's seat. Or the passenger seat.
I always remember this one ass shot of Paisley Park. It's hilarious.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. It's when like the Lamborghini door opens and she's sitting there.
Yeah.
And then this is where we see Aisho tease. So this is like... Also, really good early JoJolion, like, the arcs are flowing into each other. Yeah,
they get the GPS and the time of it when Jobin went, and we see, she tracks the cameras, the street cameras, and as we see the next rock human, basically trading the fruit with Jobin.
This is one of those things that's like, if the steps that Jobin had to have taken to, like, hide this, but also gets found out are hilarious. Like, he only takes the same route every day.
In the most obvious car, the most, like, only one person in this town has this car.
But this is where, like, because he stops for, like, a second to, like, do the fruit exchange, whatever.
Yes.
This is, yeah, as you said, we see Aisho teased.
Yes. And then it basically goes into the next fight where it's just Yasuo and Tsurugi against him.
Yeah, but before that, okay, anything... we want to mention... I have nothing else to say
I love that arc, though. That's all I gotta say.
I think it's incredible at setting up Jobin. Like, Jobin didn't exist before this arc, basically.
Yeah.
And now he's, like, this big presence that is tied to this whole conspiracy with this smuggling trade.
It's to the rock humans that attack the estate and Josuke.
And also creates this tension where Josuke sees how close Norisuke is with Jobin, so he won't bring it up to Norisuke
until he's 100% sure, essentially. Which he does bring it up to him, and just like you gotta be suspicious, kind of stuff. And, like, I'm telling you this now because I trust. Like, I will get there. Cause I love that moment where, like, I'm telling you this because I trust you.
Yeah, it's really fantastic.
But yeah, so basically, just Tsurugi and Yasuo are trying to find this guy out. They find, they see he works like a security guard for a baseball stadium.
The team is called the Fairweather Birdies.
Saying the great, not the Jaggers.
Jaggers.
But yeah, basically, and they track him around. He basically, if he doesn't have anybody to sell the fruit to, he basically gets rid of it, or he trashes it, or like he like brings it to the park and like sells it to like an old man in a wheelchair, and he's basically cured until he like I forget what it's turned his eyes turned to stone. I think.
So this guy is elated that his eyes don't exist anymore. He's so happy to be able to walk and have sex with his wife.
I was gonna say, fuck his wife.
He just wants to have sex with his wife.
I'm gonna go home and sleep with my wife, said the old man.
So yeah, I don't have too much to say. I do like Aisho is probably given the most sympathy.
The architect doesn't have much backstory other than the one flashback he has with like Demo and
he is in this one though.
Yeah, and with the actual it was Jobin as well, but. Basically, like...
Honestly, I would say Yasuo gets more development in this arc than he does in his own arc.
Yeah.
Because what happened... So what we learned in the flashbacks is that Aisho, the Dubiwa stand user, had a girlfriend, and he's like...
The common theme for like a couple of the rock humans, it seems.
Yeah, they definitely, like, want... Like, later we're told rock humans don't seek, like, compassion or friendship.
Yeah.
But that's not true.
No.
That's not true at all. Like,
because this guy loved her, but she just betrayed him. Where they loved her, and then we'll get to her because I have a whole rant about that. It's hilarious.
But yeah, so his girlfriend cheated on him, and he like literally cucked.
Yes,
like, he was like under the bed while they were fucking.
Yes, and then she sold the house. The house was like knocked down.
Yasuo saves him from being crushed basically by the house, because that's like they talk about like
you
the worst
idiot.
thing for a rock human would be to be like trapped under.
Fate worse than death, essentially.
Yeah, like
stop thinking
to be trapped underground, and that almost happens to him. But also, we never see it again, but there's a scene. I think it's supposed to be when the flood happens, like when the earthquake happened in March. We see him like in rock form, and water's like rushing into him, and it's not on the cliffside, so it's a different place. And Yasuo is like also calling for him, so it's implying that Yasuo, like literally, Yasuo did care for him. They had a bit of a friendship.
This is like stuff for like when the Part 8 anime ever happens, just to have like the anime only like more like backstory like the Hitman team got in Part 5.
I would be shocked if they didn't decide to do that.
That was like my favorite thing in the Part 5 anime, which is having more Hitman Squad interactions. So fun.
I mean, it makes sense. Like, these guys are a team, and then we see them.
Even though they say like they like generate like groups with each other, but like they don't really like do it for like friendship or anything, which is like doesn't feel like correct half the time. It doesn't
feel correct. I agree.
I think with the twins are so like together.
Yes.
That like even because they don't really talk about like rock human siblings. That like
presumably they were
because like
literal fraternal twins.
They react when like one of them gets like fucked up. They'll like react to each other like to that.
Yeah. So I am with you. I think that is like literally like a lie that Araki told later on in the story. But yeah, it's his back. I kind of like his. I liked his backstory. Just be like, man, he just wanted to like the girl, and he got fucked over for that. Yeah, I like it too. I think it's fine.
Only for him to probably have one of the. No, he doesn't get it nearly as rough as Damo gets it. Damo gets it fucking hard, but he deserved it. But
Damo really deserved it. More so than like anyone.
This guy gets fucked hard for like probably deserving the least out of the squad.
Yeah, I mean, he's still like an asshole. I think
he's the least asshole out of them all.
He does want to kill Tsurugi.
He doesn't know who he's being attacked by at all, though.
At least at first,
because he just kind of sets his standoff on the people that are attacking him or following him, because he figures it out because he sees Paper Moon King. So he kind of says, "Go after whoever this is following me," and then that's basically when we had the stand fight with like that tracks him from breath and everything.
Yeah.
And
one thing I want to say, another consistency. Araki gets a point. Paisley Park, it jumps into the phone. That is like Tsurugi turns the phone into like a frog.
Yes.
And there's a whole scene.
I love that stands working together like that.
It's really cool. It is super cool. But like we have this whole thing where Yasuo can't recall Paisley Park. Like later on when she's toileted. So it's like. This whole like it adds a lot of tension here that she can't just also recall the stand.
Tsurugi just I guess because like he not only can he just have like touches someone with the crane, he just make origami out of anything to have like
it's really cool. Like the way he does it with the phone too. He splits the phone in half, so like the back and the front are like
so you can just turn other stuff into origami, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool visual.
Yeah, but yeah, basically that fight happens. So yeah, no thing with Jobin because like he's technically not in this. Because technically, but it's just like interaction and just like Jovin, what are you gonna do? What do you want me to do with your son?
Yeah, so it shows that he knows, like the rock humans know about his son, and like they plan. He just plans to kill him too. Like
he's like, you give me the word, I will kill him.
This
you don't have to do it.
Yeah, this is also like one of the biggest brain moves by Tsurugi to make all the illusions of his dad.
All the buses be his dad,
and it really like can. It's a really cool way of having our main characters learn information about the smugglers and without them just like telling us.
Now they know for a fact that Jobin is connected, like involved with them, like in a friend level. It seems like
exactly. This is great. Like this is awesome.
Yes,
smart plotting. I love seeing it.
And like they know this. Like JOKAKAKA doesn't know this yet because this is literally those two are fighting, and then basically that leads into the next arc.
Yeah, there's a few little things I want to touch on. So we have the dog turd banana peel thing.
Team dog turd, let's go.
Team dog turd. We have this like thing that kind of gets dropped from Paisley Park where Yasuo is given like a choice between two things.
I love that so. That was because like I always felt that should come back for Wonder Review of like how she gets past calamities. It's following Paisley Park's choice.
Yeah, it's really cool because it gives her like. It kind of gives her like less agency, but it makes the tension higher because it's like, I don't know, the way that it has Paisley Park interacting with the world is really interesting to me.
Yes.
More so than just Paisley Park just becomes like a stand she can control. That's just also like a long range stand.
Yeah.
But what else? It's basic. Yeah, the whole like breathing thing. It's kind of what I wanted to say. Reminds me of like. Oh, it's like Uzumaki, because it's like spirals. It's like spinning.
I like when they had the oxygen tanks in their mouths and the things are forming inside the oxygen mask.
It's just one of those stands that's just like extremely OP.
Yes.
So they have to beat it in kind of an interesting way.
They have to hold their breath and go in there. And it wasn't even like they didn't defeat it. The user found them and like was conflicted because of Tsurugi and hesitated that Tsurugi was able to use his trump card, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the arc after this? Is it the twins already?
Yes, but I would say, so it's funny because in my head when I was going through the arcs in my brain, I'm like, okay, well it's Dubiwa and it's the twins. I would say Dubiwa and then it's Carrera.
It's Carrera slash
this
the
is
twins.
Carrera's arc. The twins are kind of an afterthought.
Okay, so I in hindsight I didn't like this, but now I reread it. I fucking love Carrera. That I really wish he was a character.
I also love Carrera.
This is like reverse Mitzvah, where like she wasn't a character, then became one of my favorites, and this one's like she was my favorite, then just became irrelevant and gone.
Yeah, I do want to take another quick break, but then we'll jump right back into Carrera because I fucking love Carrera.
And we're back.
So okay, wait. Before we talk about Carrera, I do want to make one point because it's important to this next arc. We like the last arc, so the whole Dubiwa fight. The big noticeable thing with that is that Josuke is not really involved.
Yes,
and it's like the first arc that we don't have like the drive of his identity. Like this identity has really been driving him.
Yes, this is more so Tsurugi trying to find the cure. His drive for that one, as well with Jobin, which seems like Jobin's getting some, more focus in his family's issues, because as we learn, as we get in there, there's the Josuke side of his objective, and then the Jobin side with him and Tsurugi objective,
Yeah.
But now we're kind of back to a very important, how important the twins is for like the other half of Josuke and the identity mystery.
So with Carrera,
I fucking love Carrera.
I do too. She is she was so sorely needed because we hadn't had anyone that was like an ally of Josuke from his past yet.
Yes.
This is the first time we've had someone that he can really learn something from.
Yes.
And the way that she's a shit about it is so fun.
The fucking goblin. She is great. I love she doesn't use her only uses her stand for fucking scams. Never uses it for the combat with the twins. It's just hilarious.
She's fucking homeless.
She literally acted like how when Ojiro returned the little goblin, she acted like that, but more of a shithead and more of a Karen. Carrera.
Karen.
There's a hair in my food kind of stuff.
And the way that she does that too, where it's she makes it so clear that it's right into the food.
The fucking scam of
the bald.
The bald guy is I'm just gonna grow his hair and not suck his dick or anything.
That part. So it's funny because
then she goes, he was just, when he gets out of range, he's gonna lose his hair and I'll be long gone.
Yeah, so what I love about that is Josuke sees her because Josuke's desperately trying to get information from her.
Because she's only calling him by a nickname and not his actual name.
Him Seichan. She calls him Seichan, and he's he sees her go into the ladies' room or men's room with a guy, and he's like, "What the fuck?" And he gets in there, and the man is crouched in front of her. The man, it's.
Okay, I thought it was the other way around.
No, yeah. So what we see, it looks like the man is going to pleasure her.
Yes.
And then Josuke freaks out, and then she explains it. And then she's like, no, if I was going to have sex with him, it'd be like this. And then she squats in front of Josuke, as if to give him a blowjob. It is so fucking funny.
Yes. There's also some, when we get the demo with the flashbacks with Kira, because there's some inconsistencies with her history. Because she was friends with, at least with, as we learned, Jofume Kujo.
Yes.
And we get a picture of her with Kira and him, which doesn't make sense because all we learned is that she is a stalker to Jofume, not Kira.
Kira did not know who she was, despite her having a picture of them literally feet away from each other.
Yes, and Jofume Kashi found her cute, he actually liked her kind of.
It's teased, yeah.
And I think Kira does end up using her though at the end to try to escape. Remember, because he calls her.
Yes, it's convenient. He uses her because she's convenient.
But so I mean, at least with Jofume, there could have been they had history together by the time they kept seeing her. Maybe he had a relationship with just him and her. That's why they had a friendship going on. They didn't tell Kira about.
Yeah, unfortunately, the thing with Carrera is she's kind of written out of the story.
Yes.
By that the demo arc because it doesn't make sense to have her. The way that arc's written, it doesn't make sense to have her as a backstory character because she literally knows nothing.
Yes.
It's confirmed that she literally does not know anything about just Fume or
Other than
she just was also a student with him, agricultural student.
Yes,
which we learned that Josefume was an agricultural student.
That would have been convenient for joining the team of Joe Bird.
Well, presumably she dropped out because she's fucking homeless and she's doing. She also seems to have like left for a bit, like after the that little dust up.
She's a hobo. I mean, after what happened, she probably had to lay low for a bit because dealing with a fruit mob.
There's a lot of little things in this arc. So this is chapter 43. This is the first time that Josuke and Yasuo fucking meet up. After the first arc.
He like cries.
It's emotional. Yeah, he literally, and she's like, "Are you crying?" He's like, "No." And then she asks him to sing a song, and he sings a little fried chicken song.
It's a nice little moment they had together. Where you don't really get that after this.
He literally ditches her. He ditches her because he sees Carrera.
He picks hose over hose.
He picks hobos over hose.
But he's like, the chick knows shit. I kind of have to like deal with her. Like
it's true. It makes sense.
Yeah, but yeah, basically the Apex twins come in there, which
wait, sorry. Important detail. When they get to the cafe, Carrera cleans her toes with a napkin.
She's a gross goblin.
She's a fucking creep.
But yeah, it's basically the twins show up. One has like there's like the weirdest set of abilities for like a twin characters.
So the one has a ball that's full of fart gas.
Yes, poisonous fart gas, and the other one can just like turn his hand to a rock. So when he touches something with one hand, it goes out of the rock hand. Which
initially to me is a dumb power, but ultimately it's like he kind of has like weird exchangey powers with it, where he's able to like mesh. He's able to like merge objects together.
Yeah, while it's forming in the hand, he can just like kind of like mend it.
Like the part with the cops is cool, where he
put the handcuffs in like the mouth.
Yeah, he's able to like steal the guy's handcuffs and then fuse it like with his lower jaw.
Yeah,
so that he has like a handcuff going through his mouth. It's creepy. It's a really good image.
Yes.
There's such an unimportant part of this arc, though.
Nope. But what I love about this, where you don't see in JoJo, which is just like, this is like, Gappy uses CQC more than a stand, and you never really see like a hand-to-hand, like literally like punching in JoJo, and I loved it.
It's a cool little arc. I like their fight at the end.
It makes me think that Josuke probably might be the best like hand-to-hand fighter out of the Joestars.
Probably.
Maybe next to like, Jonathan and Joseph, who were like, literally had to mix martial arts with Haman.
There's a part where Carrera gets lit on fire.
The fire part's crazy.
It's crazy.
Which is funny because I always talk about it because there's another part where she kind of like catches on fire too in the flashback.
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah, she does.
Look, she has a hair stand, so she just grows her hair back like she did in that. But yeah, so they defeat the twins. And then Carrera says, "I'll be back."
Literally does not show up again. Like she in a flashback, but that doesn't count because it's a flashback.
No.
It's just, and at the same time, Carrera, I guess the way that the story's written doesn't really have a good reason to come back. But like, why not? She's such a fun character.
Yes,
we love her.
Imagine a hair stand on Toru. but no,
my fan theory.
I'm glad she didn't show up for Toru. She would have been dead.
It's true, actually. My fan theory is the first time we see Toru, his hair is small. Maybe she is always in the background, making his hair get bigger and bigger.
His hairstylist she's her hairstylist, her side gig.
She's the Cinderella of.
But it wouldn't have worked.
Part 8.
It wouldn't have worked because when we had a range, the hair went back to normal.
It's true.
So,
that's why she's always in the background.
I just love it. Like I want to do like Love Deluxe again, but I just think it's reasoning.
It's so like everything about it is so great. Her absence is sorely missed.
Yes. Or
whatever.
We miss. Just keep introducing like weird goblins that just live around Morio.
This is why I love the first half of this part so much.
Yes.
Because it's just the town has the same part 4 energy where it's like there's so many weird people here that just show up and do shit.
And you explore a lot of the area with her and Gappy, like going around town, like her scamming people.
It makes it feel more real. It makes the setting feel more real. Because the only things we've really seen have been the hat shop and the fruit parlor. That's like the only locations we've seen it.
We've been a little bit to the baseball stadium and the park.
Oh, that's
near
true.
It.
Yeah, we have.
We explored a little bit over that, and then with the next
Shakedown Road too. Okay, I'm wrong, but these things go away very quickly. These things go away.
And then I think the next is Vitamin C. The next arc up.
Vitamin C is the next arc.
Oh boy,
crazily.
This is like
it's like hit after hit.
This is peak JoJolion.
It really is peak JoJolion. I will totally agree with you.
I kind of like had this conclusion where Damo feels like the final boss for Josuke, like compared to like every other rock human, because he is the reason why both halves of him are dead.
It's so true.
Like he is connected to them. Like he took out like Damo should have like not. He should have been the last villain of it's a rock human. They should have fought completely because he is like so important.
It's kind of wonderful how neatly it ties the whole smuggler arc up. The only like hanging thread is Jobin, but that could have easily led into a Jobin arc.
Yes.
Like
it could have been like the funny Valentine Diego thing of just like you have these two villain threads coming in there, and then you can conclude it with these two like right after each other in a satisfying way. But yeah, basically, I love Damo just like sneak. The introduction is so fucking weird, of just like Pat from Pat from the Best Friends and Pate. It's a reminded me of.
I do want to say, so before we go into this, we do get like a little bit more of the rock humans and like the JOKAKAKA history. It's told through like, well, the one we see. So there's a couple little references here and there about the rock humans being. I think Tsurugi literally offhand says like. Them being like a split evolution. It's random, but it's true. Like Tsurugi is just correct.
There is another thing later on where it talks about like at some point silicon.
Yes, that's like the big confirmation. But then there's also this. So Yasuo finds like some information that the JOKAKAKA fruit was discovered in 1938, like explicitly. It's a perennial plant. It only has like 1 to 3 fruits. Discovered in New Guinea. There's like this connection to the tribe there about how like there's a tribe of people that would utilize it and they like had this symbiotic relationship with it. Based like it just was a part of their society. It wasn't like a coveted thing. But then of course once like colonialists, whatever people colonizing that, they take that and they have turned a whole like basically drug industry.
Yes. But yeah, this arc is like it is split up into 2 halves between what's happening currently and the flashback stuff, and this is like Hato's arc, and
and it literally just kind of abruptly begins. Like they're at the house, Hato's bringing her boyfriend home,
and then it's literally Pat and Paige. It's literally that, but yeah, they basically just talk about sex right in front of the stepfather.
Very funny,
funny his toupee stuff. Funny being a rock human, just like being so like wearing a wig.
I absolutely love. I don't know if it's a wig. I think it's just his combed over hair.
Comb over hair.
Yeah, and he says he's 23 years old. He says he manages as a dry cleaner too.
Yes, which we learn is bullshit, by the way, because that business is not real. As Ojiro, remember Ojiro looks into it and says it's abandoned. It's not a real place.
Well, it is a real place.
I mean, it's a real place, but it's not a dry cleaning place. So it was like just a bunch of cobwebs.
It's money laundering front. Like
the money laundering front.
He literally like it's like the joke is like he's laundering money in a fucking like clothes laundering service.
Yeah,
like,
and like
he's like a joke.
He's like, oh, people keep leaving their expensive coats to. They said this way. He's like bringing me coats every day. Like, huh?
It's just weird. He's just stocked this fucking place with expensive clothing.
So basically, he uses like vitamin C to he just touches everything to leave fingerprints, and basically when people touch them, they melt. So like Joshu gets flushed down. What's it called? Everybody else basically just gets melted into one room. Basically where Josuke gets like stuck in.
Yeah, I have to say the visuals of the handprints of the stand, they look so creepy. It looks like horrifying.
It kind of reminds me, as shitty as this anime is, the hands from Elfen Lied.
Oh my god, I hate that you said that, but it's true. Yeah.
I know, I hate that I said that too. But
the vectors.
Yeah.
They call them vectors in that.
Yes. And
you're correct. You just are correct.
And and just like it's so cool, and you just get the fucking craziest interrogation, which I fucking love, between him and Norisuke in the living room.
It's so brutal. The way that he slices him with the folded bill. It's awesome.
Iraqi saw Reservoir Dogs and like wanted to recreate the ear scene.
He wanted to one up it.
Yes, he wanted to do his own version of that with a dollar bill and a melted man. Without stuck in the middle with you playing.
Yeah, it's just
basically just like it's just trying to get information out of him that he doesn't have because he doesn't.
So yeah, basically what his whole thing is like, Damo is more concerned that his guys are being killed.
Yes,
he's like, where the fuck are my guys? They've been missing. I haven't seen them in days. What is your connection? Like, you've killed them. And
Did you kill
Yasuo?
Yeah.
Did you kill Aisho? Which he didn't. It's funny because like Norisuke literally doesn't know.
He only admits to killing the first one. It's the only one because he actually was involved in that one.
Even though we know Josuke's the one that fucking did.
I mean, like, he's like, leave my family alone. I killed him. But then he's like, threatening, like, I'm gonna bring Hato in here, murder her, and watch her like murder you.
Yeah, it's
so brutal. Her.
The way that like Joshu gets
like sucked down the drain.
It's so creepy and horrifying.
Like, he's okay.
He's fine.
But
it's funny because like how he sets this up. It's like he wants all the family to get attacked at once. But, like, half of them just get jobbed out, like, in mere seconds.
Only, like, Josuke's, like, half melted while Hato's, like, in that room with him, because...
Daya is also in the room with them, and literally is not mentioned.
She's completely melted by that point. Same with... Key's, like, in the corner, completely gone.
Yeah, she gets melted first, because she's the first one to touch it.
But at the same time, Yasuo's sending a fax of Jofume.
Of Jofume, yeah.
Which turns out to be...
Damo's image. So Damo has stolen Jofume's identity.
Yes, for some reason.
Yeah. It's kind of like random.
Yes.
I guess maybe it was just convenient because he knew that this guy hasn't shown up.
No one was looking for him.
Yeah, nobody was looking for him.
So, but then
it's literally been like days.
Yeah,
it's been like maybe a week, right?
Yes, it only because like when basically I think probably the day after is when they like find him. After they fuse together. But yeah, so. Basically, they get that, and like he trying to call Hato back in there, but then we get the flashback of Jofume and Kira, which I fucking love. With on the boat, it starts like with Kira on the boat and everything, and that's when it all starts essentially.
We actually do get like more than that. Like we get like because it's interspersed with this arc,
yes.
So we see
there's a lot of flashbacks.
We see Ojiro again. Actually, we see a whole scene with him and
like I said earlier, just like Kira takes time out of his day to troll Ojiro.
And the first time we see Jofume too, this is where we see the soft and wet stand, yeah. So, which is weird too, because like later on we see that Kira and Jofume were like closer than it like
maybe
they met like when he was a child, so it's kind of like how long have they really been working together? Was it just like they bumped into each other that day, or
he also like he's only 19 and Jofume's only 19?
Yeah,
I believe as well.
Sure. Whereas Kira, yeah, he is, because Kira is 29.
Yeah.
Maybe Jobin's a little older. No, I think Jobin's like 29 too. Whatever.
He didn't go to school with Kira, so...
Yeah, it's not really relevant.
But yeah, so basically we get the whole thing about like Jofume basically more information about Jofume, because we basically know Kira for the most part, and like his personality and his goals, but...
If anything, it's funny because Kira starts out as like a bad guy, and the more we see him, the more
he's an asshole.
Noble
he's a noble portrayed. Asshole. He's very probably like Jotaro, or he just will just be in part 3 where he's just an asshole, but he's also kind of a weirdo nerd. So, but yeah, we basically get like Jofume's origins about his mother, kind of just like not really wanting him and like almost letting him drown essentially.
Kira wants to see Titanic, would rather see Titanic than save this child.
I do like how he's like, use your stand to fix him essentially, and you see little baby.
It's your heart attacks.
No, you see baby heart attack. You see baby Key in the
booth.
Yes. It's similar how we see baby Hato, like a giant teddy bear, just like eating it essentially. Which I love how they're just the baby version are just like them, but like the same outfit, just like it's devouring.
There's so many flashbacks in JoJolion. I love seeing the younger characters.
So yeah, basically. Yeah, I just love seeing Kira save him as well. Basically, kind of like making him become a doctor. Is he like on his way to become a doctor? Yeah,
it really just like it not only ties Kira and Josufume, but it ties more importantly Holly and Josufume.
Yes,
and like Josufume is like indebted to Holly.
And seeing Holly just like this is what Holly does to impact people, of just like going out of her way to save their lives, no matter like
very like noble.
Because most people, people's like, oh, he's probably dead. Like he. Probably be too late for him. Like Holly's like, use your stand, or use your ability. We could probably save him.
Mm-hmm.
So she doesn't really give up on a patient.
And this is a really important moment for Jofume too, because he basically feels neglected by his mom.
Yes,
he feels like there's a moment where he says like, I died. Like
yes,
when I was in the water. I think this comes up a little bit later.
He does say that,
but he's like, I basically died that day, and Holly brought me back to life. So my life should be devoted to this cause of getting this fruit, and we have this whole. Their whole plan of stealing the fruit It's so cool.
They do a heist as well where they
have the whole thing where they weigh, like the fruit is weighed after everything.
They cause an accident.
Yes, hilariously. But she's fine. The person's fine.
The person's fine. They just open the briefcase right in because he uses the soft and wet to like take away his like his perception.
That was okay. That part's really weird because like so they're establishing that they are doing a car accident or a motorcycle accident to distract him, but then also does soft and wet to confuse him.
He took away. I think it's
peripheral vision.
His peripheral vision, or is this like his attention span?
Literally, that's what it feels like. He's like, "Whoa, an accident!" This is Aisho, by the way. We're talking about Aisho.
Yeah,
because he's transferring the fruit.
Yeah, they steal the branches and they graft it.
Yeah, which is
very important.
He grafts pear branches onto it to make it seem like the plant's fine, and this is something that like they do not notice for a long time. So that's one thing I forgot. So what happens is they end up grafting the JOKAKAKA branches onto, I think they say it's like a pear plant,
something like that,
or pear tree rather. And it's on there for like over a year, I think.
Yeah, because it kind of flashes back between like them and Kara time. They see Carrera like spying on, like stalking them, and like I said, there's time in between there where like Jofume at least could have established a relationship with her.
Yeah. So it's I think it's funny that like they make a point that there's a lot of time that it takes for when they graft the branches on to once the plant appraiser comes in. I have this magic moth larva that can make this plant make fruit in literally 2 weeks.
Especially that we put on a cactus.
Yeah, and it would be even better if it was put on a cactus, and then coincidentally Jobin also just did that.
Yes.
Hilarious. But
he's a fruit expert as well, so I guess.
Yeah, we have this great scene. It's a really great parallel scene where we see Damo doing the same like torture techniques.
It's him and on the boat at least.
And Yasuo, yeah. We see, because what he does is he cuts Kira's liver out, which is really creepy. Oof. I love that idea of like slicing the liver off because like, oh, this guy will die. But there's a moment where Josufume almost gives in because like Damo says like, I will, whoever tells me where the branches are, like I will let you live. Yeah. But I'm killing one of you. And if it wasn't for Kira like using the bluff about Carrera coming, because he says like, "Oh, Carrera's gonna."
He said our comrades are coming.
Yes. If he hadn't said that, Josufume would have sold him out.
He said, "If you didn't do that, or if like you didn't say anything, I would have sold you out to try to save you. There's only so much I can take."
And yeah, one thing I really like just kind of flash forward. So what happens? Like they end up escaping. There's like a big explosion because like an aftershock happens. From the earthquake.
I think the twins are like on the shore and like they like busy tackle Carrera essentially.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's basically they set off the boat to explode, and like Carrera, like you see Carrera, her hair is like burnt off. If you notice, like in the water, she only had like her hair like
I didn't even notice
it's like
that.
Really short. Like she probably just grew it back. But yeah, at least that's what it looked like in the panel.
Mm-hmm.
But and basically Jofume carries Kira basically to the wall eyes to the fruit.
Yeah.
And that's when we have like the moment of like you deserve to live. I don't, like eat the fruit, please. You can live.
What I like about this scene is it's basically like, so the whole idea of like, okay, I want to bring the title of JoJolion into this.
A JoJolion.
So JoJolion, Araki has explained, I kind of want to pull the quote up.
The very end.
Araki has explained very early on, that JoJolion, I think...
About breaking a curse?
No, well that's like the meme. I'm talking about like an interview. Hold on, meaning of JoJolion. Early interview. Basically the title JoJolion, I think X-Force had a whole video forever ago about this. He basically says like the word JoJolion, the suffix of Leon means like holy one. Hold on, wait. Oh my god, I can't. But, okay, here we go. Yeah. Sorry. In the first volume, Araki describes the story of JoJolion as being solving about curses. Blah blah blah. Okay, on the inside cover, volume 2, he explained that the Leon in the title comes from the Christian concept. The Christian concept of blessing, such as Evangelion in Greek. So
my favorite.
The whole idea of like JoJo and like blessing. So the idea of Josuke as like the blessed JoJo. Mm-hmm. The way I see this as like his birth is a miracle, kind of. Yes. Because it's a combination of the new JOKAKAKA and him being like in the special equivalent exchange walleyes. But he also is a character that is a result of two different characters sacrificing themselves for each other. Yeah. Kira sacrifices himself to save Josufume Josufume feels bad about it and sacrifices himself to save Kira.
Yeah.
So I think that it's kind of cool that Josuke's character is like two characters like sacrificing themselves.
Yeah, and they basically eat the first form of the new fruit. It looks like when he eats it, looks like parts of him are going to Kira, where like everything supposed to be like stuff from Kira goes to Jofume.
Well, so this is like very consistent also with how the new JOKAKAKA works with Joshu and Yasuo, because what the new JOKAKAKA does is you can transfer, instead of when I eat it and then like I lose part of myself, I eat it and then someone else loses part of their way.
Yeah, and they gain it.
Yeah,
but
so
everything went. But like everything, it's weird
because he's like,
I guess he fed it to him, and just the way it worked, it just tried to transfer like much as it could to Jofume.
Because there's also a mention later about how
and probably in the wall's eye soil probably changed it up as well.
Yeah, I think that's ultimately why. Like, but they explain later like. This is like in the Mitsuba arc, way later. When you eat the JOKAKAKA, it targets like the biggest pain or like the biggest injury. So I guess it was like maybe targeting
the brain.
Kira.
Or liver.
It was targeting Kira's missing liver.
Because
and that's why like Josufume was losing his self.
It's also a part where he like holds like the back of his neck or the back of his head, and it's just like something sticking out of it or like bleeding. So like
that's true.
There was also like multiple wounds on him. So
I think it makes sense that it would transfer from Josufume to Kira.
Yeah.
But then they get covered anyway, so they get exchanged.
They get covered anyway. The group can't find them or where the branch was. Like it's kind of lost, and they hear.
It's also funny that all these characters are dead. Like we're getting like more explanation of these characters post mortem.
It would have been funny to have like another member of the group that just like died because of those two in the flashback.
Yeah, that would be funny. Like a new Rockhuman we haven't seen yet who just dies and we just never see him.
Because he got blown up on the boat and drowned.
That would be funny, actually.
But yeah, it's fucking awesome. I love this. Probably one of my favorite like moments. It's just those two together.
It's so good. I love seeing these characters.
I would love to see more of their adventures together. But
there's something really precious about like it feels like scarce. Like we haven't seen these characters in so long that when we get bits of them, it feels very important.
Like, imagine if the part was like those two of like the actual like Joe Bros. Like it feels like the Joestar and a Joe Bro, but they feel like where the Joestar is like Kira, who feels like more like a Joe Bro, and like Jofume, who feels like a Joestar. It's so interesting, their dynamic,
and it's really cool that this is like basically a subplot. Like this has already happened because our main JoJo is having his own story.
This is literally why Gappy was buried.
Yeah. It's just this arc is so good, and then when it cuts back to like the Demo stuff,
and woke up with the hat.
Yes, he did wake up with the hat. Presumably
it transferred
over to just
the most important part.
So when we cut back to Demo,
yes,
and so basically
Josuke tells Hata like he is going to kill us, like touching anything is going to like fuck us over, and like basically like
she does get soft. Do you remember how he does it? So she's soft and she's basically liquid. So he puts her in a bubble and sends her up the chimney.
At the chimney or sends her basically outside.
Yeah, so she doesn't like touch the.
Yeah, because
she's
not out of range. Yeah, apparently I guess that's out of her range for the outside of the fingerprints, I guess. And basically just fucking has the stand ability of being able to grow her heels out and stab the motherfucker through walls.
Walking heart.
It's cool visual, like the perfect. Then they're like hard counter to long range stands.
I just really
like. Brutal.
I really like how sad she is.
Yes, because
she's like crying.
She really liked the guy.
Yeah, she's legitimately betrayed because like they say that she never brought a boyfriend home before. This could be her first like real relationship. And it's just cool how she fucking impales his face like 4 times.
Yes, and walks up the wall, cool. And then my favorite
I love that part.
And then like her and Josuke working together, like him just like it's like he could be killing the blow. He like literally like gives away Damo's position with the bubbles so he can stab him, which is so cool.
Technically though, he does get the killing blow.
She mortally wounded him though.
Yeah, like
Damo
runs away and then he does the big epic punch.
Yes, he fucking bashes his brains.
He does a big anime punch with Soft and Wet to destroy his brain.
We can work together, Black.
It is really funny how Damo is like this probably one of the most heinous characters cowers immediately.
And then she never used her stand again.
Literally.
But
what if she's always using her stand and we just don't see it?
And she only really has one more real interaction with Josuke explaining Kato to him, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's literally her last interaction. She literally like she has literally last interaction when she comes back.
Well, she does say "pick the cake, Josuke."
I mean, a real like actual talk and not one line.
But yeah, I mean, not only
Awesome, but
when we speaking Kato's introduction is the last thing in this. So
coming out of the dolphin prison,
it just feels like such an important arc. This feels like so climactic in so many ways.
Like I said, Damo felt like a final villain for Josuke, where like the only thing left for Josuke would be Jobin. But like I feel like Damo could have been saved for later, just to be like, okay, all my men are dead. I gotta like either A, rendezvous with like this new group of guys, like the last group of guys, or maybe plan this out a little bit more. But
I think so. The issue here, I think we could even keep Damo here. I think so. Going forward, now it's kind of like the pivotal moment of like we are entering part 2 of JoJolion, like the second half.
Yes,
where I think it really loses focus in a lot of the ways that it like I said, kept initially.
It's very similar to part 5, where this was like the Risotto versus Doppio fight, where it kind of symbolized the back half of part 5, which is not nearly as awesome as the first half.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, there's still some good stuff on that other half, but it doesn't live up nearly as much.
Yeah. Like, I think one of the biggest issues here is, like, we immediately... So, Damo's dead, and then we immediately are shown Kato. So, in my brain, it's almost like, okay, we put this threat away.
The mother...
This new threat is emerging.
The mysterious mother we had no mention of before, for good reasons why they don't never talked about her.
That does make sense.
And they made a big deal of like, why have you never told us about it? Because she was fucking arrested for murder, and I don't want you to meet her or to get to know her at all.
Yeah, most of the kids don't even recognize her.
Yeah, it's only 2 of them do. Only one of them is a mama's boy. All the other ones don't want anything to really do with her. But yeah, and then she's like the next big character that will be introduced and then never show up.
So yeah, what she basically says, so she's leaving prison. It's a really cool reveal.
She's also like a modeled prisoner that all the fucking jail, like the guards love. It's hilarious.
It's really funny. Because like, okay, I want to talk about Kato a little later, but like, I mean, Kato's great. Like, I like Kato. Theoretically, she just doesn't get any fucking screen time later.
She's built up to be this like part of Jobin's like crew, I guess, technically, where like then she's just not though for the most part, because she's working with Jobin, and then like Jobin's an afterthought at the end because he gets like shafted hard, and she gets shafted hard. Like there's a lot of missed potential with her, and
100% agree. So basically, and why it feels like she's being set up as an antagonist, like what she says here is she says like, okay, like everyone's like, wow, you were a model prisoner. Like, even though you weren't allowed parole, you're free today. And she's like, first she has shown a stand, which is like, okay, she's a villain because she has a stand. And also she says, I'm going to reclaim my life, which is pretty menacing.
And then goes, hey Jobin, I'm out. Come get me. Yeah. Which is also like a red flag.
She's in cahoots with Jobin, who is explicitly the bad guy here.
And also, like when we get to like her interaction with the family, when she just kind of just shows up, hilariously, she's just literally just there. She's like, someone's like, "How'd you get in here?" kind of thing, and then everybody kind of being distant. Hato like,
well, we haven't even gotten to that yet. I want to say first.
I want to talk about that a lot.
But we have the funny what's it called? The Milagro Man.
Oh, forgot
about. We get them a lot. It's hilarious because we see Kato
This is filler.
We see Kato leave prison, and then it says 2 weeks before Kato is released from prison.
It is literally filler.
It's a kind of filler.
It is filler.
The way I see this is it's kind of like a cool down from like this big major plot that we saw. I think it's a way for Araki to step back for a minute and just give us a little bit more character rather than like have more incredible things being set up. So it's like a funny little like side story. I like this little arc.
Fucking Joshu.
It's just 2 chapters.
It's harmless, but like doesn't really talk about, I guess, too much other than just like Joshu being a shithead and like everybody knowing the Milagro Man. The most interesting thing is the fact that Magaman's more like it's like a stand that went on its own to be a curse and everything. That's like the most interesting thing to get out of this.
Yeah.
Other than that, this Joshu just solves the problem, gives it back to the guy who gave it to him, and then said, "Yeah, fucking deal with it."
For me, this is kind of the last time we get one of the fun Morio Town arcs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to me, so for me, it's like this is kind of grasping onto the things I like about the first half of the story the most.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I think I like this so much. It's also just funny seeing how another thing, like Shakedown Road, the society at large seems to understand what this is, and they have like measures to not accept the money.
The bills have 13 at the end of it.
Yeah, and the part where he spills all the money in like the train station, and every citizen hands the money back to him. Like, oh, sir, you dropped this.
I like he says, like, people aren't this nice.
He's like cursed Japan for having the nicest civilians. He says like a really funny line like that. He's like, "How am I encountering the most nice people in Japan?" But yeah, it's just it's a fun little diversion arc. I really like this.
We don't need to say too much on this one.
No, I'm basically finished. I just want to see I think it goes right into Kato's
pretty much
introduction next. Oh, sorry. Okay, wait. So we do actually get this kind of ties up the Demo thing. Josuke does go to the dry cleaner.
Yes,
Damo's dry cleaner. He sees Holly. We get the fucking crazy reveal. Holly thought her fingers were food and ate 6 of them.
Don't worry, they got it out of her stomach and reattached them.
Yes. Insane detail that literally is just there to shock you. And then this is another so as I said, second half is this issue with Josuke's identity. This is not that. This is Josuke literally fucking mourning his mother. He's weeping at the fucking hospital.
Yes. He
says, "This is my mom." Like when there's do you know her?
He says he is Jofume.
Yeah,
Kujo, a couple more than once.
This is where it's funny because then
he goes from this to being I am Josuke by the end.
Yeah, which is I get it, but this is where he really we are getting this. He literally says he's going to get the JOKAKAKA for Holly. That is his goal.
I'm going to continue what the 2 parts of me were going to do essentially and cure our moms.
This is one of my favorite Araki Forget moments. We learn that now Holly is put in shitty rooms because Kira was paying for Holly's treatment, which I think I can't have.
It was 140,000 yen a day.
120,000 yen a day. And then Josuke has this moment, I'm gonna find that money. Never ever
hey,
brought it again.
Hey, help my mom. Okay.
Yeah, this is never brought again. Alright, finally, so we have this moment.
I mean, as we've seen from Holly throughout this part, she just wanders around the hospital anyway.
Yeah, they just let her get away with shit.
She fucking put an axe to a vault, so...
I guess it can be implied that maybe...
her hospital clearance.
No, what's her face? Kay... Because we see Kay taking care of her
These
later.
are her maid fees.
Which could not be... I mean, 120,000 yen is
$1,200 probably.
Is it literally... Hold on, wait. How... Yeah, wait.
I'm gonna guess 1,200.
120,000 yen in US dollars. Literally, yeah, that for today's exchange rate, that's $1,000 a day.
Okay, that's close.
How is she affording this? How would Kay afford this on a maid's? She getting paid a fuck ton of money? Whatever, unimportant.
But
so going into this now, we have a fun little moment where the family is we have all these little
interacting.
We always have these little family moments between chapters.
Like I said, there's Joshu and Hato interacting. This is not the fish sausage part, is it?
No, that's a little later.
Okay.
This is the part where Kato.
Yes.
Kato is just sitting in their fucking living room.
Yes. Okay. So yes, she shows up. She's Norisuke's fucking what the fuck? Who let you in? Get the fuck out of here.
Norisuke has a fucking heart attack. He literally falls on the ground. He's like, "Why are you here?"
If your ex-wife who just didn't know she got out of prison just showed up, you'd be doing that too. That you probably have the restraining order on as well.
Yeah, he did say that he divorced her.
Yes.
In prison.
So yeah, Hato's the only one in the house right now that knows who she is because she was the one old enough, and she Hato's really doesn't really want to interact with her either, which is and it basically explains Josuke's situation that she was arrested for murdering a boy, essentially a child murderer. She only got 15 years for a child murder.
Yeah.
Or covering up a child murder.
So we have this introduction of Kato just a few chapters before, and now she's explicitly this is a dangerous bad character.
Yeah, Dai is very confused, and Joshu's really no, I don't like you at all kind of thing, where like when she tried to go to Daya, he basically uses the stand to pop her top off and then went to suck her titties.
It's really weird.
It's a weird way to do it.
She does also get back on him by using space trucking her stand.
Yes.
Not named until 60 chapters later. No, it's not that many.
4 chapters before it ends.
Literally.
But yeah, and then basically he gets out and Jobin's like, yeah, I was the one who let her in, essentially. Which, another red flag to the family.
Extremely. Also, there's a little line that I think is really charming. Because, like, Kato is not seen. I think she literally had Daya and then went to jail. Like, so she has not seen Daya since
she was
Daya
pregnant
was, like, a newborn.
She was pregnant when she buried the body. Or when she covered the body.
I think she's pregnant with Joshu. I think she's pregnant with Joshu when she buried the body.
It was Daya, I think. Because I think Joshu was a wee lad. I don't think because she had Joshu, then how does she have Daya?
Oh, true. No, well, when she buried the body, she wasn't discovered for 10 years after.
Was it 10 years after?
10 years. Oh, sorry, no, it was not. It was like 6 years.
Okay, then yeah, that's possible then.
Whatever, unimportant. It's a not super important detail, but what was I gonna say? She is bad and evil. We'll get to the whole like that thing later.
Yeah.
But this is like a really like setting her up as a villain.
Yeah, I get, and like it's probably I think a little bit later, but the minor thing because it's basically the last time you see her is like she's like on the hammock like outside of the family house and like basically just tells Jobin like some shit's happening by the way, just to let you know, and then you never see her again.
It actually infuriated me when I got to the park. It's like, we're not going to see her until the fucking climax.
And then she fucking dies.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to talk about. Oh, one little scene that I love. So she's not seen Daya since Daya was like basically a newborn. And she says, wow, your boobs are pretty big. Higashikata women, generally, their boobs shrink as they get older, which is hilarious. Because look at her.
I know.
How big are her boobs?
Are you talking about maybe her father's side, I guess?
Maybe. I think that's really funny. Well, wait. I guess she's not Higashikata by blood.
Technically not,
she
but
married
like,
in.
But even so, all her kids have like big bubbas. So
it's true. I guess Hato doesn't really have big bubbas as much.
Apparently, not as big as her younger sisters.
So unfortunately, this goes into Dolomite's Blue Lagoon. You famously don't like this. I think it's fine. It's ultimately fine. I think for me, this is like
the stuff around it is very good though. Like this, like other than like the stand fight itself, because stand fight is very. It's like opposite Wonder Review, where you don't want the things to pursue you and touch. You don't want it. Yeah.
This is also where, like we mentioned earlier, but Norisuke or Josuke tells Norisuke that Jobin is the bad guy because he has video evidence of him looking for the branch.
Yes, it's very Jobin's suspicious. I'm telling you because I trust you. Just be aware. But then they also have like Jobin talking to Dolomite, trying to get like this. All those fucking guys all those rock humans are dead. Like, I need your help. Maybe there's a way to fix you because you have no limbs or real skin.
The Kato hammock scene is like literally the next chapter.
I know.
It's like she literally comes into the story and then is not an entity.
Exactly. But no, so
I'm furious.
So yeah, so we get his like backstory, which I thought was hilarious because like I messaged you too because I always found this hilarious. But like he had a girlfriend. He's a beautiful guy. He had a girlfriend. She got up, wandered off, jumped over a fence to a feather line, almost touched it. He tells her to stop and pushes her out of the way and gets zapped, and then she just gets up and wanders away again. Where Jim's like, it could have been his stand, but like if it was his stand,
it doesn't make sense.
He told her to stop. She jumped over the fence instead of going through it like painfully. And it's like, it doesn't add up. It's so funny. I read the wiki just to double check. Someone like his baby is probably blind girlfriend. I'm like, you don't even know she was blind or not.
She looks like a fucking idiot. Like
she does.
She's walking around like she doesn't know what's happening.
She's like the zombies that kind of happen, but nothing makes sense with the rules of what he has.
Also, it's hilarious to me that like he touches electricity once and becomes the most ugly creature ever.
Loses all his limbs and skin, even though he probably could maybe turn to a rock real quick because we've seen how quick with the architect how quick it does.
like rocks don't conduct electricity.
Exactly.
Like, at least not generally.
Because like, we know they can bleed a little bit into rock form as well, but like still, like he probably could have transformed quick enough, like we've seen before. How
instant?
Yes,
it's like instant.
So,
I guess it's not quicker than lightning or electricity.
But yeah, I mean, it gave us plenty of great images, like Jobin throwing fried chicken around, soft and wet with a shovel.
There's an interesting part here where Dolomite kind of represents, or Dolomite, whatever. It's
call them Dolomite. It's
It's Dolomite because it's like the Italian mountains, and also Dolomite is my name. Is a film, but so Dolomite here is like he kind of represents like the absolute worst, most degenerate. Like he has like no humanity anymore. He kind
of gave up and just kind of accepted his life of just living in this pond. He wanted to find his blue lagoon, but now it's impossible for him to do that. Maybe with the chance of getting this fruit, he can.
So yeah,
because this dumb girl wandered off into a fucking power line.
This idiot girlfriend. He does ask Jobin this one thing. He's like, so you don't care if this guy dies, right? Like you don't care if like Morio suffers. Like he says like. Basically, he will go out of his way. Like, he will use the most heinous strategy just to...
And he does.
And this is, like, one of the most destructive stands. Like, I don't love this arc. I think, particularly... what chapter is it? Chapter 59 is the one with the kid. The scene of the kid bumping into things, it's just so fucking long, and it doesn't... Like, this is, like, valuable plot space.
I love him smacking the old lady with the fucking shovel.
That part's good.
The part he gets into like the store, like when he's like in the fucking bathroom with the child like crawling out, it's like horrifying.
It is really creepy, and I think we could just like zoom to that part.
And Josuke canonically loses.
I know, yeah. That's the one thing that's kind of interesting here. Is he like
and Yasuo wins? She pulls the Trish pole from the Notorious B.I.G. pole and like beats him up.
It's also funny though because isn't this where Yasuo gets her fucking brain aneurysmed by Jobin?
Yes, because early on she gets a call from him, and then like
she finds a tooth. Yeah, she's trying to find the tooth.
She finds a tooth, and then she finds a dental record. She figures out like, who it belonged to, and then Jobin comes in and just like gives her a brain aneurysm. Like I can't really kill her. That'd be way too suspicious.
Don't be suspicious.
It'd be sus, and then lets her go.
So yeah, this
it's crazy. I'm pretty sure that all you see is the phone roll, and then you see the bubbles just form. Like, oh fuck!
It's really insane. It's like it's kind of random that he doesn't just kill her, but I guess that makes sense.
This is Joshu's friend or Joshu's girlfriend. Like, it would probably be suspicious, or wouldn't go over well.
It's extremely convenient that he can just make her forget. Like.
I mean, the brain aneurysm probably gives some kind of memory loss. Or she didn't even know what happened because it happened behind her. She wouldn't even be aware of what happened.
That's true.
She probably just saw her passing out. And then, but yeah, basically we see that. We get Yasuo wins, and then they get on the bus to go to the next battle.
It's really fucking quick. I like the part where it becomes a fly. I think that's really scary. Like
I do like Dolomite just being the one rock human not affiliated with like really either faction. He got out of that and just like... he's the guy by himself, and I find that like the most interesting thing about a rock human is not like linked to this stuff.
Yeah. So okay,
probably the only one alive that would have been interesting to be him, the one to get Josuke to the head doctor.
It is just, I mean, like at the end of this arc, there's a part where Yasuo is like, "Is it really okay that we just left him there?" And Josuke, as if talking directly to the audience, says, "It's fine. He's not really going to be an issue." Despite like his whole motivation being like, I could become normal again if I use this fruit. Like, no, it's fine. We just left him in the mud.
They know where I live now. But
he's just gonna mud up for a little bit.
For him to like get anything, he needs someone else to grab a piece of his body and give it to someone, though.
It's true. Well, he'll just grab a couple frogs, probably.
I don't think it works like that.
Probably not.
But yeah.
Okay, there's actually there's a chapter in between here that's like vital. This is a chapter called 64, Mother and Child.
Oh,
this is like the Jobin flashback arc.
Yes, the Jobin Kato flashback.
We get a little
the worst bully I've ever in like manga.
Yeah, it's horrible. We get this little narration by Tsurugi initially, where he basically says like he kind of introduces the whole curse like thing again, and he says like the land is the curse. He specifically says like that the curse resides in the land, which is weird because it never really comes up again. It's kind of the opposite, actually. But he talks about the tradition of sacrifice was started by Norisuke's mom when she sacrificed herself for him. we see okay, yeah, the bully. We have the whole thing with Jobin being. There's a lot of bullying in part 8, like with Yasuo later, like
even
her
Tsurugi.
Tsurugi's bullied, yeah. Which is parallel to like the Jobin thing. But there's a funny part. So yeah, ultimately what happens? Jobin accidentally almost kills this kid.
He uses Speed King for the first time, you assume, and it basically either kills it. No, he doesn't kill.
He doesn't kill him.
He doesn't kill. He basically does what he does to his father later on, where he just kind of puts him into a coma.
Yeah. So what happens is, he tells his mom about it, and then his mom is like,
"Do you remember like, why he did it on the guy though?"
Because the bully.
Yeah, because the one classmate saw him bully what's it called, Jobin, and told teachers and got him in trouble. So to get revenge, he wanted Jobin to burn the house down or burn her in a room.
He had like a bottle of oil and like a lighter.
And Jobin really said no, and then the kid was gonna fucking murder him, and he's fucking put him into a coma. Yeah, and then basically he cries to Kato, and Kato basically takes the body into the fucking walls to like basically do the shrine sacrifice with the bully.
Because the bully, so there's a part where baby Jobin says, "Oh, he's not dead. He's still breathing." But like Kato understands like this is her prime chance to save her child. Because like
before the curse really takes effect, you can just get rid of it, take care of it now.
Also, Kato has a based feminist moment where she says, "I will not let my life be controlled by men." I don't really understand the context here. I guess she's talking about how like the curse applies to.
But
like,
didn't he say
like Ryusuke would have to sacrifice himself? I think that's what she's making a reference to here.
But
or maybe that she doesn't want her son to get imprisoned because of a murder.
But Norisuke also was like his mom sacrificed herself, and that seemed to be her choice.
It's a very random line. I wonder if it's one of the weird translation things that just doesn't really it doesn't really make too much sense. But whatever. It just shows she loves her kid.
Yes,
she loves her son. She gets away with it for like 6 years.
Yes.
Do you remember how they discover?
What, didn't they just like find the body?
Do you remember how?
Oh, there was like a guy like searching like
for an endangered like turtle species.
Yeah, something weird.
And that's when they find the bones, and they immediately are able to convict Kato.
Find DNA or some reason. Because they said the only one that had a motive was the son Jobin, but the mom just took the responsibility. Everybody thinks she just took the responsibility for his son, but
yeah, and also sorry, big thing. Kato talks about how she's thinking about Johnny Joestar's sacrifice.
Yeah.
She mentions that specifically. So that just ties Johnny Joestar's sacrifice with the land more, I think. That's just like it just adds to the whole like equivalent exchange being Johnny's doing.
So basically she goes to jail for only 15 years for child murder.
You gotta love those Japanese prisons.
You gotta love it. She's a model prisoner, a model murderer.
And at the very end of this arc, we go back to Josuke and Yasuo on the bus, and Planet Appraiser knocks out the bus driver.
I love that so fucking much. It's so funny. Funny introduction.
I call him Planet Appraiser because that's his name for the first 10 chapters he's in.
You know, people like simp over Kato. Like, you know, these are the same people that would simp over a serial killer, like the fucking
Jeffrey Dahmer,
Ted Bundy,
yes.
and Charles Manson. They simped over. It's hilarious. It's the same people.
Part of me is like, oh, but that kid was a shit. Like,
yeah, he wasn't. I mean, that's like Kato's reasons was like, this kid had no future. My son has a future, essentially.
It's true.
Like, this kid was going to be like a piece of shit for his entire life.
There's a lot of, I mean, we're skimming over so many little mini details because we can't fix it in all of them, but there's one thing I
mean, we're 3 hours in, so.
We are. There's one mini detail that I really like here where the bully keeps saying Jobin, like, about basically how Jobin doesn't live for the future. He makes a line of like, oh, well, you always forget like what happens every day. Like, you always forget when I beat you up and I just do it the next day. But then Kato has this moment where it's like, no more forgetting. Like, we have to like live with these consequences and like move forward and take what we can.
This is the equivalent because like Jobin and Tsurugi, Jobin has a speech with Tsurugi. This is like her a similar speech to her and Jobin.
Everyone has speeches. Okay, yeah, I have a lot to say about Mamazuku. So if you're ready to jump into that,
let's get into Urban Gorilla.
There's actually like a bit of buffer. We have a little bit of time with just Mamazuku as a focus, which is nice.
So another thing is this is when Mamazuku was obsessed with percentages.
Yeah, that's like his gimmick.
Yeah.
Every character has like a little quirk that they do at the beginning, and it just kind of fades away.
Yes,
I have to say,
this Steiner math equivalent of just percentage of succeeding. So
there's something about Mamazuku that kind of is like, he's a very unique character to me. He feels like the most meta character. Like, there's a lot of times where he reacts to things that characters do in a way that, like, JoJo characters normally don't.
As I say, I always compare him to Rohan of just being, like...
Rohan also is Rohan's a meta character too, but in, like, a very different way.
But he's different, but he's also, like, a role of just kind of being antagonistic to some of our cast members.
Yeah, like, he's very anti-Yasuo.
Yes.
But so the one thing that I'm thinking of is, like, a little bit later, he's talking with Josuke, and he's like, I like that speech you just said, especially that one line. I didn't care about the rest of it.
I love that.
These little lines that, like, are just really... That's the first thing I wrote about is I said Mamazuku is a bitch, because he's just a fucking bitch.
He's an ad. Also, before when Nurse is like telling Josuke about him, you see the one picture where his outfit's like a little bit different, where he had like the P, like a couple P's like on like the chest and like throughout his chest, and there's just like one part of him. It's kind of funny.
It's really funny seeing that character. Like Joshu's first design is so different from how his hair.
Like I said, it was Mitsuba.
Yeah, Mitsuba's
and
drastic.
Jobin.
Yeah.
More so Jobin's like head.
That's why going back to Flashback Man, that's why I really feel like Flashback Man was probably just an early design for like a demo.
Araki better have an interview where he actually like talks about that.
Hey, if we ever get the JOKAKAKA exclusive.
Yeah.
We'll...
Never.
Okay, so I love it's kind of like a Superfly reference here with him living in like the...
So, well, basically he knows they're being pursued by something underground. Like, they talk about it, and he basically parks in a parking lot, and, like, basically just go for the ski lift, because he can't really go under, like, asphalt, or have a hard time going asphalt.
Which, okay, I kind of think is stupid, because, like, how asphalt doesn't go deep. Asphalt is, like, it just goes a couple inches down.
I understand, like, bedrock, but yeah, maybe can't come out of the asphalt? I don't know.
Yeah, the bedrock makes a lot more sense, that's, like, a valid...
So, basically, he's, like, very hesitant about Yasha, but he's, like... Yasha's like, I have my uses. Like, yeah, she can, like, really track anybody. Like, then maybe that'd be useful, but I'm also not gonna be nice to you.
One of my little favorite, like, side things... Like, Yasuo is, like, by far one of my favorite characters.
Yes.
Her little, like, arc of learning how to use Paisley Park is really gratifying. Like, it comes back into so many great ways, especially in the Wu Tomiki fight.
Yes.
Well, we'll get to that, but I love how she uses her stand in that fight. All right, we got to talk about it.
So
the fucking funny food part.
No, we talked about that enough. That's like this is when our podcast really actually started. By the way,
technically, yeah, this was like
our first spoiler cast went up to Urban Gorilla,
and we still felt necessary to talk 3 hours about.
You did. I just want to talk about this weird guy living on a fucking ski lift, but it had a toilet that's just sitting out there in the open.
But it's important to the fight.
There's a kitchen.
Which isn't important to the fight. Actually,
yes,
it is.
He shoots forks.
It's a fork.
And there's a library, I think he said at one point in there. And
he's got like everything. His laser discs.
It's weird.
He says he makes a line
a laser
about, like,
collection.
He's like, I should probably get rid of my laser discs. Like, how old are you?
They like Shaun of the Dead are just like throwing their discs at like Urban Gorilla.
Oh, I need to talk about it, Sam.
Go ahead. I'm gonna take a drink of my coffee while you're just ranting about it. Take my time.
So there's a reason why I'm mentioning this. So Plant Appraiser Mamazuku Rai makes a whole frickin' to-do about, I'm gonna make you guys a delicious little snack. So he makes a dessert called Romanov, which doesn't really exist. Like, this isn't real. This is, like, Romanov is a real dessert.
Yes, I've heard of that.
But the way that Araki depicts it here, like, Romanov, I looked at a couple recipes. Romanov never uses mascarpone cheese. It is normally a cream that you put on top of strawberries, not one single strawberry on a plate of cream. He adds honey to his meringue, which is I've never like so normally you know what a meringue is, right?
I know a meringue.
Generally, you make the meringue first, and then you fold the meringue in with other things. Like he puts honey in his meringue. Very strange recipe. I can only assume
this is a strange man.
It's also an American Russian dish. It's not like Russian because the name Romanov, you'd think. So
I've seen Black Widow.
My fan theory is that Araki went to a random like Italian restaurant when he was in Italy, and he happened to have this weird take on Romanov. They
what's
use,
this?
Mascarpone
It's
cheese.
Romanov.
And this is his association with it. Maybe I'm wrong. Link me recipes of Romanov that look like this.
Link them.
I will make it one day. I'm gonna make the one that Mamazuku Rai.
We'll make that. We'll make the Dr. Stone cocktail.
I'll do the fucking parfait, melon parfait. It'll be impossible.
I'll take a potato chip and eat it. I'll make the Senku Cola.
Oh my god, I would actually love to try that. All right, but yeah, okay, moving on.
We'll get that margarita pizza.
Oh, that looks so... I fucking love margarita pizza.
But
I would fuck up a margarita pizza right now.
so yeah, they're on the ski lift. Urban Gorilla has basically had. You do find his name way later, but his basically just goes by Urban Gorilla.
Actually, oh yeah, we know his real name, but it's this is like one of the few times that it just like points to him, and like it's just like something that Araki's just telling us, like Urban Gorilla. His stand is called Brainstorm. Like it's not. He never says it out loud. Like
Yeah.
or if he does, it's not like it's way later. It's that part later.
He basically just has like poison. He basically has like poison pollen essentially.
Yeah, it's weird though because like initially I thought it only attacked like organic things, but we see it attacks like it just can dissolve like anything.
Yes.
Really.
And he rides a tank, like a dog tank.
Technically, the first rock animal,
Wait,
unless we don't count Iwasuke,
Yeah.
which I do. But this is the first named rock animal.
Yes, and he's just a tank that goes. It's basically Oasis, but like not, but worse.
He explains it as like it like a what's it called, like filter. It like filters through
it goes
the
like
soil.
like a caterpillar tracks or something like that.
Something like that.
But yeah, it's basically a worse Oasis, but more protective, I guess. But
yeah, because it encases Urban Gorilla.
Because there's so like basically like the Urban Gorilla Brainstorm attacks first. Gabby like gets all like the pound, like basically the I'm gonna call them pound. I don't really know the best way to describe like the stand.
Yeah, it's just like little bacteria nodules.
He gets them all. At one point, I thought the Planet Freezer knocked Yasuo off in the panel. I thought like at first that's how it was because she was just like gone. He was like saying the antagonist, and then she was just gone. Next panel, like did he just like knock her off?
Honestly, it's kind of on brand with.
I know that's what I thought. It could have been on brand, but basically she gets to safety very easily by getting to the bedrock. The whole standoff like Josuke. I asked you, you have to protect me. That was your mission. But then like him jumping off to go help Yasuo, I was like, I like that. That's good. I'm like.
It's very counterintuitive. That's why, like, he talks
You got
himself
balls.
a lot.
I like balls.
Yeah, this is where like I see scenes like this, and I feel like he's like a meta character. Same with him. Flash forward to him in the prison too. This is another like weird self narration scene.
Prison scene's
like,
weird too.
So there's a part. Okay, this is funny to me. So they kind of have an exchange with Urban Gorilla. This is honestly a fine fight.
What I do like is like he doesn't sustain Urban Gorilla. There's like parts where they're kind of split up, or he was just like on like the ski lift, like talking to them and everything. But I do love when Urban Gorilla is monologuing, where Mamazuku just shoots the crossbow fork into his fucking eye.
It's great.
It's so funny.
And then later we found out he wasn't aiming for him; he was aiming for the gas, and that's like big brain JoJo move where they light him on fire.
A lot of fire. They really like their fire in this part.
I think Araki thought of how horrifying it would be to get covered in gasoline and lit on fire because he does it like so many times.
Man, I really miss Magician's Red.
So there's a part here where so Urban Gorilla talks about this idea that like the fruit is meant for rock humans. He said it's meant for us. Like,
yes,
it doesn't. He says it's not compatible with humans. It's compatible with silicon-based life forms. This reference.
Doesn't he also figure out like really quickly that this guy works as a doctor for his knowledge of like?
Yes,
because he goes. Because he shot in the eye, like, oh, I will survive. I'll patch myself up and I'll survive because not like that like bad of an injury I have. And he goes. He basically just says like I'll be fine. And then he also just gets like blown up like in the tank underground because the bubbles follow him with the gasoline, which is hilarious.
So that's but no, going back to the doctor thing, that is like a random line that Rai throws out there that Josuke confirms because Josuke is like says like you're a doctor, right? And he's like, how'd you know? He's like, well, now I do because you just confirmed it. Like it was like a random speculation.
You say I speculated, like I thought about it because you were talking about you had pretty good knowledge about that subject, but now I know.
But so the one reason I want to mention this is Urban Gorilla literally makes fun of humans for wanting to make money.
Even though
that's the thing that he says.
Because at least with like the demo group, yes, they are literally there. They're a mob essentially. Where like the doctor stuff is now like, okay, this is where we're gonna get into the meta message of doctors wanting to make money.
But it's just like it's so confusing to me here because Urban Gorilla literally says like humans care about money. We care about
money.
Something? I don't know.
I like money.
Like, I guess it's literally just money. I think later on one of the characters says like, "Oh, money is important. Money helps get power." It's like, all right, I fucking guess.
Toru/Wonder Review both talk about money so fucking much.
I know
about like the value of this new fruit and everything. But yeah, that fight ends, and yeah,
The crossbow is great. Nothing is going to be ever.
Mamazuku loses like his hand
Yeah.
right away.
He chooses to cut his hand off.
As we
Very
learn,
funnily.
Mamazuku exists just for them to show off a stand and take the damage
Literally.
because they don't have a healing factor character.
There is a real
Even
cool
though people,
part.
even though people take so much how many eye injuries are in JoJolion?
It's like every other arc.
I counted. There's so many fucking eye injuries, and like people are finding Yasuo gets one, Mamazuku gets one, Gappy gets a couple. Like it's gross.
It's true. I think just Jobin's eyes explode in the Ozone Baby fight. One of his
yes,
eyes explode.
yes, him too.
Literally,
I
yeah.
think Tsurugi as well. I think Tsurugi gets a fucking gross eye injury.
Yes, but so just like. I don't know. To me, this arc is fine.
Yes.
It's funny that he does cut his hand off, or it's really his fingers.
Yeah.
But it's pretty consistent. Like Rocky doesn't really
Yes.
mess up.
He actually uses it as an excuse to find a head doctor because he's like, you're talking about maybe getting me a replacement head.
That's actually very funny.
I do love that.
But yeah, I mean, I like this is a fine it's a cool fight. It's like to me though, like I'm just so less interested in these doctors.
Yes.
Than I am. With the other squad.
Urban Gorilla is like on the bottom tier. Now we're getting to the two like at least my favorite ones at least.
The only thing that Urban Gorilla is like that I really like about this arc is Rai, and Urban Gorilla is like he's such a like asshole like badmouther. He's really fun to like.
He's a trash talker.
Yeah.
But now we're getting to the smooth talker though.
Yes. So very. I think. Oh, sorry. No. Very important.
Okay. I'm so excited to talk about like the Jobin arc.
Rai Mamazuku touches a bubble.
Oh,
and
fuck
says,
this line.
This is like mine. This ability is a chord.
This is like a chord spinning.
Proceeds to not mention this.
This is chord spinning.
He does also say this ability is like mine. So
we also said that this is a chord spinning at. This looks like a bubble.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no. In hindsight, you're so excited then. Like, oh, spin, and then you kind of forget about that for a while.
Spin. Yeah.
Spin.
But so. You want to get to poor Tom, but I have a little hair clip that I've got to send to you first.
Oh, okay, another filler. That surprisingly brought up more than I remember.
I disagree. I think this is actually really important. I'm not even memeing. But sorry, one last thing. So we do get.
Well, they have a kind of talking about what to do next and everything. Well, I think they did that after the hair. No, she tells a story about the hair clip because they talk I mean, she's trying to shoo Yasuo away, essentially, and she talks about. She just starts ranting about her story.
Really does.
She just goes into a story.
She's like, when I was a young girl, and
the Fresh Prince theme starts kicking in,
and then to like the very end of this. I mean, we'll talk about it, but the very end, Rai's like, I didn't really care about that. That's another time. Like,
you could shut up now.
Yeah, Rai feels like such a meta character to me. Like he doesn't feel like a real. He feels like such a rando like haha, lampshading.
He just becomes like a Joe bro now.
Okay, but so I want to talk about the hair clip.
Yes.
It's very important, I think.
She buys it from someone covered up. Could it have been Toru?
I think we can interpret that. It certainly isn't telegraphed, but it can be interpreted as Toru.
Because I mean, this is like when she was a teenage, so Toru knows about her, but still.
I want to call this chapter the Toru or the Yasuo gaslighting chapter.
Yes.
Because basically that's what this thing does. It just gaslights her and like makes her. I think the ultimate. Okay, so here's my interpretation of this arc. I think that this is Toru trying to get Yasuo to be distant from her father. I think he's literally trying to develop daddy issues in Yasuo.
Because like, I still don't know because
Toru has not been introduced yet. That's the problem.
2 more arcs. We have 2 arcs, and he's not introduced to like the end of Doctor Wu.
Yeah,
and
that's why it's like it's hard to say, but like. So what this arc is doing is it makes Yasuo feel like her father is not a part of her life anymore.
Yeah.
And that she cannot rely on her father. She's not allowed to like have a relationship with her father, despite it being an illusion. Her father's never actually in the story.
Yes.
We never see her father.
She wished it was like her mother instead.
Yeah. So she gets extremely bullied. She attempts suicide, which I forgot about.
She got bullied because she forgot about the birthday gift for her one classmate, and everybody hated her for not getting her birthday gift.
Yeah, because she selfishly bought a gem or the hair
clip from China.
Yeah. She fucking attempts suicide, which I forgot. I cannot believe when I turned the page. I literally gasped. I was like, "What the fuck?"
It's very sudden.
It's so sudden.
But then lucky she gets to the hospital. We have Kira walk into the room saying, "Oh, I stepped on this hair clip," which is just him killing a rock insect that he knew was a rock insect.
He also says, "Oh, the gem was fake."
And basically now Yasuo has a connection to Holly because Holly was like taking care of her.
So that's like the important thing that we gleaned from it when I was reading it the first time.
Yes.
Now reading it in hindsight, I feel like this is like a Toru gaslighting setup arc.
I don't know, man.
I mean, what else? There has to be that, right?
Has to, but I feel like maybe they had more of a tease of it being Toru.
I think I would agree that I think it's just not done well.
Because at this point, he already established becoming the head doctor. Because when Yasuo was like a little baby girl at the
camp, that's not until way later though.
But he found identity. He's like, oh, this is perfect. But I don't know how you don't know the timetable of like how long it took to take an identity.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that it was poorly done, but like I think that's the intention here.
Toru in a nutshell.
It's supposed to be that like Yasuo has connection to the rock people. They have been manipulating her life.
I guess
that's
so.
It. Like,
but then they put the thing like, and they make a point after they get out of the story. She's like, if you can find if you go home and get this hair clip and trace it, you could probably find a lot of information about the rock humans in general.
We see her go home. We see her find the box. We see her look at the hair clip. This element is never, storyline's never touched on.
I got menstrual pain. I gotta get checked out right now, guys.
Dude, I have cramps. Let me put this arc on hold.
Unless
Let me
she
go to
just
hospital.
grabbed it, investigated it with Paisley Park and just found nothing, I guess.
But then why would they focus on it?
Just to separate her so she doesn't just fucking explode in Ozone Baby.
Yeah, I mean, it's just random.
So,
speaking of Ozone Baby.
Yeah, so basically they split up, and yeah.
We did already, at the very end of the... Oh, wait, no. Oh, we didn't mention the moth larva. That was like the big thing.
Yeah, you mentioned that forever ago. Just the magical larva that can just...
Also, Rai was able to tell which branches were the grafted
from a picture,
because
Josie took a picture of every fucking branch in the...
I love the activity that probably took him a whole day, taking a picture of every he filled his phone's data, his like SIM card, or not SIM card, Jesus Christ, his SD card with pictures of the orchard.
Yeah.
Oh, also Yasuo got dandruff when she put the hair clip on. I just want to say that.
I mean, it made her head rock, so that's why she thought it was dandruff.
Yeah, which is like thematic. We see this happen again visually, like
with Mitsuba.
Yeah, so maybe it's like also connecting. Whatever. It's just we're at Ozone Baby. We're at Poor Tom.
Yes, we're in Poor Tom. We get Jobin meeting with Poor Tom. Poor Tom singing Simile, checking him out.
Hilarious.
Basically tells him that you bury my stand, it'll activate, and then we'll find the branch once everybody's like kind of like knocked out of commission. And then Poor Tom gets the number and goes off to have sex while that's happening.
I think this is the part where we see so this is one of those scenes where we get Jobin versus Norisuke, like what they want to do with the fruit parlor. So we have this conflict where like Jobin is like the scene in the baseball thing.
Wait, before that, interesting to Poor Tom that he just kind of runs by like that little goblin video, and Jobin's like, it's like you're a child aren't supposed to be here right now. And this Poor Tom is like in this fucking 50s-year-old baby man.
I do love
with his see-through tie.
He's a gross cretin.
He's gross. Ladies man.
But he gets the phone number at the end, so. But we have this scene. So Jobin and his dad are at the baseball game, and Jobin's like, "Hey, Dad, we need to start doing these like new fruit trade routes."
Well, he says we have this high part in society, but we don't have these good seats we deserve to have, and
Jobin
should change
wants more.
We should change our business up, and then Norisuke says, "Nah."
So I wrote this down because it's literally unironically one of my favorite lines in JoJolion. He's like, "Dad, we need to make this more powerful." And Norisuke says, "A fruit shop does not need to be powerful," which is true.
Very true.
It's a fucking fruit shop. Like, I just love that he had to say that. And then this is where he presumably meets Yotsuyu and the other rock humans for the first time.
Yep.
Getting into this whole idea of like the fruit trade, whatever. It's just a little backstory.
The nice little thing. But yeah, basically, and then this arc kind of jumps between, because basically Hishikata family is just like knocked out for the entire part, where it's Tsurugi and Jobin in one end, and then Mamazuku and Josuke in the underground tunnels, essentially. Because there's also another tunnel that no one knows about as well. Remember? Not only
Wait, the
because remember
one from earlier, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Because because Mamazuku and Josuke use that because Mamazuku knows about it as well.
It's true, confusingly, but I do like how
Norisuke's secret plant appraiser that no one knows about other than him because he keeps them hidden from everybody.
There is a part where Joshi was like, "Why the fuck are you not telling? Why have you never heard about this man? He works closely with you."
Which is funny because they didn't technically meet him at the funeral.
Oh yeah, Sam's he's fucking nailing Araki down.
I fucking remember these stupid things that happen in Wonder Review that make me angry.
So yeah, they start getting attacked. There's a really fucking random line where we have the scene where we think the dog is gonna die from the ozone baby.
It coughs up blood and it's just like
it runs into its doghouse and Jobin says this line. I don't know why. He's like, oh, he's probably gonna save himself by turning himself into stone. Why is Jobin saying this line? That is like the most random thing.
I don't think did Jobin actually see this dog?
He apparently knows that it fucking can turn into stone.
So basically everybody's getting affected by this, and Jobin's not saving now. Basically, like, poor Tom is trying to kill me and everybody in my family. He does not give a fuck. So this is like pissing me off now.
This is really cool. Like I like the idea that Jobin thinks that
because they know the branch is somewhere on the estate, essentially.
Yeah. And Jobin just being betrayed by poor Tom is really cool.
Going to harm his son.
Yeah, it sets up Jobin as more righteous.
Yes.
Like it gives him like, no, my goals have always been to protect my son.
And that's where we get his speeches, his play with Tsurugi, of like he's doing it for the family, like everything I do is for you.
Yeah.
And for the family.
He also, another inexplicable Jobin moment, he knows how to create pure oxygen.
Yes.
From chemicals.
Yeah.
It's very funny.
But
he oxygenates his child. But yeah, so okay, what Ozone Baby basically does is it like increases the pressure in areas.
In open areas, the pressure is insanely big, and then like, you have to keep the door closed so the pressure is not like super terrible.
But it still rises like dramatically.
Yes. So Rugi gets fucked up pretty bad. So basically, Jobin you get the Speed King driving the car, great. You get some great Jobin speeches and everything, and just like he knows that like Josuke is going to appear as a mysterious plant appraiser probably, and like find him the branch, and then that's probably when they have to interact. But to do that, you have to get rid of Ozone Baby essentially. So he lights the fucking orchard on fire. Calls Ozone Baby or poor Tom while he's fucking crawling out of a woman and like says the orchard's on fire, so he has to go in there and grab the fucking Ozone Baby out of there. So be like, oh fuck, man.
Yeah.
He thinks that pretty much all the rock humans are probably going to show up here because of this. Is so important.
They literally all do.
Yeah.
Like this is like the time where Urban Girl is dead, but like we know for sure that what's his name? Wu and Toru should be there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's implied because they show two figures in the ambulance. So another thing about this, so the whole thing is they need to put these little moth larvae on the branch, which Rai does instantly.
Well, they basically, when Mamazuku and Josuke try to make a plan, they do a bubble boy strategy. Basically Ray does one hand on the branch and then one hand around poor Tom's neck.
Yeah, which I love. That part's great. But then it's one of those things where it's like, you're touching me. My sand's even more powerful.
And then Mamazuku just fucking explodes and unravels.
Mamazuku literally looks like he takes more damage here than when he fucking dies.
I didn't
remember it being this bad.
Remember, like Mamazuku can unravel himself. So I have a hard time believing he's actually dead because what happened to him in Ozone Baby.
He actually explodes.
But there's a giant hole in his chest. I'm like,
it's worse in this arc.
Jim,
I was wrong.
Jim, he literally exploded.
I was totally wrong. Like I didn't realize that
the fact that he wrapped himself up with just eyes, it's like spaghetti. He looks like a spaghetti monster.
It's a fucking meme.
And the fact that Josie cries to him they got away with the branch and his eyes.
There's also so early on in the part there's a lot of real plant science. It takes a very long time for the first new Rokaka to grow. It takes 10 months, I think they say. And then in this part when they put the larva on, there's a line that Mamazuka says if those moth larvae die, the branch will wilt. Why? Why? It didn't have a problem before.
So also during this time, because Mamazuka has the branch, and I guess he puts on the larva. I guess when he grabs onto it.
Actually, so he he like throws the larva on while they're still like underground. Like,
oh,
so they could have left. Like, they didn't need to grab the branch just then
because he literally away.
Yeah, he literally throws them on there like immediately. So he could have just left, but then Ozone Baby just happens to attack. So, oh jeez.
Yeah, you good?
Yeah,
but
a lot of talking.
But yeah, basically, this Tsurugi basically used Paper Moon. I don't know if he's Paper Moon King to make everybody think it's like the branch.
Yeah, he switches the branches
and
so
have the mysterious cactus behind him when his grandfather comes by and just be like, "Huh, you have a cactus here? That's weird."
He also makes Jobin invisible too. Like Norisuke doesn't notice Jobin there, and then they do the grafting later. But one line. So now I'm just gonna start pointing out things that make me mad.
I do like the Jobin Tsurugi victory pose.
It's very good. It's really good. One line that made me really angry because it is just a fucking retcon.
And don't forget,
Rai talks about his parents' pear orchard. He mentions this. This was a driving force for him.
Yes,
it said it was poached. His family's techniques were poached, and then they were taken down by competitors. And he was so angry at his parents' error that he cursed his fate and lived alone to cultivate strawberries.
Wrong. And we learned that's wrong.
Totally retconned. This is totally retconned.
Yes, because we learned his father died because of him telling about like a weird insect.
Yeah.
And then his mom died of illness from the stress of the debt that built up.
Specifically the asbestos one. Devon. It was
during that.
Yeah, Devon literally like caused all the pear plants to explode with the asbestos. So yeah, like this is retcon. This is totally retcon.
And don't forget poor Tom getting hit by Calamity for some reason that Toru wanted to kill poor Tom.
Yeah, I guess that
first case one of Toru killing his own henchman.
Yeah, he literally just kills him because he like immediately knows that he grabbed the wrong branch. Seemingly that's why he killed him. Because immediately once he gets the branch, he just crushes it. He's like, "Oh, this is fake." I thought
he realized it once he actually got a hold of it. But
then like I'm just wondering why he killed poor Tom then. Because he's an asshole. he just hates poor Tom.
Not a great plan. Not a great like. He's just that terrible idea of just like those villains that just kill their henchmen. When in reality that'd be the dumbest thing you could possibly do.
Like, there's no reason why he should have killed him here.
But, yeah.
Poor Tom is one of those stand users that is, like, unkillable, basically.
Yeah,
like,
he has a hell of a personality. He has, like, probably the most personality out of, like...
I love poor Tom.
Yeah.
We didn't even talk enough about how great poor Tom is.
He's just a weird-looking motherfucker.
Also, the bubble misdirect. Remember the bubble?
Yes. I love the bubble misdirect, where he's just getting chased by a multi-layered bubble. Like
with nothing in it.
Yes.
But it's funny, because that causes him to deactivate the stand. Which is hilarious.
It's good. It's funny that his stand is like a stand that has to activate by like burying something, like burying a Lego house, and it has like two visuals to it.
Yeah, it's very strange.
But yeah, I like poor Tom. Ozone Baby's funky. It's a lot of Jobin stuff, and just like this is our other main character or other main villain. Like Jobin is the main villain because of this chapter.
That's how I see it too. It's like the doctors come across as like total rubes. Like they're just getting their plans foiled left and right. They seem like idiots. Like they seem completely ineffectual. But Jobin is like 3D or 4D chessing this thing.
There's a reason why people had so much like copium for Jobin living. Like everybody's like, okay, this is how he'll live. Like everybody was expecting this to happen because it was so built up throughout the entirety of JoJolion, and still was like that rereading it.
There was already at least one or two Jobin death fake outs. Like we were bound for another one, right?
Yeah.
But so this also I think the important thing of this arc too that really makes it seem like Jobin's the villain is he's like indoctrinating Tsurugi. Like he's totally getting Tsurugi's whole goal his whole like conflict was, I love my dad, but I think my dad's a bad guy. Mm-hmm. But now it's like, no, my dad cares about me. And like everything he's doing is the righteous path.
Yes.
He's doing everything for his family. That is noble. Everything he does is justified.
And it goes even more when we get to Ojiro.
Yes, which is like...
We have to get past Dr. Wu, I think.
Yeah,
but
we do.
So... Yeah, so we get
also, I just want to say, I'm not crazy about the branch MacGuffin now. Like, the branch just becoming, like...
It just becomes the harvest, essentially.
Because in the first half, it's called the JOKAKAKA. The ROKAKAKA wasn't really, like, a huge MacGuffin. Like, it was a thing that kept showing up, but it was more about, like, the plot of, like, the plot of like the smugglers, and like it was about the mystery of his identity.
Yes,
Josuke's identity is like not even important anymore.
Nope.
Don't think about it. It might come up one more time, but
with Holly, that's
it. Yeah. Right now, it's literally what really gets me is like the other big tie that Josuke has is Yasuo.
Yes.
And he just kind of
and
drops
they
her.
separate again like they did early on in part 8 where they just don't see each other for like
because at first
he doesn't
it's like
he sees her at the end of at Dr. Wu, but yeah.
Yes. But at first it seems like okay, Yasuo has a side mission, but then that doesn't go anywhere. And then it's like the next time they ditch her, they're just like yeah, just leave. Like you're not helpful. Like you're wrong. You're wrong, you dumb idiot girl.
I hope her sketchy ass boyfriend that Josuke called out isn't involved in this. But
okay, I think we're at the Wu fight. Actually.
Yes, we get to introduce our new main character,
Mitsuba.
I fucking love. We said in the original episode, I love Mitsuba. I love her design now. I love her stand. Her stand's one of my fucking favorites of Part 8.
I like Mitsuba, but she's like such a fucking nothing character.
I know.
I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, I guess you say that there's a lot of JoJo characters. But I love them. I love the stand. I love the personality they have. But like when it comes to the story, they don't really end up doing. They have the Trish. I fucking love Trish, but like at a certain point, she just doesn't become relevant. Like, stops being relevant.
Compare her to Mamazuku. Mamazuku is like an extremely plot important character who is like really important later on. But Mitsuba is like. Every time you see her, she's less important. Well, and has less lines.
I don't know. She's pretty important. Like after this, at least until like Jobin died, because she was brought in to be that like middle ground between Yasuo and that group, and then Jobin, and like when she finds out what's going on with Jobin, and then how Yasuo plans to help out the family because she helps her out. It's like she's supposed to be like that caught in the middle.
Yeah.
Of, like who do I help, and which way do I help that's better.
But unfortunately, like, it just doesn't...
Because Jobin...
The last action that we see her do is try to kill Yasuo, but it fails because of stupid misfortune. We'll get to it. We'll fucking get to it.
It's weird.
I don't know. Okay, but
so,
let's talk about the good things. We like Mitsuba.
I love Mitsuba. I love her personality of being an asshole.
Instantly, just a fucking dick. She's so mean. Like, she's so vain.
She's a Karen.
She's a Karen.
I love her, though.
She's so vain and, like... It's also like it's very interesting that she was being used.
I do love her character arc a little of this arc though of like
it's something
of like starting like actually starting to care once she brings in like these people are like we're basically want to kill my unborn child, and that's like her like set off point. I just love her like kind of like being happy with her body with how it is now and everything.
Yeah.
She stopped being so vain about herself and like
it is a nice little thing.
Instead of trying to impress her husband who hasn't been like acknowledging her until she got her equivalent exchange that turned him on.
Yeah. Oh wait, sorry. I do want to say there's one little thing. So right after the Ozone baby fight, they have a little powwow where the whole family talks, and immediately after, Mamazuka's like, I'm like 99% certain that Jobin has the branch.
Yeah, like Jobin is suspicious, and like.
And then he like actively fights against his opinion later.
When Yasuo
when
Yasuo confirms like that was not the branch, like Dr. Wu Wu specifically said they do not have the branch.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah. So
we'll get to that at the end of this arc.
Dr. Wu's probably the most established like actual doctor fight, like of actually being a doctor, like in the it actually takes place in the hospital where I feel like a lot of these fights should have happened because like it's such a unique location for fights.
It is really cool. It is also it will never not be funny to me that like there's a JoJo like arc fight where they're trying to get to the gynecology ward. Like it's so fucking random and hilarious.
The doctor who loves to eat food and drink lots of water.
There's also a really funny part where Toru is like, he's like, "Hey, what are you doing, Yasuo?" He's like, "Oh, maybe I shouldn't ask you since you're in the fucking gynecology ward. Maybe that's like a personal question."
I like early.
Also, Toru shows up. So sorry. We'll get to it.
So yeah, basically, Mitsuba's gonna go through the equivalent or the treatment. They didn't really say what it was to her. So it basically says like, "I will cure you of your what was wrong?"
So she had no hearing and her skin was all like calcified.
Yes,
around her ear.
And before that, she did exchange for her breasts.
Yes, and then before that, there was what was it? There was another. This was like the third.
It was her teeth. Her teeth hardened up.
So yeah, because it was the breast caused the teeth to harden up, and then it was the teeth caused her ear.
So for like, it was like 200 million yen, I think she.
Yes, that's so much money.
So basically, she goes to get that. She gets like wheelchaired with Dr. Wu, and Yasuo sees her bone legs essentially.
Yeah, which I mean, it's fine. It's like. So okay, ultimately,
I like just having this fight with mainly Yasuo and Mitsuba, like
it's cool,
and
it's also terrifying.
Yes.
It's a very scary stand.
yes, because when she goes to like encounter her and she's completely fine, Dr. Wu's not in the room. The wheelchair is weirdly flattened into the drawer. I don't understand that.
I got nothing. I guess Wu could have done it. Like, this is something
But
that
why?
Wu could have done.
This is the hospital. You could have just left the wheelchair in the room.
There are, like, collapsible wheelchairs,
There are
too.
nurses that will come into the room and push the wheelchair away.
It's just, like, it's one of those JoJo things where, like, he has, like, ratcheting up the tension as, like, part of a fight.
But yeah, as we learn, like, basically, like, Wu is, like, inside Mitsuba, and, like, Mitsuba's kind of, like, really confused about everything. Yasuo says, like, you did equivalent exchange. What did you exchange? He's like, wait, what? And then she does, like...
She's like, I'm fine.
And then she, like, basically attacks... Or does she bring out Awakened 3 leaves first?
No, she attacks Yasuo. She, like, Wu Mitsuba crushes Yasuo. And then,
that's right.
Then it, like, so it jumps into her ear. So
yes.
the one goes into Yasuo's ear.
One of his dust particles or stone particles.
Yeah. And they also, another one is, like, trying to, like, literally crawl up her urethra.
Yeah, not the only hole I can climb into, he says.
Yeah, there's a part where Yasuo's line...
I'm a doctor.
I really dislike this part. There's a lot of, like, Yasuo, like, upskirts. It's very weird. Actually, I want to talk about this a little bit. Like... but I'll get to it in a second. But so there's a part where literally Yasuo says, like, he's prying it apart is, like, the line that she uses. And I really dislike those words.
The bad word. Weird translation.
All right, one thing I want to talk about, this little side tangent. So JoJolion is the most, like, in JoJo, the most women have been ever sexualized in JoJo.
Oh.
It is almost like,
yes.
It's like night and day. I can't think of any other time in JoJo what other women in all of JoJo had been sexualized prior to Part 7? Because, like, we have...
Part 3 is pretty horny.
Well, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I guess we do have some...
And with the gorilla.
Yeah, that is horny. I forgot about that. Fuck. Also, he's a orangutan. Sorry.
Fuck, who cares? And then during the Elise fight, there's the woman that was, like, taking care of child pornography, who was, like, very sexual. He bathes with her and then turned to a fetus.
Oh my god, yeah, I forgot about that. We haven't gotten to that yet in our reread.
There's some couple, like, boob shots of Trish.
Trish does have
the
sexualized.
Whole Part 6 has masturbating.
Yeah, I feel like the women are really sexualized.
Doesn't
in that.
increase her boob size at one point? That's a joke.
I think so. That's like a joke.
And,
but, like,
and then the whole Part 7 thing was Lucy.
Yeah, well, that's why I said, like, Part 7 is the one that immediately
with the vice president's
wife.
Or
the president's wife.
The first lady.
The first lady, yeah.
Vice president's wife.
I'm just to be clear, I'm not saying that this is a bad thing.
No.
I think it's really funny that, like,
Joseph peeking on his mom bathing.
Oh yes.
Nice.
Okay, I'm
Susie Q having the whole thing of her being possessed.
Yeah. Okay, I guess I'm wrong. There's a lot more of it. I feel like in JoJolion there's, like, way more, because there's also more female characters.
Yeah, I think
part.
It's probably next to Part 3 of just being some weird horny parts to it.
Yeah, but, like, this is, like, the one part, like, Yasuo is often put in these, like, compromising positions, which I find a little upsetting. But
another
like,
one, the in early Part 3 when the nurse was attacking Jotaro, and she basically became, like, her top basically comes off when she's, like, being unhinged.
All right, I take it back. This is way more prevalent in JoJo
Jim, we're
than
currently
I
reading Part 3. You should remember half of these sexual assaults.
I barely remember half of Part 3.
But yeah, so we basically get Dr. Wu out of her because out of Mitsuba, and Yasuo gets. So
this is when she does use her stand.
Yeah, Jim loves. This is probably one of Jim's favorite uses of Paisley Park with the.
Oh yes. So
with the X-ray machine.
Yeah. So MRI
machine.
Yeah. So Paisley Park hacks into an MRI. Like, does she like stabs her own fucking eye. It is, like, one of the most. I love this scene. I think it's, like, so horrifying. It's so cool. It's just, like, this is what I love about Yasuo. Like, early on, Yasuo was, like, hacking into things. Now she's, like, using technology to perform surgery on herself. It's so cool.
A technology-based stand is very cool. But
it just shows how, like, this is one of the most versatile stands, like, conceptually.
And get one of my favorite stands come in here for Awakened 3 Leaves.
It's very cool.
I fucking loved this fucking poncho design with the arrows. It's like, it's just I just love how you just throw arrows down. That's just a force where it goes. I love that.
I don't love the design, honestly.
I love the design.
I love the concept, but the design, and it always felt kind of weird to me.
I personally loved it. Maybe just having like the hooded up thing to kind of like, go for her like vein, just never be always wanted to hide her face or change her face, so she's never really comfortable with it.
That's cool.
And just her kind of covering up her entire body as well, just like not really until now she's wearing her see-through clothing. But yeah, I fucking love her. And then we get actually when Wu comes out of them because she's like kind of puppeting, either hiding in Mitsuba to look for the branch and also like puppeting her. It's really weird.
So,
because she's like not aware when she's being controlled, she like, kind of looks like she blacks out.
Yeah, so what we end up learning, so we literally get like, so Dr. Wu made a video explaining the process.
Let's talk about Dr. Wu's speech of like him, just his like doctor speech of he never fails.
Yeah, I never fail. I've literally never failed in my entire life. He also is like legitimately wants to help people.
Yes,
which is funny.
This is he is the most interesting doctor like out of them because he's actually doing this for doctor reasons of like he's doing this like as a new way to help people.
But so what I want to say,
but making a shit ton of money.
The thing that I like, one of my favorite parts of this arc is in his little video. So he produced a video describing the process, and he says normally when you ingest the fruit, it will take a part of your brain or like or your face or head or face.
It will take mostly take a random part of your body. But since his stand can go inside the body, he can block off the brain so it doesn't or the head and take.
Because like way early on,
which is super cool to see someone use their stand for medical practice and reason.
That's what I really love.
Which, and it feels like this guy felt like a doctor, like through and through compared to everybody else.
Yeah, it's honestly like a perfect what's the word like. Incorporation. It's perfect incorporation of a stand user and his like stand. I think it's very clever. I love it.
Yes.
I also love that he had a video produced explaining this process. But no, it makes sense too because I think
for sellers or potential buyers or investors.
Yeah, well, we know that I think he also does like probably affect your memories. So that's probably why he made the video because it's not going to get that information's not going to get out anyway. But we do know from like way early on that there is like the JOKAKAKA tends to affect your head, like it targets your head more so. So it makes sense that he would try and.
You see the baseball player like lost his jaw, and like the old man lost his eyes, and so.
But yeah, I mean,
he almost sends Yasuo into deadly diseases.
That part is really random, and like so he also destroys the JOKAKAKAs. Well, no, he doesn't destroy them. He does.
No, Mamazuku does.
No.
Doesn't he? No, he comes in and just.
Oh wait, sure.
Literally, like does the finger thing on all of them.
Yeah, wait. I thought he also because what he does is he like goes into the water. So he becomes a part of the water so he can attack.
Well, there's a part like when they're trying to change rooms, they like literally tie Dr. Wu up in the elevator with tape and throw him out the window, and then comes back through like the water, which is how they get back into Mitsuba to attack Yasuo.
Yes.
And then, well, because during that's when they bump into Toru for the first time, our first Toru appearance.
Hilarious.
Which is superior hairstyle.
Hilarious character Toru that everyone loves.
Where he's very horny and like.
Oh, we didn't talk about the baby, did we? Did you mention the baby?
We didn't mention the baby. We did not mention the baby. But let's talk about Toru. We don't talk about the baby because I said this went. I think I mentioned it slightly when she her personality changed when she realized her baby was taken essentially, and then puts it back into her with the arrow. Which I'm sure that's how that works. But no, yeah, Toru appears. That's her first appearance. We learned her ex-boyfriend and just like kind of like a goofball. This is like when he had a personality. He
has a line where he says like, because Yasuo is like running out of an elevator. He's like, "Did you pee in the elevator?" And he makes a joke about how he would like finger her, and it's just like, who is this fucking? This is not the Toru that we see later on.
I know, like, the motionless like fucking killer.
This weird horny ass motherfucker.
But yeah, they also learned that Mitsuba had her unborn 13 weeks. She said
it's 13 weeks,
which
Jim, is the second trimester.
Yes, Jim's like you would have noticed it. I'm like, she like even if she didn't show any like physical signs, she probably would have had like sickness or like
morning sickness. Yeah,
one of the many other like things you notice when you're pregnant, like cravings, like.
I mean, like, there are a lot of cases of women who... I mean, I'm not a woman, or I'm not a person that get pregnant, so I shouldn't, like, speak upon this. But there are a lot of cases of people who are pregnant and they're not aware of it.
Yeah, the show, I didn't know I was pregnant.
Exactly.
Where they take a poop and then there's a baby in the toilet.
That's horrifying. I hate that so much. I hate that image. Also, the idea is terrifying. But Yeah, so but it's also funny because like I looked up because I was curious and I looked up what it looks like or like when type it like what does a pregnant person look like when they're 13 months or
14.
sorry 13 weeks. I said months. 13 weeks pregnant and they have a bump generally like.
It's noticeable,
It's
especially
noticeable.
in a see-through outfit.
And Mitsuba is extremely skinny.
In a see-through outfit.
Yeah. But yeah, so the whole thing is about her, like... So we learned that the exchange was the baby.
Yeah, she wants her baby back. She wants, you know...
She makes this whole thing. She's like, I only knew about this, like, minutes ago, but I already have a connection. Like, I already feel a deep connection to this.
Basically, this is hers to become, like... She wants to be the mother. Like, the mom that, you know, for her kids.
Yeah.
And I love that. I like that arc. And it's like, all she does is lose her nose when she takes a bite of the fruit again.
Which is ultimately something she's fine with. She has, like, a transformation after this. She becomes, like, a different person. Like,
I love...
She becomes, like, a tiger mom after this.
I love it. And yeah, so yeah, basically how the arc ends with Josuke, Mamazuku coming in there, and Josuke coming with bubbles filled with cement, and just basically just, like... just cement Dr.
Kills
Wu
him. Yeah,
easily.
He dies. He just turns to stone. It's funny because in the color version... It was a lot more readable because I remember they had the whole thing with the tape before that didn't work. So
yep,
in my mind, I was like, this guy's invincible. But then, so in the black and white, it was harder to tell that he was like stonified. But in the
it's hard when
color,
your stand is you becoming dust.
Yeah, it wasn't like super easily conveyed. But yeah, so he's dead.
I like this arc a lot, and I feel it's like underrated to a lot of people.
I think so too. I remember when we read it, I was like enamored with Dr. Wu as a character. And it was funny because I was saying, oh, this guy's so great. And a lot of people were like, well, he's no Damo. But it's like...
Oh, yeah.
No one is.
He's the best out of the doctors, I feel, like, character-wise.
Hard to agree.
Like, poor Tom's like a meme, but like...
Poor Tom is like barely a character, but what there is there.
I get more character out of Wu and Poor Tom than Toru later on.
Also, we learn a little bit later, but Poor Tom being like... A
doctor?
A fertility doctor is fucking hysterical.
Yeah, because like after that's when we learn about all the doctors, because he kind of goes to, like Yasuo looks up all the doctors. Like we see Urban Gorilla without his mask, and like Poor Tom, and because the 4 people that went to that room were all those 3 we've seen, and what's it called, the head doctor, with no picture, Toru Akafu,
yeah, so
89 years old.
All right, I think I want to take one last break before we dive into. We start
bit. Hour 4.
Hour 4, ladies and gents. I thought it was going to be 3. I was fooled.
Wrong.
All right, but I have a lot to say about this final. This was kind of like the final stretch. It's basically like the final quarter.
This is Wonder Review, which is the last chunk of JoJolion, so...
All right, well, join us in a few brief seconds.
Yes.
To
rehydrate.
Finish it up. I need a White Claw.
You fucking white girl.
All right, so
we're back.
Welcome back to the final stretch. We're gonna try and knock the rest of this out.
You mean the Wonder Review?
Yes. So I have to, unfortunately, start this part on one of the worst offenses in JoJolion. I think you'll probably agree with me. This is chapter 83, also known as the terrible flash forward chapter.
The part that ruined predicting JoJolion.
Wait, I think that's this chapter.
Everyone ruined how many of our predictions? And like made so many wrong predictions because it wasn't like right at all?
I really just hate this.
In hindsight now, we hate it. Back in the day, we were hyped about this shit. We were saying, how could it possibly like result in this? But it's wrong.
There's nothing about this that like...
Nothing adds up.
Nothing happens. So this does not happen.
Yes.
Nothing of this, like, it doesn't inform the actions of any characters.
Because at this point, as we see by the end, Tsurugi is, like, basically is not walking around. He's basically, like, morphing into origami. Like...
Yeah, by the time that Norisuke is in the body bag, Tsurugi does not have control over himself.
Yes. Hishikata family's freaking out because of Jobin.
Yeah, it's, like, they're calm, like... Cause it literally doesn't fit.
The plane part should have probably crashed, or almost soon to crash there.
This, to me, honestly, is like the most unforgivable thing.
Yes.
The fact that it gets so much focus. Tsurugi gets like a narration. It's not Tsurugi narrating.
And doesn't it help that the narration is like, stands can change? Yeah. Which makes us think, okay, what happened to Tsurugi then?
So it really is setting you up that Tsurugi is going to become evil. That is like the focus here. It's like
so right now,
the actions that Tsurugi has to, or that has the situation that Tsurugi has been subjected to is going to make him turn into a worse person.
And it made me seem like, did he like? Because I think one of your big predictions was going through around this time was like Tsurugi maybe controlling other people's stands, and like because we saw with Joshi, where it didn't seem like he was really aware of what was going on with like licking Hato. I feel like Hato probably would have been the one person he doesn't want to fuck with like that. Cause, like,
yeah,
and
like they've been shown to be the closest.
Yes, and like. And he ends up stepping on the tongue, which affects Joshu anyway.
Also, in the same chapter, so before this, we see, or I think it's before this, we have the scene where Tsurugi is being bullied in camp.
Yes.
And there's a part where Mina, one of the girls, is crushed by an iron gate. So, in my seeing what looks like Tsurugi manipulating stands in this flash forward,
because his mom was there,
I assumed that he was using Awakening 3 Leaves.
Yeah, because Mitsuba was there, like talking
to crush
with
this child.
Because the counselor was like talking to Mitsuba about Tsurugi being bullied and everything. And okay, maybe that's what happened. But then you also see the head doctor, which we eventually learned, like, okay, maybe it was the head doctor, but
it's certainly supposed to be the head doctor. But it doesn't make any sense.
Yes, because
why is the head doctor attacking a random girl?
Because when they only see him when it activates on a person, it seems.
Okay, there is like a bit of explanation between chapters that we learn later. So people see Akifu until he explains what Calamity is. Then he turns into the Wonder of You stand.
The one thing I saw was like he has the human appearance until you know his true nature. And that's when you can see the stand.
It explicitly says like in between chapters, it says once you learn about the calamities. Then you see him as which is dumb.
But I like Mitsuba, like, defending her child. Like,
Mitsuba going real Karen mode here.
Yeah, I do like her, like, spilling the fucking hot coffee on all the PTA moms. I love that. She's a strong, independent woman who don't need no PTA.
So what happens here, though, is Mitsuba is being targeted by the head doctor.
For why? Yeah. and like, okay, so what we learn is, you pursue or, plan to attack the head doctor, you get Calamity scaling on the effect of that, it goes on wherever the fuck it wants, because you could say, because especially with the main two, Josuke and Mamazuku, it kind of amps up slowly, but with Mitsuba, it just fucking goes for the throat right away. Yeah. For no reason. And she's not even pursuing him. She's just like, why is the head doctor here? It makes no fucking sense. And then she cuts her finger off. And the part where she looks at goes touches the window and just fucking gets her nail.
Yeah. There's no, like, okay, so think about the characters so as we said, Mamazuku and Josuke met up with them at the end of the last arc, of the Wu arc. So Mamazuku is the one that destroyed the fruits.
Yes.
Josuke is the one that killed Dr. Wu.
Yes.
Why? And then Toru is interested in Yasuo.
Yes.
Why is he targeting Mitsuba here?
If he's looking
doesn't make any sense to me.
Does he need to act? Because so what I don't want. Okay, I know we're probably going a lot out of order here because you got to talk about
Let's talk about Mitsuba. Like right now, we're talking about why is the head doctor going after Mitsuba?
Because he wanted to walk around the estate to find the branch, I guess, but. Because, the thing is, I don't understand about One Review, because, you have the user, and you can use... There is a physical body of the stand that people can see.
Yes.
But there's also the other thing that he can make other people see the One Review that's not the actual physical stand. Just like a fucking silhouette, essentially.
It's almost as if it's like a hallucination.
Yeah,
or like an image.
So can that image also just scout ahead, then? Because it seemed like that's what it was doing when, it was killing Jobin, essentially. And, that whole part, it just seemed like that was a scout one and not an actual, head doctor one. It's just, I don't understand. There's too many rules to One Review. Not just the Calamity part, but, the visual, physical appearance of it. Because there's too many, because, I always thought, One Review should have had, a physical weakness of, he can't, Toru is completely vulnerable, but the One Review is not. But then he completely got rid of that.
He basically, has Love Train. He literally is just... Funny,
Love Train without any of the work you get to it.
Yeah, Funny had to literally go on a fucking Inuyasha, collecting every gem,
all the shards,
put all the shards together to get his special power up. Toru just has Calamity, and it's
and he also just because also all the parts because we didn't talk about Wonder Review or not Wonder Review, Dr. Wu. We forgot. Toru just straight up helps Josuke.
Yeah, Yeah, while Dr. Wu is fighting Mitsuba,
he gets one of his fucking last comrades dead.
So the thing that is so weird about Toru is so we have this scene. Okay, wait. So he's. I want to jump back a little bit.
Basically,
So in chapter 83, we have another scene with where Josuke.
There's gonna be a lot of jumping around for this last one review because a lot of review is a lot of jumping around.
Yeah, literally, and like the mechanics and also.
Yes.
But so okay, after the Wu fight, it's very strange. The characters are all at the hospital, but then they like have a fight.
Basically,
and Joshu's what we said earlier.
You said Joshu again.
Jesus Christ.
So basically,
we said no. Hold on, wait. We said earlier with Mamazuku saying Jobin is sus. Yasuo literally says that at the end of this arc, he's like, that's stupid. We shouldn't look for Jobin.
Yeah, she's like, Wu said branch is not here, and they want to know where it is. So like, Jobin probably has it. He seems to be the one most likely to have it. Yeah, and then Mamazuku's gaslight's like, what if that hair clip wasn't real, huh? What if you were imagining it, huh?
Like, fucking weird. And
you have the most useful stand.
What this is like, in every movie when the main character, like when they have the fight,
yeah,
that's what this is.
And Josuke doesn't get her back at all either.
Yeah, Josuke, who is a character that has like shown he's infatuated with her,
the only person he truly trusts over anything,
but now it's just Mamazuku for some reason. He's just like hangs out with him all the time in his car.
Yeah, I felt like okay, this
so random.
Like she had the navigation. She can maybe somehow navigate him through the calamity and everything. That could be the most sensible way to do it, but that doesn't happen. But yeah, they said Toru helps Yasuo to tell Josuke about where she is, and basically defeats Dr. Wu, which was very obvious. So like for where Toru's at, it just makes no sense. And like Josuke's just like we get later on because when they start going to the hospital to follow the head doctor, because we see the stand on the staircase, which is supposed to be activating, but that's the only time it happens to him. It's like twice to Josuke, and that's really it. Yeah, doesn't happen to Mitsuba.
No, never. And it
doesn't activate on Jobin. It just Jobin sees Toru, and that's when it happens.
Yeah. So
yeah,
we just have like this random tension.
Yeah.
So like.
Also, okay, we had a weird thing because they bump into Toru going down the stairs, right? Where Toru said, "I only really do the laundry and everything, and like wash the sheets and like all that stuff." And then he's also just doing a life-saving medical procedure on a child.
It's clearly just to get close to Yasuo. So then, like, basically,
the seven-finger Toru.
What we're supposed to, the seven-finger Toru. What we're supposed to care about here is Toru is like trying to Toru is pairing himself as like a romantic rival to Josuke.
Yes,
that is like essentially what's happening.
But it doesn't.
But there's nothing. Josuke doesn't care.
He doesn't care. There's no like build up to that after they like leave essentially.
And it's weird too because like looking back at the Urban Gorilla fight, there is a lot of romantic tension between Josuke and Yasuo. Like he will literally throw his life. Yeah. There's a lot of scenes where they like are holding hands. He'll look at each other very like longingly.
He will risk the final objective that he's chasing after, like to help her.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Yes,
because like you think that scene would come back in a meaningful way, but it doesn't really. It's just he's like he immediately just like latches on to Mamazuku. That's one of the reasons why I'm not a big fan of Mamazuku. He just is like a character literally to drive the plot forward.
Yeah.
He does have like funny scenes and stuff, but
his personality also gets kind of dropped after like when he gets into the room with like the head doctor.
Yeah, kind of.
He becomes like this weirdo to just being a revenge-driven ass, like just not really thinking anything clearly.
He does suddenly just get backstory in a way that I find frustrating.
So
before we get to that,
we're trying to go in like somewhat of like where this happens.
So yeah,
there is the initial chase and all this bad stuff happens. They keep bumping into shit. Toru tries to point them to the head doctor and all that stuff, and then
to me, like, okay, so there's a lot. It's really interesting looking back on this after being like in discussion. For so long.
I remember one of my old predictions was like, I think that Toru was so obvious to be the stand user, but I really wish they did this start of just him just being a guy.
Yeah, and like, I wanted that too. Like when Toru was introduced, I loved him because I thought he was such a weird and wacky character.
Yeah,
and we do have this moment right after the life-saving thing where he gets Yasuo to help him, where he points at the head Wonder View. He points at the head doctor. So immediately we're like being told, like, okay, no, these are two separate entities, when that's not true.
Yeah. I really wished it was just an old man, like a really old rock human would have been like an actual old man, a rock human that's so old it actually aged.
Yeah, that would be interesting. He'd be like millennia old. That'd be really interesting.
But
I guess we do learn about their life cycle. Whatever.
It's weird, but no. So yeah, that's when they have the whole calamity causes Josuke to kill that guy, when defending Yasuo, essentially.
Yeah, so looking back on this, I had so many theories
yeah.
about, like, what was activating the stand, what the rules were, and, like, in hindsight, it was literally,
the rules are all over the place, especially, like, in the chapters going, like, reading the chapter of character trying to understand it. But there's also, like, after, you know, Josuke basically had to go on the run, but and then Toru comes to Yasuo and says, I saw everything, like, I will tell the cops that, like, this guy fell and, like, it wasn't Josuke's fault. I'm like, why are you so, like, infatuated of, like, helping Josuke? I know you're trying to get close to Yasuo, but still, like...
But at the same time, the other thing he does is he, like... He knows that Josuke has Yasuo's phone, so he calls and leaves, like, a sexy voice message, and then DMs, like, a sexy image of him and Yasuo.
At the beach.
That's where it's, like, more of, like, the romantic rivalry
But there's
thing.
but the romance stuff of him and Yasuo is just, like, never, like, other than the one time he kind of gets jealous when Joshu almost sexually assaults her again.
Uh-huh. It does just kind of get dropped after the Urban Gorilla fight. I think that's really the last time they show romantic interest.
He just becomes, like, emotionless.
Yeah.
Until he, like, starts breaking from almost dying, essentially.
It's just weird because Yasuo gets so much focus in the final arc.
Yeah.
Like, you'd think that there'd be more of it. Like, we do get, like, one panel near the end of them, like, embracing, but I don't know if that's supposed to be, like, diegetic or not.
I mean, we talked about it. It's, like, the least deserved embrace.
Yeah.
After all this build up, it was kind of like you hit that hinder of them never actually making up verbally.
The one thing you can say is, like, so this is jumping to the very end. They do technically team up. Like, they beat Toru by using both of their stands together.
But then,
Union.
At one point, yes, but then Josuke just gets the final hit anyway.
Yeah, that's like the undercut. Love it. Like, that's the part where it's like
I said, I won't get there if we get to the very end. I'm not sure if you have, like, the order of everything because they go on the run. I think it may have, like, a.
We didn't even talk about Ojiro's return yet.
Okay, let's talk about Ojiro's return then.
First off,
we got to them escaping the cop. Let's talk about Ojiro.
Hold on, wait.
Our boy.
We have a lot. So all of the Mitsuba stuff we talked about is before this. So it's kind of building up Mitsuba in the house with Jobin.
Yes.
Jobin becomes a wife guy. He suddenly loves his fucking wife.
The nose reminds him of a beetle, and that's, like, his biggest turn on.
It's really weird.
Because Mitsuba's supposed to be, I guess, our main character for the Hishikata estate of, yes. Like, because we just followed her, and then, we have Josuke, Mamazuku, and then Yasuo, like, the three kind of characters were kind of jumping around.
I think that's, like, a way to put it.
And, so basically, we said all those...
Which, okay, I wanted to say,
we talked about all the Mitsuba, like,
I just think, like, this is just a misuse of... Instead of introducing Mitsuba to make her the main character of this, Jobin is right there. Why not just continue using Jobin? Like, I know we love Mitsuba, but, like, I'm talking about,
I know. Because he is an antagonist, I guess, that, like, they kind of want to have a character that is neutral to follow through, especially someone that's kind of, like, stuck between a rock and a hard place with the two people. She's kind of, like...
Mm-hmm. But the problem is that it doesn't go anywhere.
The one that had... I know.
That's the issue. Like, I see why he would do it if it went somewhere, but it doesn't.
Let's talk about Ojiro returning, because a lot of people don't like... Because other people were complaining about Ojiro coming back, but me and you were, like, incredibly hyped to see him, and we love this weird goblin man.
It's so fun, too, because, like... And this is, like, what I said earlier about how, like, Milagro Man was, like, the last echoes of, like, the first half of JoJolion. This is, like, getting, like, a little dose of, like, early JoJolion again, and I'm just, like, invigorating.
Because when the PTA mom is, like, linked to... Because Mitsuba's linked to her, and then Ojiro, like, being, like, her boyfriend is great, and then going to him, like, basically get her way to get to the top of... Because she wants to own the land, like, turn
She's a land developer. That is her back... This is, like, the most 80s random, like, villain plot.
And she wants to, like, get the origin so she can, like, turn into a casino and shit.
It's so fucking stupid, but it's great. Like,
but Ojiro is so good.
Ojiro is wonderful, and I love, like...
She just steps on his fucking fingers and, like, breaks. Like, oh, it's okay.
I love... So there's so many little details about Ojiro that I want to mention. Like, I love that the daughter loves him. Like, they call him, like, Ochan.
Also...
And Makarin's daughter is, like, friends with him, which is really funny.
I also love Ojiro thinks Kira was a good friend of his now, too.
Yeah, and now he's a man of Jacuzzi. He's a man of the Jacuzzi.
He's a man of the land and the sea now. He combined them both.
It's great. It's also funny. It's really weirdly satisfying for him to figure out the whole, like money laundering scheme in, like, 1 minute. It's really funny.
It's just cool to see this character from the little, like, first fight come back to, like, be, like, a big threat.
It's really good. Because it just, like, this is the ultimate thing of why JoJo's great. Like, any stand, no matter how dumb or stupid, can be used in a way that's so threatening.
Yes, we've seen that used, like, throughout JoJo. Like, that's, like, a rule. You can do that.
Because I remember before Ojiro's return, there was always jokes. Like, people always made fun of fun, because they said, what a stupid stand. You need to, like, perfectly plan the situation out. But then we see it used again in a really creative way.
It's like us going through part 3 and to see, like, this is, like, really, like, wow, your stand's really weak. I'm like, no, it's like, when you use it to, like, your best abilities, you know how to use it. It's, like, a threat.
Even the sun is a joke, but the sun could like melt towns. Like you can as long as you play. If the sun had like a whole horse with him, he would easily destroy. Like yeah. JoJo's great. I love when it's smart. Yeah. The stands are fun and smart.
And another thing that's kind of like bad in hindsight, it's just like Tsurugi kind of like losing control of like his stand. It feels like, which was like people thought that's when the whole King Crimson theories were coming from, because remember the time seemed to like just skip and then the baby was just like in the water and like
same with Ojiro.
Yeah, Ojiro just falling off the cliff. Like that's called a lot of other theories that never like accumulated. Just the stand like people is losing their like perspective, I guess.
Yeah, I do. I mean, you can kind of explain it with like. With
because she does touch
like
Paper Moon King. She does touch Paper Moon King at one point. Touch the origami, or the baby touches it. Someone touches it.
Yeah, the baby does, I think.
But like, why did that affect the mom or something? But
it's I mean, you can explain it, but like, what I think it's like
the Ojiro one was weird because he just couldn't keep track of. It's just Paper Moon King. What he can do with like changing your perspective or how you view people or things. It's just like just all over the place.
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately, I think it's really fun to have, like, it's funny because, like, Ojiro and Joben don't have a connection. But
yes.
Through Josuke and Kira, there's, like, this implicit connection now, and he's just a shitty man that will try and do whatever he can to make some money.
I love that Tsurugi just gives him, like, tells him about, like, this is a guy out of me, Ojiro, who the fuck is Ojiro? Why does he know everything? And then, like, just, like, so he already had a mark at Tsurugi, he just tosses the child around, and, like, basically gets his hand like outside the window and gets him and Joben, and then like it's just fucking like brutal what he like can do to them.
And so I mean, of course we have another Joben death fake out.
Yes.
But like with the glass when he slams
Paper Moon King made it look worse,
which is stupid.
Sure.
I just like that. But this is like great use of Ojiro because now we have Joben going and killing him. Joben using Speed King, like us getting a real confirmation of what Speed King does.
Yeah, he put it on his money or like
because he knew that it would get stolen. I guess.
Ojiro's a goblin like that.
But it's just like, it's a really good way of reintroducing Speed King, showing that Joben is really a bad guy, because Joben had just been like a nebulous fruit smuggler. He hadn't committed murder yet.
He's harmed people, but not actually killed them.
Yeah, like he had shown restraint many times. Well, actually, no, not yet. Not with Ryusuke.
Yeah, he didn't kill Yasuo,
though.
Yeah.
But so now we see him murdering, so he doesn't care. Like, he's unhinged, he's willing to do whatever, setting him up to be a great main villain.
Not only Ojiro, but his girlfriend,
a civilian, a non-stand user.
Yes,
and his speech to her is awesome. It's like, oh, if you were a stand user, I'd be killing your whole fucking family. Like, damn, this guy's brutal. Like
mansplaining about the heat.
Yeah, he's evil. Like, and just like
he's gone off the deep end. Because someone had attacked his son that he wants to like not make them safe, especially someone that knows about the fruit. Like, you can't have anybody else know about it until at one point everybody just finds out about it.
So, in the middle of this, like, big clusterfuck of a confusing arc, we have this, like, diamond in the rough, this great 2-chapter arc. Like,
highly underrated.
Love the part when he's just, like, eating fucking gelato.
Puts the trash on someone's suitcase or something.
It's great. Ojiro will be surely missed. Also, he dies so brutally.
It's bad.
I feel so bad for him.
He gets like, money, like, burns into his fucking, like, chest.
Speed King is like one of those stands that we just did not see enough of, but it's terrifying.
Yes.
So terrifying.
It's like a cool like fire stand without actually having fire. Just having someone heat up is like and what you can do with like blood boiling.
Ugh.
So
then we have to go back to Wonder of You.
Yes.
Oh, it's also confirmed that Makarin literally owned the baseball team as well, which is maybe a detail that we didn't need to know. If anything, it adds her. It makes her like more negligent that she wasn't aware of like the pitcher getting like the drug trade or the JOKAKAKA trade, whatever.
Sure. So, I guess because where do we go into now?
So,
in part of Wonder Review.
This is when we cut to. So Rai and Josuke are being considered for. Yeah, they're in the tree. They're basically being like investigated for murder.
Just Josuke, I think.
Yes, I think.
And Josuke's
yes, you're right. It is just Josuke.
It's just Josuke, but until Ray like just jumped into the he's with him and just jumped into the police car.
So this is the scene where like this is another big scene where it was like this is like Araki telling us how the stand works.
Yeah.
Because I thought this is my old theory.
Until he explained it 3 more times. Chapters like
yeah. So they're literally sitting in this car and they're like, hey. The head doctor's going to be at this like little symposium. Let's go. So the second he like opens the door, we see the flash of Wonder Review behind him again. So I was like, oh, is it going to be like another opening stand? Because there's been a few stands like that.
It will because they say the head doctor's having a speech. If we just try to go to the speech, we can get close to him, and you know that'd be like not pursuing him. We're just going to the speech, and then it still just activates anyway because they had the subconscious intention of
intent
Yeah.
to pursue.
Like
those words are gonna fucking haunt me for the rest of my life.
like I said, I made that comparison forever ago, where it just feels like a child make believe saying, "No,
If you think about me, I'll kill you."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what all Wonder. Best way to describe Wonder Review is just that.
And just, I know it's like, it's not really fair to compare, but compare to Ojiro's stand, which is like, he has to work. He has to really put the work in to use his stand. And it's so satisfying when he wins, because his stand is such a weird, like, case.
Yeah, you need everything to go perfectly for your stand, or plan ahead, or know how to use it to its fullest.
But Toru doesn't have to do jack shit. And, okay, funny. Remember how much Funny worked to confuse everyone in the Who Shot Johnny Joestar arc? Like, Funny had to put the fucking work in, grabbing people from like different dimensions.
Yeah, his stand also needs like a way to work too, with like with using the flag and everything. But
and Toru just like sits and jacks off while his stand kills like Mitsuba or whatever.
At least Diablo had to get close to people.
yeah. I mean, it feels so unearned that Toru just has like this god power that he. So if we're to assume that Calamity was something that he was able to harness, why? Why is this like...
Why does this stand also have the ability to transform into other people?
Because, like, okay, I want to compare this to, like, Gold Experience Requiem.
Yeah.
With that, at least we have, like, a mechanical explanation where he's, like, using a special stand arrow.
I was going to compare that to Go Beyond, of, like, at least there's build-up to Requiem, where there's no build-up to Go Beyond other than just, like... But one reference in
to
Urban
learning
Gorilla,
about the spin.
Yeah, and then Mamazu just plot dumping it.
Like, he doesn't even fucking learn about the golden ratio. Like,
there's barely any mention. Like, the most use of spin is Johnny's flashback of him sacrificing himself.
It's so funny how mad we got, like, in the past 10 minutes. We're just, like, feeding each other's anger.
That's Wonder Review in a nutshell, man.
The second Ojiro left, I'm just like, no.
A little goblin man left.
We're just airing our grievances about how we think that this is not a great ending for JoJolion.
Yeah. So, yeah, basically, you know... They get attacked anyway. They get the raindrops, basically just fuck Josuke up, and he gets sent to the hospital. That was his only strat, and Mamazuku gets sent to jail. All these fucking crimes that Josuke does, especially assaulting an officer by when he gets out of the hospital bed, is like...
Okay, so before we get to that, so right when they jump...
Wanted man, Josuke.
There's one thing that I was like actually like enraged by. So when they run into the cop car to protect themselves from the rain... there's this part where Josuke is like, I don't even really have an identity. Like, I don't know what they're going to do with me in prison or whatever. And he goes, and Josuke, this is like the first time in a while Josuke has brought up his like backstory about like not being a real person, like whatever, being an amalgam. And Mamazuku is like confused and annoyed by this. Like, he's actively like, I don't care. He's like, this is barely relevant to me.
You'll
like,
get out anyway.
I'm mad. I'm angry that this like extremely core element of early JoJolion is now like not important.
Mercy would come in there like Uncle Phil and get those boys out of there. That's literally all that happened.
But yeah, because he didn't actually kill anyone. Like, it's just whatever. This is like a kind of a contrivance.
Hey, Toru was going to be a witness. I mean, there's two. Yasuo would be a witness. Mamazuku would have been a witness of like what happened.
I'm sure that fucking what's the stand? Soft and Wet could just easily come up with a solution to get out of prison. Like, I'm sure it'd be fine.
The security camera fucking plot device would probably be a witness.
All right, just to make this is chapter 89. I feel like chapter 89 is like meme. This is like the one where like. So they jump into the police car. Also, the fucking Toru. Remember Toru's like wireless charging rant?
Yeah, the patent one. Yeah.
I'm also just angry because I don't know what this means. Like, this is just like Araki having a funny idea, and he's like, I wonder if I could patent the idea of charging something without a wire. It's like, what does this have to do with Toru? Like, I'm just mad that this exists.
something doctor related. I don't know.
Also, to make the cherry on top. This is when Yasuo is like with Toru and like, oh my god, Toru, can you use that van to bring me to Josuke? A day later, Yasuo shows up at the Higashikata State alone.
The countdown also just makes the timeline fucking... It was so bad you gave up on your timeline.
Yeah, I did. They shouldn't have even had the countdown. It's like a meme. It was honestly more for like monthly reading to like make you theorize than anything else.
Yeah.
So then this is where Mitsuba gets attacked for no reason in the house.
We mentioned already.
Not even pursuing the doctor.
There's no reason. Okay, there's only one reveal of like when Toru actually shows him shows her the first picture of the head doctor that he took of the head doctor and Mitsuba, which is hilarious. That because they want to make a commemorative photo that it was with Mitsuba, which leads to nothing.
It's very strange. It's like because there's a time where Mitsuba like has like she's like, oh, is that the head doctor? Like I feel like I've seen him before. So I guess like when she lost her memory on other times, the head doctor was just Akafu was just there,
or just part of like
or whatever.
Him working with Wu just to infiltrate the estate more. But it seemed it would lead to something, but it doesn't.
Exactly. That's because like Wu's whole plan of like going inside of Mitsuba and like trying to find stuff would have been like. It would have been really interesting if that had like happened way earlier.
It also made it seem like, oh, it activated when last time she met with the doctor, but it's not the case because it only starts appearing now once she left Dr. Wu, unless that's when he activated it. But there's no reason for because unless it's like I said, because like if it seems to follow Tsurugi too. But Tsurugi never sees it.
Tsurugi is so irrelevant to the head doctor. It's not even funny. Like, because if Toru even knows Tsurugi's name, that'd be funny to me.
It's at the school and everything. It's just like, I don't understand like why you have so many Wonder of You silhouettes go out there and scout out everything. Because it does look for the arrow inside the plant
yeah.
in the estate.
It's definitely, I mean, like, Toru wants the branch. Like, we learn a bit later, Toru literally just wants the new fruit because it's good and will make money.
Yes.
Like, that is his motivation.
Literally Bill Gates will want it.
Literally. Alright, so I think, so even though we were shit on for wanting to care about Josuke's backstory, in chapter, I think it's 92, we do get him and Holly.
Which is, this chapter gave us a lot of hope when we read it monthly, and then it kind of just went away afterwards because Holly's not...
It's the last time we see Holly.
Yeah, she's like, it's like, there's no resolution.
Really? So Holly wakes up and has like a very like cognizant moment where she sees him as Kira.
Well, Josuke wakes up first and knocks out the cop and talks about pursuing the doctor and gets fucking KO'd immediately.
The knocked out cop is like crushing his body.
His arm goes through his stomach.
It's very funny.
And yeah, Holly saves him and everything. And
Holly has like really touching moments. She calls him her son.
Yoshikage.
Yeah, she calls him. She says the word your son. When she like saves his life. Also, another hilarious moment. The second that he's like, so he's hurt and he's trying to heal himself. The second he's drinking the Loka, he thinks of the head doctor, and it causes the Lokaka to fuse his lips together so he can't breathe. So then Holly saves his butt again by
putting it through his cheek,
his cheek hole. And then this is where he has a real emotional moment where he's like, "I'm your son. I swear." He said, "Like I swear, I will save you." I know. This is like such a huge moment. He's like crying. He destroys all the Lokaka in the room. I don't know why he did that.
Things of because she also gives him the idea of you have to make him come to you. Don't pursue ahead, make him come to you.
Yeah, because she's begging him not to pursue. She's like, "You'll die."
Yeah.
Also, she does confirm here that she has been experimented on by the head doctor, or by the rock doctors.
Yes.
And that's why her body's so fucked up. So I guess it's not rock sickness. I guess it's just Lokaka.
Her body by default is rock because of the fruit.
Yeah, I mean, it does track, but it's also just like, this was set up so early. I wish that this was...
Just give it...
Why wasn't this telegraphed? Why wasn't this communicated earlier? Like...
But yeah, and basically that's when we get the whole plan of thinking, oh man, Josuke has a really cool plan. It looks so cool. I can't wait to see what he does. And...
Also, I just want to, for posterity, there was a hilarious mistranslation.
Yes, everybody thought Blue Hawaii was going to be the answer, which would have been cool.
Yeah, because I think it was chapter 93.
Because we just had Ojiro return. Like, okay, this is going to be like a really cool way to have, Blue Hawaii come back in an actual way. Okay, so if I recall correctly, there was a mistranslation. The line should have read, "But I'll make him pursue me." But there was a mistranslation that made it sound like, "But I'll make..." It was like, "But I'll have someone make me do the pursuing." So it was like... Yeah.
It was implying that somebody would assist him with it, rather than Josuke just setting the doctor up to find him.
Yes. But...
It's crazy that we're entering, like, the final bit here. Like, I can't even believe it.
It's a lot to talk about Wonder Review, but... So, is next the actual, like, what the plan was?
Next is actually...
I'm glad you have notes, because there's so much, like, just fucking jumping around.
Next was actually Yasuo going to the estate.
Yes.
So this is, like, the last bits that I really enjoy with Jobin.
Yes.
Because, like, Jobin here has like his real moment where it's like
they find out
I need to act, and he's willing to kill now. So he's willing to kill Yasuo basically.
Yeah, because
for trespassing.
Because they find the news that Mitsuba is like the one mom is dead and her boyfriend Ojiro is dead, which she's the only one that really reacts to the one person, and then that's kind of like a foreshadow, basically what's going to happen by the end of it. And that happened in this chapter. But actually, like what happened?
Which one?
The actual like standoff with Jobin and his dad.
That happens a little bit later. Okay. So my notes get a little more sporadic here because I was flying through these because I was like 4 a.m. last night when I was reading this.
You have to guide me through this.
So yeah, like we have this thing where Jobin one more time references his summer vacation thing where he's like, basically he's talking about his righteous path, how this is what he needs to do, this is what needs to be done to save his family. Right now Jobin is like against the wall, he's like right at the edge because his son is dying. He needs to act soon, and the fruit is not quite ripe yet, so I guess he's waiting. I guess he's just waiting for the fruit to ripen, pretty
much. But so
I don't know how he knows that though.
So if he gave his son the fruit, who would he have gotten to exchange with?
That's a great question. Because maybe he's still thinking about it, because we have a scene where once Tsurugi gets like sick, everyone in the family's sad except Joshu. Joshu's the one that's trying to rally everybody.
I mean, Tsurugi didn't like Joshu anyway.
Honestly, this is like the one touching Joshu moment because he talks to Norisuke, because basically Norisuke is like sad because he realizes that he has to sacrifice himself.
This is where we thought a Joshu redemption arc was going to happen.
Foolish
fools.
But so Norisuke has this moment where he won't even talk to Joshu because he's like, I have to basically die now. Like, I have to sacrifice myself for my grandkid like I said I would. To kind of like, to atone for the sins of the past kind of thing. Like, the reason why the whole Mitsuba, Kato killing the kid. Like, the whole, like, basically it was kind of like the buck was passed.
Yeah.
Like, the flow was averted, but the flow must ultimately go back on path. So he realizes he needs to, correct this. Then he has a moment. So after Jobin throws Yasuo in the toilet, Jobin has a moment where he confronts Norisuke, and I think this is probably like one of the most powerful moments of this arc.
Well, don't forget, Mitsuba also has her moment over the toilet saying, she helped me, she's the ally, she wants to help Tsurugi, and he goes like, nah.
But then Jobin says, no, and then she immediately flips. She's like, no fucking...
She has to think about it hardly. They're either like helping her and making an enemy of her husband, or, But she immediately is like, I guess I'm going to kill Yasuo. Yeah. But so this is when... Well, actually, I think... I'm trying to... hold on. Because then that's when she sees the head doctor again, and her arrow falls down and shoots off and breaks the wall. And that's when the family comes in. Norisuke goes to the toilet, grabs Yasuo out, and then, like, that's when the whole standoff happens.
So, and then in this scene, this is probably... I think this is the scene I was talking about. Like, it's really powerful. So, Jobin... I'm going to... Still mixing the names up.
Too many Joes.
There's too many Joes. So many Joe Pescis in this arc. So Jobin...
That's part 5.
Jobin says, Dad, we've developed a way to save Tsurugi that will not cause us to die. Whatever. This is the righteous path. And then so he's like, all right, I believe you, son. For this time, I'm going to put my faith in you. As long as I can prove that you didn't do any that you truly on the righteous path. So he
King Nothing.
He does King
Nothing.
Nothing.
He shows his asshole in front of his family.
Yeah, there's actually a part where I think Daya or someone's like, "Oh my god, is that Dad's stand?" Like they've never seen it before, and so he actually sees the Ojiro thing happen.
Yeah, picking up the plant.
Yeah, and then he remembers on the news seeing that Ojiro died, and he's like, "Oh,"
and Mitsuba
it all like connects.
Yeah, and Mitsuba's like, "You killed Macarin."
Yeah, this is like a great moment where like all of these little plot threads that we had been teased all collide in this like pivotal moment where Jobin has to, well, he doesn't kill him, but he has to attack his father and
he KOs him so he doesn't
comatizes his father.
So he doesn't sacrifice himself.
And this moment is like impossible for Jobin. It's like he's fucking
sobbing.
Crying. He ends up, his family freaks out, and he like threatens them too. Like he puts the Speed King, there's an amazing panel where Speed King's hand is like out, and he's like, don't make me attack you too. It's
don't
like,
get in my way.
This is how Jobin has been driven to do horrible things because of his beliefs. Incredible character arc.
Oh man. Oof.
What happens in one chapter, I wonder.
Yeah.
So
basically that concludes was like basically assumed it's supposed to imply that Joshu kicked the phone over into the outlet to get her out.
Which is actually really good.
Yes.
Like, the implication that Joshu saves Yasuo here is really cool. But also, I forgot to mention, Yasuo was dying.
She's cracking. Yeah, she lost an arm and she's like cracking. And then she basically gets a chance to call Toru about like, there may be a way to save me and everything. Or help me out here.
And this is the burger moment? Was that when he's eating a big old burger?
Yeah, and then he becomes emotionless again.
So this is so weird though, because
like, he loses his personality.
Why? I don't know why Toru is not already there. Like, you think that if his stand is attacking and he sees like presumably sees the JOKAKAKA branch, why wouldn't he just go? He's like sitting on the fucking road eating a hamburger.
I don't know, man.
What an epic character. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so basically that's how that part ends. I think, you know, it goes with Josuke point of view then, which is where we get Jim's self-insert OC, Pangea Land. So
there's a funny part here that I literally laughed out loud at. So what Josuke gives to Pangea Land, his name is like Toiko or whatever, but we're calling him Pangea Land.
Yeah, he's always been Pangea Land to us.
So he gives him a sample of the JOKAKAKA fruit.
In a jar.
How? So last time we saw JOKAKAKA fruit was 3 days ago in the lab that got contaminated by every disease known to man.
Yes, it was also a small piece of it, so I guess he took one of them maybe? I don't know.
Also, he has footage of that lab. When did Josuke record footage of the JOKAKAKA lab? This is a plot hole.
Not like something that Holly gave to him or something.
This is nothing. This is a plot hole.
Pangea Land goes in there.
Unless I missed something.
He basically goes in. We get that one speech with the head doctor about the new fruit and everything. Is that really important? It's just like kind of just talking about the new JOKAKAKA they have planned.
Yeah.
And actual like appearance of him.
And then there's a stupid part where he's like, "Oh, so
that this is a physical appearance. This actually is the physical head doctor." Like, which is also another weird thing.
It is really weird. But we get the part where he's like, "Oh, so are you pursuing me, Mr. Reporter?"
I know, so obvious.
And he's like, "Yeah, I'm pursuing you." And it's like, "Huh? Did you maybe by chance touch the lid of that JOKAKAKA and maybe that?" Like finger went in your mouth for a second?
Like I said, a kid playing make-believe and saying, you touched it, you got a juice into your fingernail, it seeped into your skin, and now your neck is broken.
Yeah, I don't like this.
But, because in exchange for your pimples that I made you self-conscious about.
Okay, just going back to how the JOKAKAKA targets your biggest pain. His biggest pain was his pimples, I guess. That's funny.
Because he made mention of it before the whole interview started. Yeah. So basically, he said like he basically realized Josuke did that, and like he really I have to go encounter him, and like this is basically how he's gonna try to get me.
So this is the same chapter where the head doctor walks through the walls of the house. Jobin punches the head doctor, and Mitsubi's like, "Don't do it, you idiot!"
And punches a hairspray bottle.
Yeah, it's hairspray, and it kills him. He dies. Jobin dies in this chapter.
Does he? No, he just. I think the chapter ends with him punching it, and then the next chapter.
Oh, sorry, that's right.
Next chapter is it's basically the head.
He's fine.
Is Mamazuku escaping from prison by making a killer kill himself, attempt suicide, and then hiding in his body to get to the hospital because he walks with the head doctor to Josuke's room, where he meets up before the head doctor gets there, and the head doctor just sits inside the wall.
Yeah, more or less.
And then it cuts to Jobin and stuff, where he basically goes, because he tells Mitsuba to sit there with Tsurugi and don't move, where he goes to investigate, sees Toru like hiding in like the woods, and then that's when the fucking thing that was in his fucking heart is just
like the little nozzle,
yeah.
Whatever.
That was just there and didn't affect him until just now. And then just exploded in blood now.
All of his blood pours out through it.
And fucking dies.
He dies. Jobin is dead here. After many death fake outs.
It fucking sucks.
It makes me very upset. And there's a couple more. We get a couple more of these in the next few chapters.
Yes.
But this one hurts the most because I think Jobin really represented...
We just had a big moment with him.
Jobin really represented the best hope for like an antagonist that JoJolion has.
A top tier main villain that JoJo usually has.
Like someone, so we are just thinking about like Josuke is fighting, doing everything he can to save Holly. Jobin is fighting, doing everything he can to save his son. And they're both doing different ways. Like Jobin is clearly he's what's the word? He's deluding himself to thinking he's on the right path.
Yes.
When he's literally murdering people.
He's on the right path and he's going to like kill or harm anybody that gets in his way, no matter who they are or who they're connected to.
And yeah, whereas Josuke is like, I mean, I would say Josuke is like a little personality drained in this arc.
Like we said,
he's not killing people. He's killing rock humans.
Ojiro put that thought in his head that there are people that I don't even know that are now after this, which is I have to like be aggressive now.
Yeah, yeah. Like Jobin's actions are so justified by the way he perceives the world, and they make so much sense. And then to have him just get jobbed, he just gets jobbed
out of nowhere.
It's so upsetting to me. This is like the most upsetting thing in all JoJo for me.
It's like one of the things I wish like Toru didn't have the same application of Wonder Review on himself, because that kind of negates everything. Because Jobin never sees the head doctor silhouette. Only Mitsuba sees it.
Yeah. Well, he does see like there's movement under the cover. That's what he attacks.
Movement, but he never actually gets a look at it, and like. It never is like I said. It's just like the weird thing where sometimes it ramps up and sometimes it's just like kills you instantly. And the fact that like the calamity only happened, the thing was in his chest, I guess, but it didn't like go into his heart, I guess, until he 100% wanted to pursue him, which is weird.
Yeah, we kind of see like there's like a little bit of blood leaking out before he opens his, but it's still like
it's dumb. I hate it. Jobin should have just been. That's why everybody had the hopium just to be alive still.
Also, we haven't gotten there, but Kato is like so conspicuously absent from these chapters. It hurts.
Where you thought, okay, maybe she's like literally like hiding in him. Maybe she will do like a real heart transplant with her cards.
I forgot my theory about Kato being inside the cards in Jobin's chest. Oh my god, I wish.
It would have been so good. But yeah, so basically that happened and we're fucking pissed. And then we have Josuke. Maybe if I would Josuke a lot, so I wanted this. This is what I expected when he like coming to meet with Josuke. This was just going to be like the ultimate talk. I didn't think it'd be a really dumb fight.
Like jump into a fight, yeah.
I thought, okay, this is like the chance of like getting the motives and like the character of I guess Toru now and the head doctor and like. But no, he immediately drops a rock insect and attacks him. Because once he moved from that chair, that would be him pursuing and not him defending himself.
So, part of me, like, conceptually, I like the idea that the head doctor comes prepared. So, not even that. Okay. What I like about this fight is that it basically, what you said, it should have been a talk. Like, they are both put in positions where Josuke has set traps and the head doctor is unpursuable.
But as we learned, the bubbles weren't going to take anything away from anybody there. I guess some of them were just, like, high spin.
They're just, like, attack. They're just, like, basically, they're just, like, trip mines. Like, they'll just attack you if you touch them.
Yeah.
So...
Sure.
But then, so the fact that he uses a frock insect, it's like...
Imagine if he, like, somehow tapped into Kira and, like, had him, like, the one time they explode or something. Just as a way to, like, accumulate, like, having both of them come together to beat the guy that's, like, stopping them to get, like, their... Yeah. I know people like, oh, but this is about Josuke's own identity. But still, it's just a way to, like, honor, like, at the end, just, like... Instead of having bullshit spin, you can have I can believe somehow pulling through the stands that both of them have and actually using them. And not another thing, Dolbio, just have it like the Kira ability comes out. And that can be more believable than this is just spin that you have now. This is go beyond what you have now.
But also, I just want to say, imagine yourself as Rai Mamazuku. Imagine that your whole sad backstory is because of a bug. Like, that is what this arc is. Like, Rai gets a whole backstory because a bug hurt his family.
His family business. Because he saw a bug and told his dad, and his dad went outside and saw the head doctor, which killed his dad, and then he also said like my mom died from like illness or from like
basically from being sad.
But then the head doctor goes, but that was also an effect from calamity.
Yeah, and I mean it's just like. I mean, what can I say about this? Like, I just dislike...
Fucking hate the word calamity after this.
I do... Okay, so... One thing Toru does say is, the right path, even when walked by a saint, will have bad things happen sometimes. That is calamity.
And there's also the weird thing of him being able to switch off and on between the head doctor, where sometimes he just seems to be controlling both of them at the same time. He doesn't shut down, really.
Yeah, to me, it just doesn't, like... It feels like Toru's power level is, like, infinite, because... So as we said, like he's doing 2 fights at once right now. How many more like other doctor projections can he make? Because we have Toru, and then we have the head doctor that Josuke's fighting. Then we have the other head doctor that Mitsuba is like fight. Yeah, like and the Kato fights later.
Yasuo sees one too outside the estate, like on the car.
Yeah, presumably that's like we could say that's the same one.
I don't think so because one goes inside and she's just seeing it outside chilling on a car.
Well, I mean, he does bounce around. Whatever. I mean, there's too many. Like, it's too ill-defined for me to enjoy. I just, once again, like, funny Valentine. Having him, like, work up to Love Train. Having his stand be, like, very well defined, even though there's inconsistencies.
There are multiples of him, but that makes sense. It's part of his, like, fucking power.
Like, there's a part where, like, there are 3 D4Cs, and that is, like, an actual, like, inconsistency. Like, that's not supposed to be canon.
It goes against the rules of you can't have more than one of the same person, and the same thing about them, like, fucking dying.
Yeah, but, like, I don't know. Like, having an overpowered stand is one thing, but having, like, an impossible to beat stand is another. And so also
the fact that you like can't have a thought of pursuing it, just knows.
So the entire arc of like Johnny and Gyro's whole thing was learning the spin and how the spin was increasing their power,
and you have the
building them up,
and you have that build up to that the perfect spin, like the golden rotation, where you have that build up, and that's going to be the ultimate thing that's going to win them.
And it's great payoff because it works. Like that is how they're able to counter this impossible thing.
It's the coolest fucking thing when it happens. You compare to Go Beyond, where it's not cool. It's just a bullet.
Having there's no payoff for like the only payoff we have for the spin is that Rai notices it in chapter 70, like,
and he just knows about the spin for no reason.
Whereas like the spin was so important that it was Johnny's goal because it was going to restore his walking. So that was literally, I think, in chapter 1 or 2 when he like makes his goal, like, I will master this thing so I can.
I'm going to follow you around. You're going to teach me this stuff so I can have that feeling again and master this.
And so it has the bonus payoff of being like the thing to counter the most powerful bad guy thing.
Yes.
But with this, it's just like a thing that exists in the world that Josuke learns he can do. It's
an uncontrollable bubble that somehow negates calamity.
Yeah.
But sometimes misses anyway.
I just want us to bring us back to like early part 8 where everything was all about like identity. And what is my like role in this world? How can I discover where I belong? And now it's just like we have these super It had to be like a big epic finale for some reason. I don't know why. When Damo was like a perfect like contained, that was like an epic finale, but it's like, contained in like a small set of characters.
You could have Toru change up his stand, but I guess like, one of my predictions of the finale could have been like a 3-person standoff between Jobin, Josuke, and then is Toru at the end.
Yeah.
Of just being like, these are the 3 parties that then like building up to want this. But we don't get that. We get like, you know, instead of like the talk they should be having between Josuke and his head doctor about like, this should be a culmination of like, you did so much shit to Holly. You have to like, you understand like at all. Like explain your reason of why you picked her over anybody.
Yeah, that's not even a focus. Like he's not even mad. He's more mad that Rai is dead than like Holly's
he's like, this woman helps and affected so many people. You know, you can talk about, you can see like, you know, Kai and Kei and Yasuo and like both the you know, Kira and Jofume, and just like there's so many like things you can have that connect to his identity and his past identities and like who he is now, like, but they don't.
Yeah, it just becomes like
it's a non-factor because he's just trying to the floor is lava and like gotta kill Devin and like. And then
we have Obladi Oblada show up.
Yeah, and
just
then
another rock insect.
Yeah, Mamazuku gets really close, tries to go for the kill because, haha, I killed your daddy. And he goes for the kill, misses, and dies from bubbles. And
it ultimately just, like, it kind of is really frustrating when, like, every character is doing their best and they're just failing for a reason that they can't comprehend.
Yeah, well...
Like, I know, the way I describe that sounds cool, but it's just frustrating because, like, that's not how it should work. Like,
yeah,
like, well... It shouldn't be this, like, weird random power-up that, like, doesn't really have a connection to Josuke. So, at least that we were told.
Well, we get Jobin dies.
It's apparently been a part of Josuke's powers from the beginning.
Yeah. Well, we get Jobin dies. Toru dances a little bit. Joshu comes out with the fruit, and basically the whole thing of basically Yasuo eats a fruit. It's accumulates to that. You think Joshu redemption arc is he brick rolled you. He has no redemption. He's a shithead still, and Yasuo basically steals his arm, steals his phone, and like basically called out Toru, says you're a punk ass bitch. I'm gonna call a number. Like, no. If you call someone that's pursuing me, it's attack. I'm gonna call my mom on you. And
that is how Kei comes back in the story because of the call.
We got so hyped and like, oh man, she's back. She's like taking care of Holly. She's gonna be so down to, you know, join this fight because, you know, Mamazuku's dead. This is gonna be the brother and sister are gonna team up, and she walks in a room and dies. She gets one hit on him and she dies. She gets a K in the eye. It fucking sucks. It
really is upsetting. It makes me
literally
wonder
like, hey,
why.
Kay's here and she's gone.
Like, Yeah, it's literally just why.
I want to see like siblings like this like beat the person that's like fucking with the harming their mother or the mother figure.
Kay of any character has more of an emotional
more
stake
motive
in
than
this anyone.
Anybody in this part.
Because Josuke has a love for Holly, but he doesn't really like have a past with her. Yeah. Whereas Kay literally does. This her fucking mom.
Or even like I don't have any memories, but I have this like weird like love in me for some reason for her. Like
yeah,
he didn't have to have the memories, but he could have like this feeling inside of him of like both these people.
Yeah,
like,
which he slowly like his very like slow and plotted character arc was him like learning to like find this woman to be his mother. Like that was his like connection.
But yeah, she dies immediately, thrown out into the garbage, literally never to be seen again.
Remember the head doctor just like leaves? He just like starts walking away from.
I gotta recall.
Akifu,
gotta go recall my stand because Yasuo called an attack. I guess.
Then it
just negates the plan that he had. Okay, he made a plan. Can't wait to see how this pays off because this is how every protagonist kind of like makes like a good plan essentially, and just nothing. It's the worst plan, not a great plan.
So. Yeah, then we do have the soft. So I mentioned Obladi Obladai. I don't have anything to say about it.
He jumps in water. He falls in the bathtub and it goes away.
Yeah, it's just another like roadblock for Josuke.
Another rock animal, which the meme of everybody. He just have a million rock insects and animals on him.
And this is when he does the first go beyond. When he notices that it comes out of his birthmark.
Yes, very like
for some reason.
Parallel how it was very at the beginning, but not works the same way.
And then. We do have the moment where, like, Paisley Park jumps through the phone to Josuke. That's when they team up and do the go beyond through the phone.
This is how Toru should have died, of like them together getting the power of love kind of finisher literally. On him. And
it is really sick. The idea of like him attacking through his phone is really cool.
Also during the whole thing, Toru says, "Oh, there's also an order to my calamity. If you attack me, you will be on top of the order now."
It's really funny.
I'm just like, if that would have been a way to defeat it, it just have a bunch of people attack him, and then the order of like keeps changing, and he can't really like.
It's like initiative in D&D.
Yeah, like initiative, or just like another like kid on the point. No, if I attack you, but I'm attacking you, but I'm attacking you.
It's really funny. Starting with,
or
I think
here's Paper Moon King. He's gonna make you think everybody's attack the same person. Yeah. You think they're gonna attack. Oh, you don't know which one's attacking you.
Starting with the urban gorilla fight, there's kind of like this recurring theme of order, like an order to events like. Like, Rai says, okay, the order is I'm most important, then you, then Yasuo. Then Urban Gorilla also says...
pecking order.
I'm going... Literally. Urban Gorilla also says, like, I've chosen an order that I'm going to attack you with, and you think it's Yasuo first, because that's where the... Whatever. But he actually goes for Rai. So there's kind of, like, this idea of an order, but, like, this doesn't really feel like it means anything.
No.
It's just, like... It's just, like, a way to ratchet up tension.
All it leads is Toru getting slowly closer, there's a plane coming... Joshu's attacking Yasuo, and like...
Then we have the big epic bite. Yasuo bites the fruit, because she exchanges Joshu's arm for hers.
And Joshu becomes the calamity that's going to attack Yasuo, because he just becomes a fucking monstrosity.
Then, okay, so then we do have the go beyond scene, so... That's when they finally get a hit on Toru.
Yeah, well, Toru's like...
I think they get two, don't they? Do they hit him twice with it?
I think
through the phone.
Hit him twice, I think. But yeah, he's like, because she's trying to get him. He's trying to come closer. He's afraid to get closer, and that's why she needs like to really get a hit.
He eats the other one, so he bites the other.
When he gets like because he gets like the one skin from Born This Way from like in the head, and then I think Josuke hits him like in the arm or not, and then he hits him again in the actual like, vital spot. But then he's like on the ground with the fruit because he actually picks up the fruit.
Yeah, because then he's gonna. Because his whole thing is he's approaching Yasuo, but then I think they hit him again. So then he's like in the garage. So he falls to the garage.
Also, the plane part's coming down. I think him getting hit makes the plane part go off.
Veers off. Yeah.
Yeah, through the estate, which also would not be right with the timeline.
Yeah, but so okay, here's the big thing: Kato fucking showing up is like a non sequitur. There is no lead into this at all.
The garage standoff.
Kato just shows up. I guess she's sad that Jobin's dead. So we know this. She used her stand to take Tsurugi within it. I don't know why. Oh, well, actually, okay, this actually does get explained. So we get this whole thing where Kato shows up. We have a flashback with her and Jobin. Something that would have been really good to have shown earlier, where Jobin basically tells her, hey, look, we have this JOKAKAKA thing. Also, I noticed that the sap has the same equivalent exchange thing because my beetles did that. They eat the sap when I didn't want them to. So we now, in hindsight, we know Kato's plan is to grab some of the sap, make Toru drink it so that Tsurugi can get the exchange with blah, blah, blah.
I guess
which is what she does.
Yeah.
And that isn't considered an attack.
Well, because they get to the garage where the standoff happens, and then because she's like, "Oh, I'm not attacking you. I'm literally just like."
She literally throws her cards and activates her stand at him, so she's able to like pin him down basically.
Yeah.
By which her stand is cool. I like her stand.
Yeah.
But then ultimately.
But then he goes like, because it doesn't count as attack. She just kind of just throws like Tsurugi, like throws the card away, and then to Tsurugi at one point. But then she goes like, she destroys the rest of the plant. That's what her thing is. She destroys the rest of the plant, and he goes,
create the sap.
But then he says like, you destroying the plant was an attack on me. No, that was just her destroying the fucking plant.
So literally using her stand to crush him and pin him down wasn't an attack, but this was. I'm very confused by this still.
And then she's ended up with a knife in her gut, and then this character that's been like not a good guy, like, basically like throughout the entire thing, just like is the one to get the W on probably the second biggest W on Toru going in there, because and then that's when like fucking Tsurugi gets cured, Toru is fucking dying, and then Josuke just shows up out of nowhere and fucking put the gun to his head and blows his brain off. And that's it.
Yeah, because the Calamity shows up again. The Calamity shows up again, attacking Norisuke, who's fine. So this is implying that Calamity is like a force that is not connected just to Toru. It is like a supernatural, or it is fundamental force rather.
Yes.
Of nature.
Sure.
But then go beyond. He's able to shoot it and punch it. He just he auras it.
I don't have. So like Josuke shows up, but I thought like I can't really control this with him. Like, then have Yasuo help you aim the phone and do it together. Like you can come in and Josuke comes out of nowhere. Like there's no like him like on his way. He was like really beat up in the pool, like in the tub. Like
yeah. So and then we get the ending narration where Yasuo says, "This is a story about breaking curse, JoJolion."
The least deserving, like her resting his head on his shoulder, where he does not deserve her after the whole like end part.
So this is the thing that. Honestly, out of all this is what honestly annoys me the most. So Yasuo has this long narration at the end, and basically it's like, what do you see when you look at this? Do you see a family cowering? Do you see a brother? So she mentions like everything about do you see like a daughter blinded by hope or whatever? But she says this line that makes me enraged. The family all acted on the strength of hope.
None of the family acted.
Literally.
Joshi was the only one that acted, and he acted like selfishly.
Like I wrote here, what did Daya hope for?
What
did Kay hope for?
Kay at least hope for her mother being cured.
But it's
not... more so the Hishikata family, where like none of them had like any plot relevance, and Joshu did everything selfishly to try to be like, one with Yasuo.
Hato has like 2 chapters where she has an entire character arc, and then she never really matters again. Like, I don't want to be like the negative. We've been so aggro and mad at the last hour. The last hour is gonna be people are gonna be so angry. It's really funny. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't like this little ending narration. It feels unearned at worst, or it feels unearned at best. It feels insulting at worst.
Yeah, I feel like there should have been like definitely a talk between Yasuo and Josuke. Josuke showing up, I thought was going to be like an illusion or something or some shit, because like it didn't make sense of how he got there so quick.
Yeah.
And then...
Well, I mean, it was established you could get to the house in 5 minutes.
Yeah, but you look at the map, though, it's
not. I know. But in text, they say 5 minutes from the house to the hospital.
And then we get the Rolling Stone-like ending of
Radio Gaga.
Old Lucy with
Joseph Joestar. Fumi-kun.
Fighting a guardrail, and that's how basically there to basically say Toru has been here at least since the 40s. And that...
So, okay, I want to... we have this whole thing where they're fighting...
And more rock animals.
So, okay, what I think the last 2... The Radio Gaga arc, what I think it's basically trying to say is because of the timeline, like, Johnny Joestar's actions have blessed the land, which caused, I guess, this rock animal to... Because we know that the rock animals, they like these blessed areas, so whatever. It looks like Toru is, like, digging up...
More Rokaka.
Yeah, I don't know why he's digging them here, because we're told they're from like New Guinea, unless he's planting them.
Maybe.
Which is more confusing because they aren't like we never see JOKAKAKA planted in the ground.
Like maybe where he's just like hiding, we're hiding them or something maybe.
But like I don't know. It really just I don't understand. It just is to have like Toru show.
Like I said, it's literally just to have the it was me all along Toru. Like
it's cool to see. What's it called?
Lucy.
Yes, but it's cool to see the stand Hermit Purple
in an actual stand form.
It's not given a name.
I like it. I like it coming out of his birthmark. It's just a cool little thing. It's really weird.
Like I enjoy like these. I like the backstory.
It's more unique and fitting than Rolling Stone is like a superior version of Rolling Stone and not nearly as long.
I agree. As we said before in our episode, it feels like one of the Rohan chapters, kind of.
Yes, and then basically we just have the epilogue.
We have an epilogue, yeah.
Yes, of Josuke. They're basically having a party for Narusuke to come back from the hospital.
Yeah,
and they're trying to decide what to pick out, and they let Josuke decide, and basically
And Yasuo leaves. With tears in her eyes. She leaves.
Yeah, like I said, I really wish they had a parallel to with him in the family picture where he just brings her with him because he wants her to... I would have been way more satisfied if that happened than her just walking away. I know, and it's supposed to be like him...
I don't think he earned it, though.
He doesn't.
I would say he doesn't...
He didn't earn it.
I would
agree.
say Yasuo isn't there rightfully because he didn't earn her, like,
that's true.
Love. He was an asshole to her for the last bit.
Pretty much.
But I honestly think, like, when I read... So I just finished reading this last night, like 4 a.m.
I'm here with my new family of the two girls who I've had, like, one real hangout session with. One of them tried to get rid of my memories. And the one-armed guy who creeps on my best friend. Who's also an asshole to me this entire time.
But I did get emotional when I read this, like, last bit. Like, I find it, like...
Okay.
Because, if anything, he's very close to Narisuke.
Yes.
And it's about, like... honoring Narisuke and like picking a cake to celebrate him.
Good. I just wish there was resolution of Holly.
That is ultimately, and we kind of do get resolution of Holly. When the resolution is too bad, Holly's not going to get better.
There's no him mourning the friends or the people he lost. Like
there's
Kay.
one panel. There's a panel.
Yes, that's it.
There's one panel where he thinks about Kay and Rai.
And that's it. They're just rotting in that fucking hospital.
Josuke never met Kato. Did he?
Wait,
no. In the first, because they explained to him.
Because Hato explains it to him. Like I said, remember
met her one time.
The one time where like Mitsuba, like he didn't talk to Mitsuba except for like one time,
literally,
which is hilarious.
Also, remember when Kato talks about the fucking potatoes?
Kato.
Remember when Jobin dies? She's like. Incan Mesopotamia.
Oh fuck yeah!
Potatoes.
Can we not talk about the weird food stuff and just like we've been 5 hours in this, Jim?
Well, we have a couple questions too. I want to go through.
Go ahead.
But ultimately, okay. So yeah, I like that little last bit. I think it's like it does touch me. I do feel weird about it. I don't like the ending too much. I don't like Toru.
Yeah, Toru sucks. I wish he kept his weird horny personality.
JoJolion, for real, might have the biggest like. Tone, like not tone disconnect, but like the biggest peaks and the deepest valleys.
Yes,
for me, I think of like
I felt that way with Part 6 a lot. That's basically my like Part 6 opinion.
I think Part 6 is a good comparison. I would say that the ending of Part 6 is great.
Yes, versus
like it's more.
It's
so,
vice
like,
versa. What this is, where
some of the middle arcs, I think,
the high security. Maximum security arc is a comparison to the Doctor arc, I guess, where there's some lights in there, but mostly like
Yo-Yo Ma, wonderful.
Fuck you with Yo-Yo Ma. The fuck out of here.
But yeah, I mean, JoJolion, don't get me wrong. I know we've been shit-to-tang all over it.
Is it a question, or do you want to do our like the question that I had for our last episode? First.
Wait, what? Your last?
Remember I had like your favorite character from this, like your best, the good, bad, the ugly, all those like little things. Do you want to do that first, or do you want to do the questions first?
Let's do the questions first.
All right.
So I'm not going to go through all of these. So earlier this morning, I polled y'all on Twitter. Follow us on @JOKAKAKA podcast. I asked y'all if you had any like burning questions that you wanted us to address in this final JoJolion Spoilercast. I'll go through a few. I'll save this one for last because I think that one's going to talk about Part 9. Why the fuck did Narisuke want to delete Josuke's memories at the start of the part with Daya? There's kind of an offhand line where Narisuke seems fine that Dai is using his stand or her stand against Josuke, but I think that's not really like
because he wanted because his whole like what's it called? Objective was to hopefully there's a part of Kira's memories that are still alive so he can get information about the fruit and everything, or like that he had information.
Yeah, well, so okay, we didn't bring it up earlier, but like Norisuke totally knows Kira, and the reason why he adopted Josuke was because he kind of figured it out. Like, he's Kira, he's probably a fusion. Like, he kind of figured out the equivalent exchange stuff.
He's related in a way.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Norisuke just comes off as like an antagonist early on, just I think to create some tension.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a good one. Oh, sorry, I didn't read that person's name. Shit. That was at MilkJugA. Thank you. All right. This is a really good one. So Jen Tack says, how much do you think community theories impacted your/everyone's view of JoJolion in the end?
How you doing, Aeon Star?
I would just say, like, I think it definitely made me look too deeply into the story.
It did, but it made a lot of fun.
It was very fun. Like, I felt like I set myself up for an ending that couldn't have happened.
Yeah. But I feel like even if it ended, he's still gonna end in a satisfied way with none of our predictions coming true.
Just revisiting Jobin though. Jobin is one thing that I feel like it swerves in the absolute wrong direction at the worst, like the last minute. Like it should not have done that.
They're handling a lot of side characters and like Jobro. Like Mamazuku never does his objective of actually like he never gets to the fruit. He gets to the branch at one point, identifies it for someone else.
That's true. Well, he does destroy the fruit. He chooses to destroy.
Well, I meant like the actual, like the new fruit, like the actual like grafted one.
Yeah, I know.
Like he never actually gets his hands on. He puts the things on the branch and then he gets like.
He does hold it for a few seconds before he gets exploded by poor Tom.
But any other ones?
Do you think the ending of JoJolion lived up to the expectations compared to some of the wild theories in the past, as well as thoughts on some of the more forgotten characters like Carrera? That was at Jacob Pova.
We talked to the extent about Carrera, so
I think that it doesn't really live up to the potential of the ending.
Especially the first half, like it's kind of a downer going, like reading. Like I know how this is going to end.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Like we talked about it a lot already.
Okay, so Iconic Dev brings up a question basically about Josuke's personality change. We kind of beat around the bush for it. So he says, I want to hear your thoughts on how his personality changed throughout the story and what moments change his character the most. I think we touched upon a lot of those.
Yeah, basically, like, probably one of the big ones was, like, the Jofume stuff was, like, a huge one.
Yeah, that was one where, like, because he really had this sense of, I'm not Kira, but I'm someone else.
Yes.
Once he found that out, it was like, okay, I kind of know who I was.
And that Holly chapter from, like, later, like, in the middle of One Review is very... But, like, yeah, then he just becomes, like, doesn't... Because he has the line like, "Oh, I'm Josuke now." Like
he becomes like the worst parts of Jotaro, where Jotaro just is like a cool like silent badass, and I don't like Jappy when he's like.
He stopped being that. He also lost a lot of his goofiness or like not understanding the world stuff.
I mean, looking at him, he's got like the funny like gap in his teeth. Like he's really just like. He does have a lot of weird quirkiness, like the part when he eats like the
mattress. Also,
yeah, There's a lot of bits early on where he's always, anytime he's sleeping, he's under a mattress. He's like, I just feel comfortable being like smothered by something.
But yeah, it's just like you said, there's that halfway point where you hit and everything just kind of like Josuke kind of changes for the most part. Like it's like very like remember the first half where how many times did he mention his identity, and then how many times that halfway point on, like after Vitamin C, do they mention identity?
Ultimately, I acknowledge that there's only so much you can do with like, oh, it's my identity search, but I think it needs to transition into him actually like coming into his own and like having his own thing. But ironically, he gets less of a personality in the later bits. Like, he doesn't really seem to be connected to Yasuo that much anymore. He's kind of just like with the family,
and like especially after like with Johnny, I'm like, Araki knows how to do it. He knows how to like make the character grow throughout the entire part.
Thinking of how great the payoff was of when Johnny's dad was like cheering for him at the end.
I fucking like teared up reading that.
It's a wonderful moment, and it's like Johnny has worked so hard. I mean, he's killed a lot of people.
He worked so hard. He killed a lot of people
to get here,
and lost one friend because I don't consider Hot Pants his friend.
All right, I have another one. At Radiant Aeon Star says, if two people were in a hospital and one beat the other to death with a soap bubble, would that be fucked up or what?
I agree, yes. It's not a soap bubble, it's a cork spinning at a rapid pace.
A cord. A cork. You said cork.
No, I said yeah. It's a cord.
Cord.
The accordion.
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 Okay. In 5 hours, man, I'm allowed to be this fucking delusional.
This is an unhinged level of. We'll just do a few more. We kind of talked about that. Schroeder asked us to talk about Ojiro. I think we talked a lot about Ojiro.
We got you. We got you.
Raw asked, "What the fuck are the bite marks?" Aha, they're literally nothing.
We
do not think about them.
Go back to hour 1.
I guess they literally disappear in like chapter 6. Whenever Yasuo like has one on her ankle.
Yasuo and Joshi both get one, and they're both like it's just them like their stand coming out in like physical form.
Yeah.
So anything else then for the question wise?
Oh yes, there's one. Wait, there's one about JoJo Lands that I kind of want to bring up. So at KK Bonito Stan, do you think that any last minute mentions of the New Guinea maybe hints to Part 9's premise of JoJo Lands?
That's a weird setting. That's like a Part 3, like a stop along the way kind of setting.
So I just want to finish this, their question so they said like I'm crossing my fingers like for like an Indiana Jones / Uncharted / Unlandis type adventure in the 1900s or something where they discover the JOKAKAKA.
It'd be weird to have a part go back in time in the same continuity though. Like it's not a flashback.
Yeah, I wouldn't enjoy that. Like I enjoy the flashback of Fumikun of Joseph Joestar, but I would prefer the next story to be
a unique thing where you follow a set of characters in the modern day and like parallel have like flashback chapters of like characters maybe dealing with some other threat. I don't because they definitely going with Jofume back. It could go back into like, more in the family tree adventures or like stuff like that, but. I feel it could be like a Part 3 or Part 2 traveling around the world kind of thing, or maybe going to look for the fruit.
Mm-hmm.
But who the main character is, I don't think they'll continue with Josuke. I still think they'll have maybe have like family come in from the Joseph family tree and like come and help out maybe. I don't know. I think that'd be the most fun because we learn about what happened to Jofume and his family.
I mean, it would be really interesting because we just need to like that's the one thing we don't know is like who's Jofume's father. Like presumably it's part of the Joestar bloodline. I
mean, as we learned, he has siblings too. He has like 3 siblings.
He also literally has the Joestar birthmark.
Yes. It's, let's say one thing God, there was one thing I also wanted to mention, but
Did you want to say what favorites you want to go down?
Yeah, you don't go into explanation about it if you don't want to.
No, it's too long.
Favorite arc?
Okay, actually, someone did ask this as a question, but let's not. You can't say Vitamin C, so because it's obvious. We're both gonna say it because it's the best one.
It is.
Oh my god. I think for me it's got to be in the first half. Shit, it's really hard because Vitamin C is just the best one.
Yes.
Wait, let me see. Let me look at my list really quick. So.
Born This Way, then, I think?
Born This Way is probably up there.
I really love Ojiro Returns.
I do, even though it's literally 2 chapters.
No. Beetle Tendency probably number 2.
Oh, yes. The
Beetle Tendency.
Everyday Summer Vacation,
yeah,
I would also say.
That, and then Born This Way. Least favorite...
You can't say... No, I'm kidding.
You can't say Wonder Review?
No, I would... Yeah, no, can't say Wonder Review, because we both say it.
Probably... I'm not too big on Urban Gorilla.
I would.
I get more.
Blue Lagoon.
I like
Hawaii. I would say Blue Hawaii is my
favorite. I like that one more than Urban Gorilla. I think.
Really?
I think so. It's more interesting, more like fun.
Urban Gorilla, I have to say,
there's more interesting stuff happening in the background than just Mamazuku being weird for like an entire chapter.
Yeah, I mean, I think that for me, that's a lot of what sells that arc. Okay, moving on. So we did...
And bullying Yasuo.
We did best arc, we did worst arc.
Alright, underrated.
Underrated arc?
Yes, something that most people you see...
Shakedown Road.
Shakedown Road?
I fucking love Shakedown Road. I think it's... Because it also ties into the Johnny Joestar stuff, which is like peak.
I think Dr. Wu is underrated.
I would agree, actually. I mean, I'm going to stick with mine, but
yeah, that's fine. But that's my choice. Favorite character? Jobin?
Jobin is, it'd be Jobin or Yasuo. Jobin, it just gets so fucking jobbed.
Yeah.
It sucks.
But Jobin has so much build. I think he is my favorite.
I love every moment that Jobin
Yes,
on screen.
exactly.
I would say Jobin. I hate that we're disagreeing on all these.
We love Jobin.
Yeah, great minds think alike.
But like, I love Mitsuba, but my favorite character is gonna be Jobin.
Jobin just
Yasuo is good, but
Jobin.
Yasuo gets shit on too much in this. Least favorite character, I guess. Then like, not you can't just be like the villain of the week kind of thing. Just like an actual like character supposed to be like a lot of threats a lot.
Yeah, because like I mean the Aphex Twins don't really have anything.
Yeah, like I said, villains of the week usually don't count as character for the most part.
I would say it's kind of hard to not just say Mamazuku, because like
I would say Toru because he's not really.
Well, I'm kind of ruling out Toru because it's the easy one.
Yeah, Mamazuku. Yeah,
I don't like what he represents for the story.
Yeah,
I think he's just like we didn't have like a plot drive, so we needed someone to like progress the plot. That, or I would maybe say like Hato is just such an underutilized
I don't consider
character.
her. I know. I don't.
It's almost criminal that she's like considered part of the family. She has nothing.
I actually like the little bit she has. Where Daya, I don't like what they gave her at all.
Okay, when you say worst character, are you saying like the most reprehensible, or do you mean like the character that you think is like handled the worst?
It's up to you what you consider worst character.
Because I would say like Hato is probably one of the worst handled because she has like
she's worst handled.
Such little. I would say Daya gets more focus.
She's more focused, but I don't like Daya. Like
as a person, I hate Daya.
Yeah.
As a person, I hate most of these characters.
I kind of don't like Tsurugi.
Tsurugi. Tsurugi's the one that I hate the most, actually.
Probably the most established character that I ended up not really liking because it's just creep.
Because the way he's handled and the way he acts are both equally reprehensible.
Yeah.
All right, any more characters?
Do you want to rank Part 8 in your part rankings?
Oh my god, it's a fucking like my heart sank when you said that. I just realized I have to do this now. I need to reevaluate my part rankings, honestly.
Because like,
it's definitely a middle part. It's not low. It's not low. It's not high.
You don't have to put your number, but do you rank it in like the middle, like the lower middle, upper middle?
It's certainly dead in the middle. Like it's not in the top.
I agree. It's not good. It's not better than Part 7. I think
I need to read Part 4 because I need to see where the manga fits for Part 4. But it might be in the top 3. It might be in the top 3 for me.
You can always save that for after we have our JOKAKAKA with like airing our grievances and just maybe ranking
I feel like that
it.
was a lot of this.
Yeah, a lot of it. But we have more. We have guests that want to do that too.
That's true.
But
right.
I think mine's in the middle as well. And do you rank Josuke? You don't have to put your number, but as Joestars in their parts.
I think he's probably around the same place JoJolion is, which would be maybe like low top 3.
It's kind of
high middle.
It's kind of funny. Like I'm wondering because especially reading Part 3 right now on our other show, like if your Jotaro ranking changed at all from his own part of just him being a weird nerd.
Yeah, it might go a little higher. I need to, as I said, I need to reevaluate my whole rankings.
All right, maybe we'll save that for a later date.
Certainly will. All right.
Any others? Oh, do you want to do favorite stand at all or not?
My favorite stand's Paisley Park. I think it's literally one of the most interesting stands.
Like I said, I think Awakened 3 Leaf has been like it's just one of the things like I love the idea, I love the visual, and I like wish there was more they could do more with it. But it's like Spice Girl. I love the design. I love what it does. I wish it did more like Damo does with it.
Yeah.
And I guess least favorite stand. That's not Wonder Review.
I mean, I'm gonna say Blue Hawaii. No, I don't know if I'll even say that. I think it's Dubiwa. Honestly, I think Dubiwa is like
the tornado.
Yeah, Dubiwa doesn't do anything for me. It's just like an automatic stand. Like
it is an automatic.
The arc
stand.
is good because it's pairing it with like Paisley Park.
I think Dubiwa. Yeah, I agree with that one because at least Blue Hawaii
Blue Hawaii is neat because of like
it actually has an interesting
mechanic.
Yes, and it's like you can actually like the Yasuo that she tracks it. She just follows Josuke and tracks him and kills him essentially, or like threatens him. We're like, Dubiwa is like, there's no way to stop it other than just don't breathe. You can't even use like an oxygen tank.
Yeah, and that doesn't even work.
Yeah, so I think other than that, I think that's basically the leave. If you made it this far, you can leave your answers on the bottom as well.
Yeah, if you made it this far, then I don't know why you're here.
You are the true MVPs.
Yeah, you are the biggest JOKAKAKA fan.
The biggest Jokaks.
The biggest Jokaks there are.
You can put in the comments, I'm a big Jokak in the comments.
You said it, not me. All right, let's wrap this up.
I did.
Please end this. I'm so ready to be over with this.
Jim's so hungry. He had to eat in 5 hours. Thank you all for making it this far and listening to us And hopefully we answered, like, also like talked about some of your grievances as well. Feel free to put your grievances or your love and hates in the comments, like you said, with any of those, your favorites and least favorites and everything.
If we happen to miss anything, let me know in the comments.
Yeah, we'll save it for a JOKAKAKA. Anything else we miss or you want us to talk about, we can throw it in there. Again, you can follow the podcast on Twitter at JOKAKAKA Podcast.
You can follow me at King Protus.
You follow me at GoKaiKun. You can like, comment, subscribe. Get us back at 5,000, please. Some people just unsubscribe to be jerks to get us back under 5K. Yeah, I think you also join the Discord in the link below. Hopefully get ready for that. JoJolion. Do you think JoJolion is going to come before or after Chainsaw Man Part 2?
Before.
The bold prediction, Cotton. See how it plays out. And I think that's about everything with the plugs. And we can end our longest episode ever.
Yes. I just want to say one more time. I know we were bitchy. I know we were mad. I have seriously loved doing this show.
Yeah, same.
JOKAKAKA has been a life-changing force for me. I know we're not like big YouTubers or anything, but this has been such a fun little thing. This is like a bookend. Like I feel like we're closing the book on JoJolion. This is our like... That's not the last thing I have to say about it, but like this feels like a real like we started it with a spoiler cast, we're ending with a spoiler cast.
Yes,
kind of thing.
It's like poetry. It rhymes. But yeah, it's been a ride, been fun making like bullshit predictions because one of my favorite things is just talking bullshit and making up stuff about it, and this is like the perfect part to do that. And
I love talking about JoJo with you. I'd do it even if we weren't recording.
Yep, just bitch about an hour car rides about that. But yeah, thank you all for joining us, for having the small community. It's just kind of nice.
It's fantastic.
Meeting all the new people we met through JoJolion. I can't wait to see what JoJoland's gonna bring.
Hell yeah. All right.
And for that, to be continued in JoJolands.
To be continued. Goodbye.
Goodbye.